Hi, good morning. Welcome everybody to the Tuesday, April 27th Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We are conducting this meeting in accordance with state regulations as well as our local conduct of meetings with regards to safety and social distancing as a result of the pandemic. So with that, we are having this meeting in a hybrid format. Nick, our city attorney, will go into that detail a little bit more. There are some rules of the road, so to speak, for those who want to participate in the meeting. So at this time, let me turn it over to our fantastic city attorney, Nick Kalergis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with a quorum of the board physically present in the Miami Beach Convention Center, and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#. Or the public can log in directly to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard today can appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco Room 237, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications today, on behalf of the chair, I'll swear in each presenter, a member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. And before I swear in city staff, I'm going to read I'll be reading the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before I turn the meeting back over to the chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of planning department staff who will be providing testimony today. So please state for me on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do. I do.
Okay, great. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Nick. All right. So we're going to jump right into it. We have up for action the approval minutes from the March 23rd meeting. Do we have support to approve those minutes or any changes to those minutes?
So moved, just with one amendment, Mr. Chairman, that there was a lack of quorum for items number 2 and number 3.
Okay, it's been moved with an amendment there for items 2 and 3, with notation for a lack of quorum. Do we have a second on the approval of the minutes?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Alex, second by Mark. Rogelio.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Jopi.
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
and Mr. Weider is absent. The motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, just for background information, the items 2 and 3 that Mr. Fernandez raised, that no action was taken on either of those items. So just so the record's clear that if there was no quorum, no action was taken anyway.
Okay, duly noted, and we can add that as an additional note to the quorum amendment. Anybody have any objection to that? Okay, so we'll take that as common consent on the motion that just passed. All right, we're going to take a few items out of order today, and we're going to make some items time certain. So one of the items we're going to move our city staff, Raquel Williams and her team that work on the economic development front for the city and are doing a fantastic job. So I know that we needed to, what was the issue? We needed to take this one because
we're going to lose our in-person quorum at the item being heard at the end of the day. So this is so that the item can be heard to make sure we have the in-person quorum.
Absolutely, and we were able to get one of our board members. Thank you, Tanya, for coming in. I know you were scheduled to be remote, and we appreciate you, making the additional effort to be here in person. So we're going to take the CRA item, and for those who are listening to the meeting, unfortunately, because we're still operating in this hybrid format, from time to time, issues come up that would not have been issues otherwise had we been in our normal operating state, and we do need to move things around on the agenda. So if you're pressed for time, I do understand it, but please give us the flexibility. We're trying to all work in this, and I know it's frustrating as you sit sometimes thinking, hey, my item is next, and it seems like I got bumped, but just bear with us. We're all trying to make it work. The other thing, yes, sir, go ahead.
I just would like to say for the record that for item number 14, PB 21034 North Beach CRA, I will be recusing myself based on an ethics opinion that I received from the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and Public Trust. They have advised me that I do not have a conflict of interest per se. However, I hold a position on the staff of an elected official at the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners, and that redevelopment plan for the North Beach CRA will come before the Board of County Commissioners for discussion and approval. And accordingly, the advice of the Commission on Ethics and Public Trust and the city attorney will be for recusal from today's discussion and consideration of this item.
Thank you, Alex. Noted. So we will still be able to move the item. With his recusal, we'll still have enough, right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. All right. So just a couple of housekeeping notes as we go through this. We're going to have item 3, the discussion on the Palm View neighborhood. We're going to try to tackle that in a time certain manner between 11:30 and 12. And then item 8 and 9, we're going to take together. There'll be separate votes on each item, but we're going to try to take item 8 and 9, which will be the oceanfront ground floor rooftop additions for the architectural district, planning board file 210424, and the RM3. And then we're going to have planning board file 210426. So we'll take those together. They're related to the same situation, and then we'll have separate votes, but we'll get to those, but we're going to try to do that time certain at 1. I know that there are others who have different thoughts about how this will go today, but we'll take those items up at that time. So with that, just housekeeping note additional, please help me, my fellow board members, with the hand raising. So I'm going to ask you to, as an item is being presented, when we're not in our general discussion, like getting prepared for the meeting today, that you would put your hand raise symbol or icon up on your computer, and then after you are recognized or you've completed your discussion on the item, if you could just lower your hand raise icon on your computer so I can follow along. I'm not as technologically savvy as my daughter, so just bear with me. And, if you follow those rules, I promise I'll be a lot better than otherwise. And so with that, anybody have any objection to the adoption of the agenda in that way? Just speak now or forever hold your peace, and we'll get started with Ms. Raquel Williams. And Rogelio, if you can intro that.
All right. So this is file number PB21-0434, and it is related to the review of the proposed North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, the CRA plan for consistency with the Miami Beach Comprehensive Plan. For background, on February 10th, 2021, the Mayor and City Commission formally established the North Beach CRA and then established itself as the governing body of the CRA. The CRA is currently in negotiations with Miami-Dade County regarding the details of the CRA operations. Part of the process is the development of a CRA plan, which guides the activities of the CRA. And before the CRA plan can be adopted, state law requires that the local planning agency, which in the case of the City of Miami Beach is the Planning Board, adopt a finding that the proposed CRA plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. To this end, staff has looked at the redevelopment goals as well as the policy guidelines within the proposed CRA plan and compared them to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. And those are in the staff report, and staff has found that both plans share many of the same intended outcomes. The staff report contains excerpts from the comprehensive plan to demonstrate how they are consistent with the proposed CRA plan's redevelopment goals, and staff believes that both plans are consistent. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board adopt the attached resolution, finding the proposed North Beach Community Redevelopment Plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Miami Beach 2040 Comprehensive Plan, as required by Section 163.360 Florida statutes. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Raquel Williams, who's the Director of the Economic Development Department, for an additional update.
Thank you, Rogelio, and good morning, Chair, members of the Planning Board and City staff. For the record, this is Raquel Williams, Economic Development Director for the City of Miami Beach. Before you for consideration is the proposed North Beach CRA redevelopment plan, as Rogelio stated. After approval of the finding of necessity by the City Commission and Board of County Commissioners in July 19th and July 2020, respectively, the North Beach CRA was created by the City Commission. The county delegated authority to not only create the CRA, but to prepare and bring forward a redevelopment plan within a one-year period after their approval. As outlined in the staff report, Chapter 163, Part 3 Florida statutes requires that the CRA's redevelopment plan conform with the comprehensive plan. The redevelopment plan before you has been primarily guided by community input garnered through 8 public meetings and 8 focus groups over the past few months. We have additionally convened with the ad hoc North Beach CRA Advisory Committee to gain their recommendations on the redevelopment plan. The plan outlines 6 overarching goals and various supporting strategies to achieve those goals, and they include providing economic development opportunities for businesses, property owners, and residents, investing in climate resilience, sustainability, and infrastructure, strengthening cultural arts, branding and marketing and communications, protecting and enhancing the neighborhood character, improving the quality of life for residents and visitors, and last, leveraging resources for community redevelopment. A few days ago, as Rogelio alluded to, we did receive an update from the county after their preliminary review of the plan. And after printing of this agenda, Miami-Dade County reached out to the city to ensure that 2 elements be included as part of the redevelopment plan based on the statutory requirements. The first is a general description of the impact of redevelopment on the residents of the redevelopment area and the surrounding areas in terms of relocation, traffic circulation, environmental quality, availability of community facilities and services, effect on school population, and other matters affecting the physical and social quality of the neighborhood. We feel this addition is relevant to the discussion of conformity with the comprehensive plan, and we have provided the additional language to the planning staff for their review. The second is a statement of the projected cost of redevelopment, including the amount to be expended on publicly funded capital projects in the CRA area and any indebtedness of the CRA, the county, or the municipality proposed to be incurred for such redevelopment. To address the second request, the administration will prepare a description of projected cost of redevelopment for inclusion in the redevelopment plan prior to submission to the City Commission, CRA Board, and Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners. This cost projection is not necessary for consideration as to whether the redevelopment plan conforms or is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but I thought that it was important to share it with you as the county had made a reference to it in our recent communications. So at this time, I can take any questions that you may have. I thank all of the planning board members that took the opportunity to receive a briefing from myself and from Justin Carr, a member of the economic development team. And if you need any clarification, I may provide it at this time.
Thank you, Raquel. I really appreciate the work that you and your team have done. I think Mr. Carr was also your one of your consultants there or partners there. So I appreciated the time that you all took. I think it was just outstanding work and thoughtfulness. And I know Daniel Batia and some others from the North Beach area have been giving you thoughtful feedback. So with that, let's look. I think we have some folks with their hand raised in the community that want to speak. Let's go to Nancy Kalara.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be keeping time. How much time would you like me to allow each speaker?
No more than 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kalara?
I'm sorry, that was a mistake. I'm here for item number 4.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, if you just lower your hand until, thank you so much. Omar Jimenez?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to the board and the city employees that are on here today. My name is Omar Jimenez. I'm with the Parkview Island Sustainable Development Association. And Parkview Island is one straight shot, 5-minute walk of 73rd Street to North Shore Park and tennis courts, Ocean Terrace, and bordering the new Novi Town Centre. Parkview Island has a diverse mix of residents with condominiums, apartments, and townhomes. The townhomes are the last TH zoned areas in North Beach with no island association. Given Parkview Island's proximity to the established CRA boundary and town centre, it is an injustice to exclude such an already disenfranchised part of North Beach community, who are, for example, of a community most in need of assistance from the newly established North Beach CRA. Even when North Shore was included in the initial CRA map, Parkview Island was not even considered due to being left out of the all-important finding of necessity study. The residents and property owners of Parkview, together through the Island Association, demand that an FOM be carried out immediately to adjoin Parkview Island to the ongoing process. The idea that Parkview Island residents and property owners should wait until future expansion of the CRA further demonstrates the discriminatory treatment experienced by residents and property owners of Parkview, who are largely Hispanic and never had the opportunity to take part in discussions regarding PBI exclusion or inclusion, contrary to 2018 Florida Statutes Title 11, Chapter 163. Currently, there are other areas inside the CRA boundary that are not nearly as blighted or meet all the criteria for inclusion with strength that Parkview Island meets and exceeds the same requirements. I hope that you will vote in favor of Parkview Island today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Let's go ahead and go to Paula King.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Ms. King.
Okay. Hi, I'm Paula King. I agree with Omar that the boundaries of the CRA are stupid and designed for developers to get maximum money from the CRA. My question to you this morning, Parkview Island should be included. My question to you this morning is, what about our city infrastructure? Our waterways are already clogged with sewage that is being dumped into them. Parkview Island, there is a no touch the water order that has been on that island for over a year. We're adding more toilets, we're adding more sewage, but we're not adding more storage infrastructure. I want to know, what is the plan? Who will be, the CRA will not be paying for that plan. I want to know how we're going to continue to live, continue to sustain our lifestyle without any money for infrastructure, as well as who is going to pay for the relocation of all of the sewer pipes that run under the 72nd Street sewer garage, Freudian slip there, under the garage that we're planning to build for $120 million. Thank you, and I'll take my answer.
Thank you, Ms. King. We'll have the city respond to all of the comments. Let's go next to Ms. Hernandez, Ariana.
Yes, hi. I also want to bring up the issue of the boundaries. Before Ms. Williams was hired, she hasn't been here very long, and I've been a long-time resident of a decade in North Beach. The boundaries are far from established. There were never meetings to draw the boundaries. In fact, the finding of necessity is only about East Normandy and Town Center. When we found out, the neighbors, that the North Shore had been included, people went up in arms, and the only community meeting open to everybody and in person that the city did was a meeting where the community clearly did not want the North Shore to be included. As a result, the city decided to remove the North Shore. When the item went to the county, we found out that it had gerrymandered in the West Lots. So Daniela Levine asked about it, and if you go to the county, to the relevant page where this item is described, it says very clear that the county concluded that the West Lots were not part of the CRA. We have the transcript, and it's also in there. Then the description of the area that it's included, it's the entire North Beach. And so in capital letters, you have the entire North Beach being part of the CRA, and then in the small print saying that the West Lots are not part of the CRA. Then now somehow you all talk as if they are included. So there are three different descriptions of the boundaries. There should have been meetings with people around the boundary. In fact, the new ad hoc committee does not have anybody who lives in the North Shore. So I urge you to put this on hold, pending the proper meetings to draw the boundaries, because indeed, as Mr. Jimenez has said, Parkview should be included again, and probably West Normandy, because West Normandy is also pretty blighted in some areas, and it was not considered. These were boundaries drawn by developers without community meetings. The only community meeting demanded the removal of the North Shore, and the city agreed to it. So the West Lots should not have been gerrymandered in, and in the county documentation, in the discussion, it says very clear that the West Lots are not included. So I urge the city, the administrations, Justin Carr, Raquel Williams, who arrived here yesterday, to stop saying things that aren't true. The 8 meetings that she refers to, they were pre-organized, pre-invited Zoom meetings. Those are not community meetings. Thank you very much. Please withdraw the boundaries. Put this on hold pending meetings to establish the proper boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Daniel Vitia.
Good morning, board members, and thank you for taking on this item. Thank you to the city for presenting. My name is Daniel Vitia. I'm at 1193 71st Street. I am the vice chair of the CRA Oversight Committee. For the past month, we have been reviewing this plan in detail. This is an important document. We welcome the review and comments from the planning board. As staff expressed, this is a general document, which is referred to as the plan. If it's not in the plan, the CRA will not be able to utilize funds towards any other effort not identified in the plan, so it is pretty important. We have reviewed the plan in detail. We do have a pretty diverse group on the CRA Oversight Committee, and we feel with the direction from staff and the professional consultant hired to guide us through this process that we've come up and vetted this plan in a comprehensive way. The CRA is pretty important. Please recall we started with the North Beach Master Plan. One of the components and tools that the Master Plan identified was the creation of a CRA. So we're very excited about seeing the CRA come to fruition and move forward in a positive way. The county has still not approved our CRA, so this plan is the next step to present to the county on a timely basis. They can review it and adopt it. We really need this in North Beach. We are struggling. We have been hit hard as a result of the pandemic in our commercial districts, and even prior to the pandemic, we've been suffering from a high vacancy rate in North Beach and a lack of investment. So we hopefully, we feel that this CRA will, bring interest to the area and hopefully help our commercial districts revitalize themselves and become an economic engine for the development of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, and always good to see you. I still miss you, sir.
Miss you guys too, but keep up the good work.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, let's see who else we have. Okay, seeing no other comments from the public, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item and then bring it back to the board members. Do we have any? Well, let me let the city go. There were some questions asked first. Let's go back to the city staff to answer some of the questions around boundaries, and I think infrastructure is included, but let me turn it over to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll try to address as many points as I can. I do want to highlight that infrastructure, resilience, sustainability, that's one of the primary goals of the redevelopment plan, and there are a number of strategies outlined in the plan to address those concerns. That was one of the elements that came out profoundly from the public engagement that we had leading up to the development of this plan. We also sent out mailers to 22,000 households and commercial properties in the redevelopment area on 2 occasions, inviting members of the public to participate in the charrette process. And these mailers were bilingual as well to ensure that we reached out to our Hispanic community. We wanted to provide as much access and opportunity to everyone to participate. The past 3 meetings of the advisory committee, those have been public meetings, and anyone can join in and provide comment during the public comment section. I will say that, yes, I have joined the city recently in September after the adoption of the finding of necessity by the county, but this has been a public process for the past 2 years. So the initial boundaries that were proposed and approved in 2019, that was done in a public fashion. Yes, the county did recommend an expansion of the CRA boundary. At that time, the recommendation was not to include Parkview Island. Regardless, at that time, the community did not see fit to expand the boundary of the CRA. And what we have proposed, and I can say this on behalf of the administration, is that once the CRA is approved and adopted by Miami-Dade County, we would like to explore a finding of necessity to look at the other areas that were not included in the CRA to determine if those conditions exist that would allow for the CRA to be expanded with the approval of the county. And so that is something that we would commit to doing. We, however, have a timeline put in place by the county where they authorized us and delegated that we have the authority to prepare a plan and bring the plan back to the county commission within 1 year. And so the clock began on July 8th, 2020. And so we're approaching the 1-year timeline. I will say that the West lots were included as part of the CRA area in the finding of necessity that was approved by the city and the county. And that's one of the major requirements of the finding, is to outline the specific area. And that's also what is included now in the draft redevelopment plan that you are considering. So the boundaries of the CRA have been in place for about 2 years now. So I can address any other concern, and if any members of the board have a question about the plan, I'm happy to answer.
Do we have any hands raised from members of the board? Go ahead, Tanya. Go ahead.
I am going to make enemies on both sides of the spectrum, I'm sure, with the comments that I'm going to raise here. I'm sorry, I'm going to take off my mask just because I'm sure it's easier to hear. In principle, a CRA is a good thing, but at the end of the day, a CRA is only as good as the people who are in charge of bringing it to fruition and seeing it through. So there is a lot of trepidation among a lot of residents in North Beach that the best interests of all residents of North Beach may not be as equitably represented as would be ideal. And that is born of frustration over the last 4, 5, 6 years of other development efforts. So please understand that is where a lot of the frustration is coming from, where people say they're going to do one thing and end up doing another thing. That does not invalidate people's concerns that they should be dismissed, nor does it invalidate the goals of the CRA. The goals of the CRA are to improve quality of life for everybody who lives or works there, and that is a laudable goal which I support. There is a great deal of concern and confusion about the boundaries because at various times, even as recently as a county meeting, Sally Heyman stated that the West Lots, A, were owned by FDOT, which I don't believe is accurate. I'd like the city to confirm who actually owns the West Lots. And B, she indicated that they were not part of the CRA. Clearly, I'm looking at the boundaries of the CRA as they are currently proposed in the plan, and it looks like the worst gerrymandered voting district in any county across the country. It's quite something. So that is one question of concern. The Parkview Island issue is a very real concern, and I understand that the city is already working on what is necessary to bring that into the CRA boundaries. I would, not being an expert in these things in any way, shape, or form, but it would seem that by looking at the finding of necessity that already exists and just taking a walk through Parkview Island, it would take about 8 seconds to recognize that the same types of issues that exist everywhere else within the CRA boundaries, excluding the West Lots, also exist on Parkview Island. So whether or not it gets included prior to going back to the county for plan approval or immediately following, I urge the city and I urge this board to make sure that Parkview Island gets included with all due haste. The West Lots issue is, I think, a bigger issue. On one hand, it makes sense to include them because that is the single biggest opportunity to generate TIF monies because currently they are undeveloped. On the other hand, the concern is that they will be developed in a manner that is not consistent with the best interests of the residents adjoining that part of North Beach and residents of North Beach overall. I know the CRA plan has to work within the current zoning restrictions, so it's not like they can propose a small airport to be put on the West Lots or something equally egregious. But I also know that the City Commission has a history of making zoning changes when it suits certain development projects. The West Lots need to, if they are to be included, they absolutely must be handled with incredible care and respect for the community, for their history, for the heritage, and for what they are. The log cabin was destroyed in advance of a proposed new development that never came to pass. And while it will be reconstituted in some form, it will not be the original log cabin. The development, if it should remain, if the West Lots are to remain in the CRA, absolutely must take into account the wishes of the community and not be a one-sided conversation. So small, measured, thoughtful, integrated development, affordable housing, small retail, not high rises, all of that stuff really needs to be considered and acted upon accordingly. The lack of, well, not the lack of, the ongoing confusion about what is and what isn't in the CRA between the city of Miami Beach, its residents, and the county is a little bit concerning, frankly, because if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 different answers. And to me, that's not a really great way to start off. And, you know, I've spent a great deal of time working and talking about this over the last year. I've spent a great deal of time speaking with Raquel and Justin, who have been very helpful, as well as listening to my neighbors and residents on various points along the spectrum of pro and con CRA. So I'm not trying to derail this. I just really urge everybody to be very careful about how we proceed. I understand that we are beholden to the county to make this happen within the 1-year deadline, and that limits a little bit what we could do. But my understanding is that deadline is in July. And so whatever we can do between now and then to clear up these issues and advise residents of where we stand on how quickly we can get Parkview Island included and the limitations on what could be proposed for the West Lots, I think would go a long way in helping people feel a little bit more comfortable about what is already in motion. I don't work with the county, so I don't have experience with them, but I don't know if there's a way to get this approved pending a redrawing of the boundaries. I'm not sure. So the comment that was made about North Beach being hit hard by the pandemic, this has been a conversation long before the pandemic was anybody's worst nightmare. I would posit to the listeners on this call that one of the things that has hit North Beach the hardest from an economic development standpoint is the permission of the Deauville Hotel to fall into a state of demolition by neglect. I know people who bought businesses just across the street just before the Deauville was hit by the storm that has rendered it inoperable, and they regret their decision because that changed the business model. So let's be very clear about what the CRA is supposed to do and how it's supposed to do it and what other mitigating circumstances are. It's not the pandemic, although that certainly didn't help things. And I know that we are beholden to timelines that are not of our own setting, but I just don't want this lack of clarity and ongoing communication, which I would like to point out has gotten significantly better. Thank you, Raquel and Justin, reaching out to people. And now as the pandemic is easing slightly, I think the more community meetings we can have, maybe even in the band shell where people can be outdoors but have a forum to speak and hear and engage directly as this goes on, will be critical. I'm quite sure I've pissed off all the developers in the group, and I'm quite sure I've pissed off all of the neighborhood residents who are concerned that this is happening despite what they feel is necessary. But that's what I have to say on this at this point.
Thank you, Tanya. And I don't think you piss off one side or the other. I think, you know, it's a community building exercise. It's something that's going to, you know, hopefully do something good for the city, assuming that it passes here. I think a lot of the points that you bring up are not necessarily in the jurisdiction solely of the planning board, and appreciate your comments. I think oftentimes, you know, I just say that only because oftentimes when I speak to folk, they almost think that we get to decide everything, and we're just one of the cogs in the wheel along that journey and that process. There are elected officials and other people that, and it's been brought up on this board before, that are here to serve in a capacity to the city and are elected to do that. And you brought up some points that are in sort of that lane. So we will do our part. I like everything that you said. And with that, let me turn it over to Mark Mullane.
Thanks. So I think I probably have very different opinions than Tanya on a lot of items, and my vision of what I think Miami Beach should turn into and be, which is okay, right? And that's why we have groups that work collectively and deal with the collective will of people and push what the citizens want through, but all the citizens, not some of the citizens, all the citizens want through. First of all, I grew up on Parkview Island. I'm kind of partial to it. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with the island. And what I want to understand, because there may be other groups that, that are like Parkview Island that don't really understand what's going on. I just want to ask Raquel a quick question, is that my understanding of the CRA is at first, there's not going to be a lot of money with the CRA. It's going to build up over time because it's based upon the tax increases that are going to be going into the fund. So at first, it's not going to really be able to do a whole heck of a lot. And so at some point, it's going to have quite a bit more money. And so what is the process to amend, to bring in other areas? Because, if there's not enough time now to bring in like Parkview Island, we want to make sure that it's a living, breathing document that we could modify as the citizens of this community choose. So what's the process to amend if later on, if we decide to bring in other areas?
Sure, that's a very good question. Thank you, Mark. The process to expand the boundary of a CRA would be similar to the process to establish the initial boundary. So a finding of necessity report would have to be prepared, and that would mean an evaluation of those other areas to determine if there exist those conditions that are outlined in the statutes that would qualify it to be deemed a redevelopment area. And so after the finding of necessity is prepared, and if the CRA board approves that finding of necessity, that finding would be submitted to Miami-Dade County for their review and approval. If Miami-Dade County approved that finding of necessity to outline the expanded area, then the redevelopment plan, which you're considering today, then that plan would need to be amended to show the new boundary or the expanded boundary of the CRA. So that expanded area would have a different base year than the initial area that we're currently looking at, and it would have an increment that would begin at a different date than the initial CRA area. So it's a very common thing for CRAs to be expanded over time. Also, redevelopment plans, some CRAs have their redevelopment plan for the entire life of the CRA for 30 years. Industry standard or best practice is about 5 to 7 years that you take a look at the redevelopment plan and amend it as necessary based on changing conditions or mitigating circumstances.
And who create the findings? Is it done by the CRA board? Is it done by the commission? Does it go back to planning?
The CRA board, which was established in February, they would have to authorize the preparation of the finding. That finding would have to be approved by the CRA board and also approved by the city commission. Thankfully, those are the same people. But then it would go to the county for approval by the county commissioners.
And who is on the CRA board, and how do they get appointed?
The CRA board consists of our mayor and commissioners. And when the CRA was created in February 2021, the CRA board members were authorized. So the mayor is the chair of the board, and the commissioners are the board members.
I don't have any. I don't have any more questions.
On the CRA ad hoc.
Oh, well, the CRA Ad Hoc Advisory Committee, they are appointed by the City Commission, and they include folks who not only live in the CRA or adjacent to the CRA district, but also folks who work in the district or own businesses, are real estate professionals or legal professionals. And that group has met 3 times and will also meet again tomorrow and monthly beginning in May. And the public may attend those meetings as well.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, absolutely, Nick, go ahead.
I think that was very helpful. Raquel, if I could just ask for clarification, was it that Parkview Island was initially looked at and just there was not a finding of necessity to be included in the boundary, or was it not looked at during this initial evaluation?
It is my understanding that the entire North Beach area was looked at and considered. We have asked the consultant that prepared the finding of necessity to offer us a bit more clarity on the situation, and we're awaiting some responses from that consultant. In the meantime, we want to move forward with the CRA, not to exclude anybody, but to ensure that the county follows through. As you may know, the county commission has changed quite a bit over the last year, and we want to ensure that we're meeting the county's deadline so that we don't jeopardize our opportunity to form the CRA. Based on budget circumstances at the county, it is very rare for CRAs to be at this level and to be, seeking creation and seeking approval, especially because of the impact that it will have on the county's budget and also the city's budget. So we know that we're in a very sensitive area right now, and we want to ensure that we do everything within our power to carry this forward and to see it through. It is also a little difficult to be seeking authorization for a CRA and at the same time seeking authorization for an expanded CRA. Things usually don't happen at the same time because the county has already given their thoughts on the CRA's boundary with their approval of the finding in July of 2020. So it's sort of, one thing should typically come first and then, the other. It is not to say that the CRA could not be, the boundary could not be looked at again before the plan is adopted by the county. However, that would set us back potentially a year or 2 based on the history that we've seen where our finding was approved in 2019 and the county approved in 2020. Here we are in 2021. So an expansion is a lengthy process, and our hope is not to jeopardize the initial path forward that we have, but to add later as we evaluate those other areas that were initially excluded.
Sure. 2 follow-up questions on that. One, you said that if Parkview Island were to be added, it would have a different, let's say, birth date.
Base year for calculation of the TIF.
Does that so that would affect the funding available for that portion of the boundary? Is that correct?
Well, that would affect the TIF, the tax increment financing that is generated from that area. But once it's included as part of the CRA, any CRA revenue can be expended with any area of the CRA district.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that was my question. So it isn't like it would be there would be any exclusion from it, just generally being having the CRA applied to it. That's great. And then maybe a last question. You mentioned that for the expansion, there would be a new study for finding of necessity that would then go to, who did you say that would go to? The board?
So first, the CRA board, who are also the city commissioners. So there'd be a joint item that went to the CRA board and the city commission to approve the finding of necessity and authorize transmittal to Miami-Dade County for their consideration and approval.
Let me ask about that then. Is there an opportunity there to say there was a new study, is there an opportunity there for when you approve the finding of necessity to modify it at that point? Or is it just an acceptance or a rejection of it?
So the county has what's called a TIF committee, and that's a staff committee that reviews the proposed redevelopment area or expanded area. Then they would make a staff recommendation. In our case, as we've seen in the past, that's when the county came back to the city and said, hey, you may want to include this area over here. Why haven't you, looked at that? Or is that something you would consider based on the goals that you have? Mm-hmm. So county staff would look at it and make a recommendation to their elected officials, or they would, have a discussion with the city staff to potentially take a look again. Once the finding is approved by the CRA board and the city commission, if the county were to say, hey, we're recommending a smaller area or a larger area, at that point, it would have to come back to the CRA board and the city commission to reassess the finding, approve it based on the county's recommendation, and then send it back to the county for final approval and adoption.
Maybe one additional follow-up to my fellow board member's question or observation that if you were to walk through Parkview Island for 10 seconds, you would see it clearly deserves to be included. Why was it excluded? Do you have like a kind of quick answer to that without getting into the entire study?
I don't think there's any one quick answer. I do know that various areas in North Beach were looked at and studied. And again, the consultant that we had with us prior to the redevelopment planning process, we've asked for some more information based on what was found to be blighted conditions in the finding. And so we haven't received a lot of details as to why some areas perhaps were not included. I do know that much of the area that was not included was certainly looked at. And so we want to address this by looking forward and looking to see how we can be inclusive, not just for Parkview Island. There are people that are calling or emailing that don't necessarily live in Parkview Island that have the same concern and wondering, how can I benefit from the CRA if I'm not within the boundary? And so, one of the things that I think we should emphasize and that we do emphasize is that any improvements to North Beach are going to be impactful and beneficial to everyone living in North Beach and even for folks that live in Mid Beach and South Beach, because this infusion of investment is really going to lift the entire area. We do have, for example, a hotelier who's just to the south of the district, outside of the district, wanting to know why his hotel was not included. And so it's sort of a matter of, everyone will not be included, every area will not be included. And the county and the city don't necessarily have an interest in having the largest CRA district possible, because that impacts the financial standing of the county as well as for the city. So the larger the area becomes, the more the city and the county will have to sit down and say, hey, does this really even make sense? And then we start going into the territory of, do we even need to have a CRA at this point? So it's sort of a very careful and strategic thing that has to be navigated and maneuvered. And so, yes, I do think that there are some areas that perhaps do have the conditions, but we would need a study to support that. And the county would not look at an expanded boundary without a study that supports it.
Do we have the ability, maybe this is a question for you, Raquel, or for my fellow board members, to recommend this with the recommendation that we evaluate these areas that were excluded, request an additional study moving forward?
We can do that, Nick. We can add that as a second motion to this today from the planning board.
Thank you, Raquel.
Okay. Tanya?
I just wanted to see
your mic.
Sorry.
Could you
just address this discrepancy of who owns the west lots and why commissioners at the county level think that they are not included in the CRA, yet the city of Miami Beach thinks they are included in the CRA? district, regardless of how it's drawn in the plan. Could you just clearly, well, not clearly, nothing is clear anymore, but it would seem that FDOT is not, in fact, the owner of the West Lots. So could you just clear that up for the record, please?
Sure, through the chair. It is my understanding that the West Lots are owned by the city of Miami Beach. I have not heard, I have not been at any meeting where a commissioner at the county level has disputed the West Lots being a part of the CRA district. We are in communications with the county and with the county commissioner's office to navigate and to try to identify the interlocal agreement provisions as well as the redevelopment plan details. And so that has not been something that was brought to my attention by the county staff or the office of any county commissioner. And so I cannot speak to that, but I will say with almost 100% certainty, and perhaps the city attorney on the call can confirm, but it is my understanding that the West Lots are owned by the city of Miami Beach.
Okay.
They are. Yes, they are.
Okay. So that was what I expected to hear as well. But there is actually, I have a clip of the county commission meeting where Mayor Levine Cava is talking to Commissioner Heyman, and Commissioner Heyman says, because Mayor Cava asked this question, and Commissioner Heyman says clearly they are not included in the CRA boundaries. So there is a video recording of that. I can forward it to the group after this conversation. But you know, there is some level of confusion or lack of clarity in communications at some point, and I just think that is not a great way for us to start off. Now, does it materially affect what's going to happen, given that the city believes that the West Lots are included? Probably not, but it's a point of how to conduct business when so much is at stake in terms of financial impact, quality of life impact, the character of place impact as we go forward in the next 10, 20, and 30 years, because we all know none of this happens overnight. I think it's really important to set this straight and clear the air and say, okay, here's what it actually is. Let there be no misunderstanding about it on any side. And here are the next steps on what we're going to do to look at other areas that may or may not be included. And here is what we're going to do to make sure that residents continue to have input in the process as we go along. I think given what's at stake here, I think that's what needs to happen.
All right, Nick, you want to give some clarifying comments about these? Just once and for all, the West Lots are included and they are owned by the city.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. They are included in the boundaries. They're included on the map, and they are city property. What I raised my hand for was to encourage the board. I understand that the individual board members may have policy recommendations that they may want to transmit on the CRA more generally, but I just want to remind the board that the redevelopment plan is before you today for a very limited reason, which is for review and recommendations as to its conformity with the comprehensive plan. So that's the review that's required to occur today. If you have, if separately there are board members who would like to transmit other recommendations to the City Commission regarding the North Beach CRA, or even more generally on the redevelopment plan itself, I would just recommend that the board do that as a separate matter.
Absolutely, and that was the recommendation that Nick brought forth. So we will dispatch with that as a secondary item when we move forward. Is there support for the item to move forward at this time?
Supported.
Okay, the item has been moved and seconded by Nick Gelpi and seconded by Di Pietro. Really?
Okay, so this is a motion finding that the CRA plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I'll do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez, is recused himself. Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
and Mr. Weeder is absent. So the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Nick, you want to take up you want to move your item for recommendation, just for consideration recommendation?
Yeah, I would just, I would just offer a recommendation that we look at, not a very large swath, but I think a focused set of areas, maybe particularly Parkview Island, and I'm open if fellow board members want to include anything else. But relook at whether or not we should include Parkview Island and order a separate study for that. I mean, I'm sure it has been considered, but given that Raquel said they've requested additional information, just take one more look at including, what seems to be an easy piece to include.
I'll support it, Nick, with the that it be narrowed to Parkview Island. I'm not really interested in adding all of Miami Beach to it.
Exactly. Yes.
That's the only issue, Kareem, is that it becomes a slippery slope, because all of a sudden it's, another area says, I was left out in another area, and at some point people need to make decisions.
Right. So my decision is I would only recommend that it just be an exploratory look at Parkview Island if I'm going to support it. So Nick, if that's what you're proposing.
That's what I'm proposing. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second on it?
Let's second that.
Okay. It's been moved by Nick and seconded by Tanya that we send a recommendation to the City Commission and that be studied. Another finding of necessity for Parkview with the intent to be added to the CRA at a later time.
Great. So I'm going to do a roll call. Ms. Bott? Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez has recused himself. Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
So former resident of Unit 14A votes yes.
And Mr. Weeder is absent. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And Raquel, to you and your staff, thank you for appearing here. I know you weren't here the entire duration as it was referenced earlier, but thank you for bringing your talents to South Beach, or to Miami Beach, I should say, better said. And we look forward to you sharing all that knowledge and experience that you have as being a former CRA executive director. We have a different structure than the City of Miami's CRAs are, but I know you do the good work and your team. And I think Tanya praised some of that work, and I wholeheartedly agree. And let's try to really make some impact with the direction we're going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to all the members of the board. And yes, I brought my talents to Miami Beach, and in this moment to North Beach.
To North Beach, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. So let's get back into our normal agenda. Alex will return to us. I see him walking in. We have a request for continuance for item Planning Board File 210433.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and no action is necessary. The item will be renoticed. We just have it on there for informational purposes. The title was changing, so we needed to renotice the item. It'll be on the agenda next month.
Okay, and then what time is it? It's 10:30, a little bit early. We're going to delay item 3, which is the discussion of Palmview neighborhood, until at least 11:30. I think the next item would be. Should we deal with the continue items first, or go into the progress? Let's deal with these continue items really quick. 5 and 6. Planning Board File 20-0341, Indian Creek Drive mechanical parking. Is there anything?
All right.
Go ahead.
So I have a brief presentation. So file number PB 20-0341 is a CUP for mechanical lift parking for new development located at 2901 and 2911 Indian Creek Drive. By way of background, a certificate of appropriateness and several variances were granted for this development by the HPB on January 12, 2021. The proposal consists of a new 6-story residential building that will replace 2 existing buildings. It also consists of the renovation and moving of an existing contributing building on a site. That contributing building will be reoriented to a north-south access, making it more visible from the street. Just as an aside note, it'll be a very interesting test case on moving multifamily structures, so we're very excited about that. The proposal contains 22 units and 22 parking spaces are required. The mechanical lift system will contain 21 spaces, and there will be 1 conventional space. The parking will be by valet parking only, and valet operators will be available on the site 24 hours a day. And incorporating mechanical parking does not result in a larger building, and a similar scale building could have been constructed with traditional parking spaces. This is one of the requirements of the code if mechanical parking is to be included. And so the mechanical parking does allow for more efficient use of the land and allows for some more open space to be provided on site. The draft order includes several conditions to ensure that the views to the inside of the garage are minimized and to ensure that the lifts remain in good repair. And staff recommends that the planning board approve the application subject to the conditions in the draft order.
All right, and this is the one that has a contributing structure, and then the one that's non-contributing on the outside of the road, right?
Correct. It has 2 non-contributing structures and 1 contributing.
Okay, yeah, I drove by the other day, but couldn't see the inside. All right. Let's see, who do we have presenting on this item?
You've got Graham Penn, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
All right, you ready to go, Graham?
Ready to go. We've also got JJ Wood with me, our architect. And if PJ, if you can put up our slides, I'll take us through it very quickly.
Kareem, I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe I have a conflict on this matter, and I think I'm going to have to recuse myself. I can talk. I'll call Nick about this right now. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Nick, do your thing first, and then.
Why don't I first swear in the applicant's team? Will we have a quorum if Mark has to recuse and step out of the room? Will we have a physical quorum?
Yes, Ms. Bott is still in the room.
We will. Okay. So let me just first swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony. So please state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, great, thanks. Mr. Chairman, I'll set my clock, but I'm going to step off for a moment to speak with Mr. Milland.
As soon as I get my slides, I'm going to roll through this because we're as excited about this project as I think everyone else is. And this should be the most pleasant one of our applications today. So again, next slide, if you could, PJ. So this shows you where we fit. You can see our property there on the north side of 29th Street on the east side of Indian Creek. It consists of 2 platted lots in the Collins Park neighborhood. Next slide. This is the existing survey showing you how the various buildings line up right now. Focus your attention on the northwest corner. That is the 1936 building that will be relocated as part of this application, and probably more importantly, raised to BFE +1, which is very important in the first implementation, really, of the buoyant city concept in historic preservation for multifamily. Next slide. This is the status quo of the property right now. The building that's right in front of you is a 1960s apartment building that will be demolished as part of the project. And as you can see, the construction materials there are for the Indian Creek road raising, which is in the midst of being completed. Next slide. Again, just showing you how we align up with the current right-of-way. Next slide. This picture shows you basically where, once the road is raised, where the new sidewalk elevation is going to be versus the current grade. And I think that, the entire genesis of this project has been, again, in consistency with the buoyant city concept, raising everything on this property to make it resilient for the future. So you can see our colleague Sebastian there. The sidewalk will be almost up to his waist. Next slide. And what about base flood elevation? It's up to his head. He's not the tallest guy in the world, but it's a gigantic difference between current grade and base flood, which is, again, the genesis of this overall design. Next slide. So this shows you what will happen once the road is raised in kind of a plan form. You can see base flood there is the blue line in the middle. And that is basically where our existing buildings will be in relation to the street and in relation to base flood, which again is the reason that we're raising that beautiful 1936 building and relocating it. Next slide. Boyan City, as you know, was recently adopted by the City Commission to give the city guidance on how to deal with this exact circumstance. Next slide. And Collins Waterfront was actually one of the two study areas that was looked at in the report. And next slide. Oops. Well, anyway, the goal for Collins Waterfront was to ensure that we were raising buildings and getting them out of the flood. So this is basically the elevation, nice rendering showing you the new structure behind and the 1936 restored and relocated structure being reoriented towards Indian Creek. Next. There's a view looking to the east. Again, beautiful new architecture plus that restored beautiful 1936 building. Next. So this is what we are actually now higher than this, but this is how we're going to raise the actual property in relation to base flood now. So part of what the Historic Preservation Board required us to do was to make sure that the minimum finished floor in the historic structure is BFE +1. But that shows you again what is necessary to do in these circumstances to get these historic buildings out of flood. Next. So the mechanical lifts application might be the boring part of this overall project, but it is essential to making it work. Because again, given the site constraints we have, given the need to provide parking for this building, both from a business point of view and we think from a neighborhood point of view, it was important to be able to use lifts. This neighborhood, as those of you who might traverse it regularly knows that this is not a neighborhood of the city that has a lot of available street parking at any time. And we're immediately next to two hotels across the street from a large condominium. So our goal is to completely include all of our parking within the structure, and lifts were necessary to do that. Next slide. This is a cross section showing the lifts in our parking deck. Located underneath, obviously, the new structure. Pay attention to the relationship between the historic building and the new building, because the lifts are allowing us to, as Rogelio said, end up with a much superior product than we would have to do if we were doing a traditional parking structure. Next slide. This is just a detail of the Klaus lift. They call it the Trinity for obvious reasons. Again, Klaus lifts have been used throughout the city for decades. They are bulletproof, and of course there's conditions in our order that require maintenance of them, and Klaus actually requires you to maintain a maintenance contract with them. So again, this is a triple stacker operated by valets, not operated by individual unit owners, but it's a time-tested system that's worked for decades. I don't know if any of you were on the board the last time we came through with this property, but we had a very complex robotic system that we were proposing that actually put some cars below grade, and that is bad for multiple reasons. So we think a simple version with a backup generator like these Klaus lifts will be great. Next slide. So as Rogelio noted, we've agreed to, and we have to, because that's the only way they'll work, 24/7 valet staffing, inspection and maintenance at least twice a year, backup generator to permit continued operation in the case of power loss. The good thing about the Klaus lifts is that they can be lowered if there's a loss of power, right? So conceivably we have a hurricane situation and everyone's got to evacuate, you can always get those vehicles out of the system, because again, you can always lower them. Next slide. Okay, so this is as I threatened the alternative traditional parking layout. You can see that in order to accommodate the parking, we had to build a new ramp. Again, none of this is really happening. This is the hypothetical design. But you'd have to put a new ramp between the historic structure and the new structure. And next slide, you can see what that really does from a aesthetic point of view. Right now, so the new building would basically be overhanging the old building with a ramp in between them. So we think it's the proposed version, which again was unanimously supported by the HPB, is really the superior version. Again, from an operational point of view, from an aesthetics point of view, and again, for resiliency point of view, this is the right way to do it. Right? It's to get all of that out of the floodplain, lift the entire building, lift that historic structure so it can be here for hopefully another 100 years. Again, a really exciting project, and that's why I'm so effusive in showing you how we're going to relocate the building. Next slide.
Graham, you have 1 minute remaining.
I'm almost done. So this is the proposal, and again, compared to the last slide, you can see how this allows us to push the building away from the historic structure, giving that open air and letting the historic structure remain the star of the show. So we have no objections to staff's conditions. We're here for any questions you may have, and I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal, but we would ask for your approval of this application this morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Graham. Let's see, we have Graham, we got Alex looking to speak on this item.
And Mr. Chairman, before we open to the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Okay, I see none.
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the applicant.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Our Alex, we have, looks like I have a hand from the public raised. 1 second. We have, nope, you go for it. I don't have anybody from the public waiting to speak on the items. We're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak and then turn it over to our board member, Alex. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the applicant for this application. And I'm getting a feedback again from my colleagues' iPad or computer. So, okay. Now I can hear everyone. Okay. I want to thank the applicants for this application. I walk by this area every single day, and every single day I see this corner of Indian Creek and 29th Street, and I am so excited to see that that we're moving forward with sea level rise, with our resiliency, and that we're sending the message that historic preservation can exist and can coexist with our resiliency efforts. Commendations to the applicant for working on the raising of this building, and it's very much consistent with the principles of the city's buoyant cities studies. Just have some questions, and I want to make sure I understand the application correctly. The proposal reduces the number of residential units on the site from 32 units to 22 units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the reduced scale of the proposed parking pedestal is possible through the mechanical parking system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a result, then, there's going to be a reduction in scale and massing the parking pedestal, which ultimately is better for the aesthetics of the neighborhood, providing better harmony and context to the area. Would that be an accurate statement?
Correct, and it also allows for some open spaces, which are also have resiliency benefits as well to allow for water percolation and other benefits.
Okay. Regarding the valet operations for the building, because clearly being a mechanical building, a mechanical parking operation, it requires valet. Is the valet operation internalized into the perimeter of the property?
Yes, any kind of driving up and ramp, quote unquote, will be completely located within the property.
As well as the queuing.
Correct.
And if I could have staff confirm that as well.
That's correct. They pull into the building, and then the valet takes the vehicle from there.
Okay. And all the uses in the property will be residential, non-transient.
It's residential building, but it is in an area that allows for short-term rentals.
Okay, and is it the intent of the applicant to do short-term rentals on the site?
No, it's not their intent. But again, you know, at this point, we're not exactly sure if it's going to be a condominium or rentals, etc. So it's a multifamily building. It's not been planned for short-term rental.
Okay. I know that there were some concerns from our planning staff having to do with mechanical lifts being visible from the street and the noise by the garage entrance on the south side. Has the applicant agreed to any conditions regarding retractable doors or any screening to minimize those impacts to the neighborhood?
6 of the draft order requires a retractable door on the south and then a wall or fence on the north. So we have agreed to those conditions. And that's actually incorporated into the concept already.
With those questions, I want to commend, with those answers, I want to commend again the applicant. I thank you for sending the message that historic preservation and our resiliency efforts can coexist. And thank you for improving this very important corner of this historic district. Thank you so much.
Tanya?
Boy, earphones and masks, a lot of fussing to speak, but Alex raised virtually every question I had, so thank you for that, Alex. Very thorough as usual. This is, I'm sure, quite obvious, but presumably because the parking system requires valet attendance, the valet operation will be 24/7. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Hang on. I'm sorry, Graham, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct. Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, I'm known for asking obvious questions, but better safe than sorry. I also commend you and the project in its entirety for demonstrating that old things don't need to be raised in order to make room for beautiful new things. That they, I think, especially when done well, can add value to both the new and the old, and it's the juxtaposition of our historic architecture with really forward-thinking new architecture that I think sets our city apart and is to be held up as a shining example, a role model that I hope many other people look to and start thinking creatively about how to do this. We've seen it with a gorgeous historic home on Star Island where an old structure was moved and repositioned on the property to make way for something new, and the end result is far more spectacular than either one or the other by itself. And I think the same can be said for this project, and I encourage anybody who's got a glimmer of a thought of doing something in Miami Beach uses this as an example of how you can move forward that does lots of good things for lots of different constituents and builds on the character of place for the city. So kudos to the group.
Thanks,
Nick?
Just a quick question. This isn't really only before us because of the mechanical parking. Is that correct?
It is. The only
That's all it is. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer, particularly in this context, and the addition of outdoor space and reducing the pedestal makes a lot of sense, and it's a beautiful design. I concur with everybody, and I think this is a very well put together project. So great work.
I don't see any other hands raised. Does my architect want to move it?
Sure, I would move it.
And I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Nick, second by Alex. Rogelio?
Okay, second by Alex. Okay, roll call. Ms. Bott? Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes for resiliency.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Milan, did he recuse himself, Nick? Yes.
Yeah. Yes, he did. He's gonna make a statement when he returns.
Okay. And Mr. Weider is absent, so the motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Hi, I'm back. Just wanted to say, to put it on the record, that I was advised that I perhaps didn't have a conflict here, but I was being a little bit extra conservative here because we did have a quorum. And so just to note that I, in the past, have represented the ultimate owner of this project on other projects and did a little bit of work related to this project several years ago. So in an abundance of caution, even though I was advised that perhaps it wasn't a conflict, I decided to recuse myself from that vote.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mark. And I think just the way this will go, we'll have one of our board members leaving us at noon, roughly. That board member will still attend virtually. So as long as we don't have any other additional recusals at that point, we can take up the rest of the business. So if you all can just look through the rest of the agenda items and just make sure that those of you who will remain in person don't have an issue. I know Nick is on standby and can get over here in about 15 minutes. So Nick, appreciate you standing in the gap and volunteering should we come into that territory. But if you all who are still in the room, just look over the rest of the items. And I guess I'll do it too, so that I don't have anything springing up on me and my thoughts in the last minute that I have a conflict. But anywho, we will move on with that. We do have this 11:30 to 12, but let's go ahead and take up the Bancroft, which is 1501 Collins Avenue. That is Planning Board File 20-0416.
Sorry, which one is this, Kareem? Can you say it one more time?
It's 1501 now.
Oh, okay.
Ocean.
Collins.
Okay. So for the Bancroft Hotel, staff received some revised conditions late last week from the applicant, conditions that were based on negotiations with the board of the adjacent condominium building. As a result, staff has briefly gone through them, but it really requires a really thorough review. We do have some initial concerns from what we saw. As a result, staff is recommending that the item be continued to the May 25th meeting. However, if the board does wish to proceed, we are ready to present the item.
So Rogelio, just a quick question for you. You're asking for a continuation solely based on what you received yesterday?
Correct. It was on Friday. Yes.
On Friday that you have not had a chance to review.
Correct. We looked at it very briefly. Thoroughly. Yes.
Okay. All right.
We would like that if some of the conditions make sense, that we can incorporate it into our draft and present you with a clean draft that staff can support.
Mark, you recognize, right?
I mean, listen, this is, to me, an extremely important project for the city. I think these guys have been delayed already several times. I think I'd like to hear what these issues are, because I've been on this board for many years, and we rewrite, we add, we modify, while we're up here doing our job. And so I would suggest that it is inappropriate at this time to delay this project when so much of this community is really wanting to see this project move forward successfully. And I think that we owe it to this developer to try to move this thing along and not delay him some more.
Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the last meeting, when I supported my colleague's motion, my colleague board member Gelpi's motion to continue the item to this month, it was with the intention that the applicant be given the opportunity to meet with the association members of 1500 Ocean. And I want to thank that association because they've met with the applicant. It's my understanding they've worked with the applicant, but I have concerns then when other people are involved and delay the negotiations and is not only delaying negotiations, but then at the last minute, right before a meeting, on the Friday before a meeting, our staff and our legal department are given conditions that don't give them enough time to review them, don't give them enough time to provide us as a board with analysis and their interpretation so that we can properly vet and vote on what are the requests of the applicant and of their neighbors. So what we did as a consideration to the residents, then a separate group of residents ended up hurting our goodwill here. And I agree with Board Member Belen. This is an incredibly important project for our city because so many efforts are being put into place to enhance Ocean Drive. And this is the type of project that we need to be encouraging. And we send a horrible message every time that we delay something like this. We need to move forward with this. I respect very much staff's recommendation for a continuance, but I want to be very clear. If I vote today on a continuance, this is the last continuance that I will be voting for. And I would like to see, and I would like to recommend that any changes to these conditions be submitted to our staff no later than 2 weeks before the next meeting so that our staff can analyze, vet, and give us all the proper recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. So let me ask you this, Ray. I think we were purposeful in giving the 30-day extension or the whatever number of days until this meeting. We do have a version of the language that staff has suggested review. Well, let me say it differently. Has reviewed, suggested, and is approving of. Is that correct?
That's correct. We did provide the board with a draft order that we supported.
Okay, so let's do this. And unless I see opposition to this, let's go ahead and take up that as the base item for discussion today, and then we can take considerations from the public and then go from there. Mark, I don't know if you and Alex still have more questions, or that's just your icon still up.
Mr. Chair, can I just make one more comment? I just want to note that the item requires 5 affirmative votes, and we only have 6 members present. So just for the applicant to keep that in mind, if they wish. The item requires 5 affirmative votes to approve it, and we only have 6 board members present. So just for the applicant to keep that in mind, that it requires 5 votes and there are only 6 members present.
But we have the vote. We have enough people voting, right?
Yes, they're sufficient, but just for the applicant to consider if they're looking at the votes.
Okay, well, they can count. I'm sure they'll be. Go ahead, Nick.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask, the new information, this was in the email that staff sent to us, or is it something else? Or is it possible to know? Yeah.
It's in addition to the lengthy email that we received prior to Friday, and then there was additional commentary on Friday.
Okay.
I see Graham is representing this item. That's why his hand is up?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Graham.
Mr. Chairman, just point of information.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
To the city attorney's office, so if I understand properly right now, what we're going to be considering is the initial draft order that was included with the original package that was before us before the continuance that was granted last month. Is that correct?
What you're going to be considering now is the application for 1501 Collins. The applicant, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but the applicant is probably going to want the board to consider the amended draft that the applicant's presented. But I again, I don't want to speak for him.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't address that. If
right, and so my what I'm trying to get at is what I'd like to do is us to start with the base. There are 3 or 4 versions out, right? that all started from a base that the staff presented, and then there were some amendments that the applicant made. We can get to that, but I think it would be incorrect to start with all these, the ones that I got last week that, were pages and pages of amendments to that. I just don't think is the right way to start. So we can start with the amended and then take from that. I'm fine with that too. It sounds like, Alex, that's what you were kind of asking. So with that, Rogelio, do you have the applicant amended version to your original version?
Yes, we have it in an email, and we can look at it, but I'm not prepared to present on the applicant's amended version. I can present on what staff has prepared. And then they can discuss their
comment. Okay, so let's do it that way. That's the normal way we do it, so I don't see why we can't achieve that today. So Graham wanted to speak, so let me just allow him, since he is the applicant. Tanya, 1 second. Go ahead, Graham. Maybe you might answer a question.
Again, Graham had 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Yeah, I mean, I think that to be clear, right, this is the short version of this history. We had spent months working with the various neighbors since we continued the application last month to meet with the new 1500 board. We spent that entire time in between then and the...
Wait. 1 second, Graham. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to get into your presentation yet. Did you have anything from a technical standpoint about continuing the item? Because the city attorney said you might want to have it continued. I wanted to make clear whether you want to your comments on that.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those circumstances where we're limited by our virtual nature, but the agreement that we have with the 1500 board, 1500 Ocean board, is based on the new restrictions that we have placed in the draft order that was sent to the department last week and sent to you all from Rogelio. Those, there are provisions in there that are substantive. There are provisions in there that are additional language requested by Henry Stoller as a neighbor. But I can't tell you to approve the old version of it because we've entered into an agreement with the 1500 board that incorporates a significant number of changes, reductions in hours, changes to the music language, garbage, etc. So we have committed to our neighbor to implement that version of it. So what I will be asking you to do is approve the revised version. That's what we're asking.
But you don't have any objection to you're not seeking a continuance on that item, is my question.
No, we would like it to be reviewed and hopefully approved today. Yes.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So Tanya, you had a question. I'm sorry. Back to you before we.
Yeah, given how important and how defining this project can be, I am concerned about trying to review and approve based on items that are documents and facts that are not aggregated into one cohesive set of documents with staff analysis. I think mistakes will be made, and I think it's harder to correct mistakes once they're out there than it is to take. And I know nobody wants to delay this. Nobody's trying to slow this project down. I think it's just in the best interest of the city, the neighborhood, and the developers to get it right, to make sure we're all working from the same set of documents with all the most correct and updated information, with all of the feedback from the neighborhood that has been incorporated with full staff analysis. And I think trying to do it piecemeal by looking at some emails that just came in and, without staff analysis because staff doesn't feel comfortable commenting on stuff until they've had, which is correct, until they've had plenty of time to review it, not like excessive time, but more than over the weekend. I think we're doing this project a disservice if we try to just jam it through. Excuse me. That's an incorrect mischaracterization. We're not trying to jam anything through. We're trying to expedite this because we've already delayed by a month, but I think, measure twice, cut once.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I know that Rory Greenberg would like to address this issue too, because Rory's been involved in the back and forth with the 1500. So if we could let him in, get him sworn in.
I just want a little clarity here. Are we having a discussion on whether to continue? Is the applicant going to be making a presentation? I'm a little unclear.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Nick. And I think what we're gonna, my suggestion to the board is that we're gonna continue the item, because the issue is that the amended, my first understanding was the first set of what I received earlier in the week was reviewed by staff, and it was just something that came on Friday. Now my clarity is it's the items that Graham is specifically talking about that were negotiated that have not been reviewed. So I am in agreement with Tanya at this point. So I think it's fair and in order to continue the item. Sorry, Graham, but I was trying to move it today, or to get some kind of action on it today. But now that I'm clear, I think it would be appropriate to have it continue.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Chair, I would completely agree with that, as I mentioned originally, and I would be happy to move that. And I just want to be, I would like to get some guidance from the city attorney's office. If we continue this today, no good deed goes unpunished. Okay, so I want to know that next month we don't find ourselves in the same situation, because all of you work very hard. We have incredible staff in the planning department, Rogelio, Mr. Mooney, and then in the city attorney's office, who work very hard in anticipation of all of these meetings, so that then at the 11th hour on a Friday night to get information last minute that they can't process. So I want to know, Mr. Attorney, can we put a limit of no later than 2 weeks before the next hearing to submit any proposed changes to what has already been submitted to the city? Therefore, all of you have time to come forward with one final recommendation to the planning board.
I think it's appropriate for the board to direct the applicant to submit any proposed revisions to the draft CUP within 2 weeks. I think that's appropriate. Would the applicant object to that?
All right, so a couple things. I mean, the frustration, obviously, and I understand where staff is coming from on this, but of course, all of these changes that are in this draft are made because they were requested by 1500, right? So it is not my changes. We were happy with the first version of this order, right? But we have committed to working with our neighbors, and that is the result, right? So the only thing I would add, right? We now have a quote unquote spoiler out there with Mr. Robbins' client, who I don't know, and I've asked them precisely. I've sent them the same version of the board approved order and asked them what exactly would they also want, and I haven't heard anything, right? So there may be a circumstance where I'm still negotiating that type of thing within 2 weeks, right? And I think that and back in the old days when we were doing everything via paper in front of you, that often happened, right? We would be in a certain circumstance where we're on the dais and somehow we change an hour to this or that or move something. So I think that I am comfortable, given the conclusion of the discussions with 1500's board, that the version that we've sent to staff is consistent with that agreement, right? If the department wants changes to it, we can accommodate that, right? And but I don't want to be in that posture where we finally get some kind of additional agreement with this, other unit owner at, a week before the hearing, and suddenly I cannot change something, right? So I think that the cut and thrust of this process is obviously stymied slightly by the virtual nature of it, but I need some level of flexibility to adjust things on the day.
Yeah, and Graham, I think you get the spirit. I think you get the spirit of what Alex is saying, right? So he's not saying an absolute, but he's trying to say, please don't put the staff in a situation where we're back here at the next meeting having the same exact conversation that staff is not reviewed and the board is trying to independently go in its own direction. Nick, you had something, Nick?
I just was going to ask. I want a clarification from Graham if they're comfortable continuing this, or if they still want to hear it. Is there any logic in hearing it and then deciding whether we should continue it or not?
Obviously, our preference is that it gets heard, right? And it gets approved under the version, the agreed to order, right? That's our preference. It's within your purview to make that choice, right? But that is our preference, and it remains our preference.
Yeah, Graham, it's just, Graham, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the issue is that I got staff saying, I have not reviewed it, and then we're trying to take up an item, and it's just not, it's not the best. So, Alex, are you moving with this?
I am moving this for continuance to the May meeting. And again, the urging is there to the residents to please negotiate in the most expedient way, proper, fair, balanced, but in an expedient way so that we don't delay the entire process again for next month. But yes, I'll be happy to move the continuance.
And I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Alex and seconded by Tanya. Rogelio.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Gelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
No, and this is just, the city delaying projects again that are important projects, and it's just very offensive to me. And we didn't even recognize a developer who wanted to be heard here. Graham was trying to introduce him here. I'm ashamed of this, but it's a no.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1. Mr. Weider is absent.
All right, let's and Mark, I wasn't, and to the developer, I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just, from a procedural standpoint, I just don't think it's the right thing. But that said, maybe we can make this the first item on next month's agenda. I think that just in ultimate fairness for the delay that has been caused, and hopefully, I think other than maybe egos and spirit, no injury has been caused. We'll take it as the first item next month. All right, let's move to Planning Board File 18-0252, 928 Ocean Drive Voodoo Lounge Progress Report.
So, Mr. Chair, this is a progress report. Just a history of the project, it's 928 Ocean Drive, it's the Voodoo Lounge. The applicant originally received a variance to exceed the allowable hours for hours of operation for an accessory bar counter. And then the CUP was originally approved in April 30th, 2019 for a neighborhood impact establishment. Since the agenda was printed, in the staff report, we listed various violations that were assigned to this property. We just wanted to clarify that 3 violations that were included in the staff report were not actually issued to Voodoo Lounge. They were issued to other parties that were operating in the area. And those are SV 2019-09388, CC 2021-09988, and ZV 2021-03192. Those violations were not related to sound. They were related to selling goods in the public right-of-way, open containers without lids, and sales of cigars and cigarettes in the public right-of-way, and then keeping a trash bin open. So those were not, those should not be considered in part of this progress report. However, there were several other violations regarding noise that can be considered. So staff does recommend that the planning board discuss this progress report and schedule a follow-up progress report for June 22nd, 2021. And we have code enforcement on the line that will actually go in detail as to what the violations were. So I'll turn it over to Jacqueline to discuss those violations.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all. The Code and Compliance Department has actually issued 3 violations to this establishment. The first violation was issued on February 19th of 2021, and it was a verbal warning for loud music. And the next 2 were issued on the same day, and they were for loud music again. And being that the loud music was in violation with the emergency order, emergency measures, we required a 24-hour shutdown of the establishment. So the establishment was shut down for 24 hours on March 14, 2021 for violating the county emergency measures. Does anyone have any other questions?
Any questions for Jackie? Okay, stand by. Jackie, you're going to stand by with us for
Absolutely.
while the applicant? Okay.
Absolutely.
Who do we have from Voodoo Lounge?
I believe Alex Touchmas is on the line.
Okay, Alex, we're ready for you if you're still there. Oh, there he is. I see him. Go ahead, Alex.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you again. And board members, good morning. For the record, Alex Touchmas with the law firm of Sutton Bowen, representing Voodoo Lounge at 928 Ocean Drive. And joining me today is Nancy Callara, who is one of the owners of the establishment. Mr. Chair, as you've heard, we're here for a progress report. And I just wanted to state at the overview before discussing the citations that Code mentioned, we obviously understand that the board and staff have the right to call us back for a progress report whenever the circumstances warrant. But we are very disturbed at the process that this particular progress report followed to get here. As you heard from Rogelio, almost half of the violations that were cited in our cure letter were wrong. They were for either another business or they were for a person in the public right-of-way that had nothing to do with us. It wasn't an issue that they were not noise or not this. They were completely wrong. And then we wrote to code enforcement and got a response the next day from Tom Curator, the assistant director, confirming that those violations were wrong and issued to someone else. We then contacted staff and asked them to please issue a corrected cure letter because it prejudices our client to have that. And it's also something that will go into your staff report. And amazingly, staff said no. And so staff indicated that they would verbally notify you of the corrections, but the verbal notification doesn't provide the same kind of equal level of notice to you. And frankly, this has been a very, unfair approach as far as our record, because everyone's under the impression that we had these various violations when we did not. And one of the paragraphs near the end of the staff report, Mr. Chair, specifically points to the sale of tobacco products on the street and says this might by itself be the reason to be extra cautious with this applicant and bring them back. And that was one of the violations that had nothing to do with us. So I just want to make you aware that was really disturbing to us, and we think a corrected cure letter and corrected staff report should have been issued. To the merits, Mr. Chair, we got our CUP. Sorry? We got our CUP in 2019. The CUP was not for later hours, as Mr. Rogelio mentioned. The only basis for the CUP was indoor entertainment on our ground floor. And as of now, we have yet to apply that CUP, that indoor entertainment, because we're still building out the space. But the CUP is for indoor entertainment with doors and windows closed. And as I said, we don't have that in place yet. And the CUP does require us to come back to you, I believe it's 90 days after our license kicks in to show indoor entertainment, and naturally we will do that at the appropriate time. As far as the actual correct record is concerned, when you get past the various issues in the fog here, since getting the CUP in 2019, we essentially have 2 noise violations and 1 misunderstanding that was created about off-duty police. Some of the bios that Code mentioned, I think we got 2 violations for the same infraction, which really should be considered 1 instance of not complying and not 2. But there was 1 oral warning, as Code mentioned, and then an additional violation for noise. But that's all we've got in the last 2 years, which honestly, we shouldn't do, though. We need to work on that. But 2 vios in the last 2 years, I don't think is a very is a bad record, frankly, for someone that's open every single night. Having said that, Mr. Chair, we respectfully ask that no further reports be scheduled. You can always call us back anytime if something changes, but based on this record, we don't think that's needed. And in the interest of time, I won't have our client speak, but she is, and Nancy is available, Ms. Calera, if you have any questions.
Yeah, Alex, did you, and maybe I missed it, and I apologize if I did, but the violations that the property does have, even though it's been over 2 years, did you address those? Like, was there anything that was extraordinary to those?
Mr. Chair, so the violations were there was a verbal warning for noise on February 19 going above ambient. I don't know the circumstances of it. I do know that it was only a verbal warning. If it had been something more serious, it would have been a written warning. I can have our client address that if you like. Then on March 14, there were 2 vials issued for the same incident, which was playing music above ambient. One was for violating the emergency order on high impact. One was for the same issue, but under the COVID order. And again, I can have our client speak to that, but I don't know, other than the fact that the music may be a little bit louder than it should have been, I don't know the specific circumstances. If you look at the staff report, it then mentions a violation of the attestation that we were required to sign last year as a condition of reopening. There is another comment there about music above ambient. It doesn't say when that happened. I'm assuming it was the same March 14th date, which really shouldn't be counted 3 times against us. Should really just be counted as 1 infraction. And then there was a comment here about having an off-duty officer provided. We had some discussions with the police last year when our client thought that they would be open until 5 in the morning and the curfew would be lifted. But once it became clear that curfew would not be lifted and it was a midnight closing, our client wrote to the police officers and indicated that they would not be proceeding with the off-duty. They thought that they wouldn't need it unless they went beyond midnight.
Got it. I mean, look, it seems to be a clear improvement on the property since July 1st of 2016, if these numbers are correct. It says here in the report that since July 1st of 2016, there have been 59 violations, including 33 city code violations, 8 noise complaints, 2 property maintenance violations, and it goes on. But I will say in a 2-year period, if you take that average over, all of 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, over 5 years, that's much higher than the average of 2 over 2 years. So I do see a noticeable improvement in the operations there from a standpoint of compliance and relative to the CUP. But Jackie, did you have anything else that you wanted to say? I didn't know if we cut you off or not. So
no. I did, just for the record. Alex did mention that he received a verbal warning. That's just our protocol. When an officer is proactively walking the area, whether the noise is loud or excessive, it is a verbal warning. Then following one it follows up with a written warning, then first offense, second offense, and that's just our protocol. So if that day the music was loud and excessive, it wouldn't just skip, the prior warnings. It would be a verbal warning and then a written warning, whatever offense it is that establishment is on. Now, to shine on the what Mr. Alex said about the 3 violations issued on the same day, that is our protocol. I don't think they should be counted as 1. I'm just going to give you a hypothetical example. If you're speeding and you get pulled over, the officer is going to check you for seatbelts, and if you're not wearing your seatbelt, you're going to get a ticket, and if your rear view mirror is broken, you're going to get another ticket. Those are all 3 different tickets. So all 3 of our violations stand on that day and should be considered 3 separate violations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
And Mr. Chair, just to add, we don't dispute that it would, they have the right to cite us 3 times. But what I'm saying is that the violative conduct was only once. It was, in her example, in the code officer's example, if you're speeding, sure, that's one violation. If your mirror's not working, it's a second. The only violation here was above ambient, and we were cited 3 times for it. And I would say, Mr. Chair, to your earlier point, I began representing the client approximately shortly before they got their CUP in 2019, and their record has improved significantly. And one of the main reasons is because of the CUP, because we knew that the board would not grant the CUP unless they improved significantly. And so when we went in front of the board in 2019, the record before that was obviously considered. Dating back before 2019, the board in their judgment decided to grant the CUP, but only on the basis of indoor entertainment with doors and windows closed. We can't do above ambient on a roof or anything like that. And yes, it's pretty clear to me that since 2019, the record has been much better than before.
All right, and then, I think the other thing is, some of these that we are being told not to consider, or the garbage facility without a lid, I understand that's a fine to the operator who has a license to pick up trash in Miami Beach, but let's just see if you just take a little bit of extra care from my perspective. But let me stop there. And I think I did not score Alex or Tanya first, but Alex, would you mind if we let Tanya go first?
Ladies first, always.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just point out, I see a couple of hands up. I didn't know if you wanted to allow the public to speak or if you want to do that after.
You know what? No, I missed that. Thank you, Nick, for guiding me well. And Tanya, if you just hold 1 second. Let's go to the public, Rory Greenberg. Oh, previous item.
Hey, yeah, Kareem, I was hoping you guys would have let me speak on the previous item because I'm pretty frustrated with the delay and all the efforts we've put in doing exactly what we were supposed to do, but my hand was still up from then.
I'm sorry, Rory, and I won't give you that time today, but I think we're going to make some progress on your item next month. So thank you for being patient and allowing me to not let you speak.
I assume there's no way to re-bring this one up today and have a proper conversation.
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
No problem, Roy. Inez? All right. Let's go to Mitch Novak. I'm pretty sure he's for this item.
Hi, good morning, Kareem and board members. Mitch Novick here. For years, I've been appearing before your board opposing conditional use permits which provide for outdoor entertainment. I believe that is the crux of our expensive crime problem, and I believe they all should be reeled in and considered. Those permits which would provide for sexually explicit dance performances, noise, which can still be blasted to the shoreline, especially on the 900 and 1000 blocks of Ocean Drive. I might be mixing this establishment up with its former neighbor, Fat Tuesdays, but I recall a situation, I believe it was last March, where a fight took place in front of the establishment where a woman knocked over a fan and ultimately a gunshot was fired and a small stampede ensued. This morning at 3:19 to be exact, there was gunfire outside my building, and I imagine you will all see that video later today or tomorrow. Again, I would urge, I would vote for revocation of this establishment, and I would look for other, I would also consider addressing those other establishments which also exploit the public realm, which fuels the carnival-like crime-ridden circus on our streets. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. I see Mr. Robbins there, but I assume Mr. Robbins is from the previous item as well. Is that correct, Mr.
No,
Robbins?
that's not correct. This is Ken Harrison Robbins.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I represent 940 Ocean Drive LLC. They're the owners of the Breakwater and Edison hotels and their operators. If this was set for revocation, which we are urging, the management of the Edison and the Breakwater would testify that this problem, out of control problem on the rooftop of the Voodoo, began before they got the CUP to legalize their process, continues, and is a continuing problem disturbing the neighboring hotels, including the guests of our hotels. We urge you, this is almost a nightly problem with this operation. We urge you to set this down for revocation. You need to make an example of this hotel, to make an example to stop this type of undue noise and disturbance to the rest of the neighborhood. We, as owners of the property of not only the Edison and the Breakwater, but our affiliated entities, Casa Arena, the Victor Hotel, and others on this drive, have all urged that there be strict enforcement of noise and to stop these establishments that rarely violate the noise ordinance, which has affected the quality of life and the quality of life of our guests in our hotels. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I respond, please?
Absolutely. But let me do something really quickly, just a procedural note. I don't have anybody else in the public looking to speak on this item, so I'm going to close the opportunity for the public to speak. Go ahead, Alex.
So, Alex, me or the more important Alex board member?
Oh, I'm sorry, you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just very quickly, the comments of the two prior speakers were without any evidence, sweeping kind of editorial comments. And as your city attorney can tell you, any action under the CUP has got to be taken based on substantial competent evidence, which is specifically adjudicated code bios in the record. And I urge you to focus on that because that's what the law requires. Thank you.
All right. Tanya, back to you.
Going to the documents that were prepared at the end of the staff analysis, there's a comment about there have also been 251 calls for service. Can somebody illuminate what those were? I'm presuming that's emergency, first responder, police service calls. And is that a normal rate for a business doing business in a upstanding community citizen manner? Because that seems like a lot.
Would you like me to respond?
I'd like to hear your view.
And I'd like the city staff to comment as well, please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'd like to hear from you, Alex, and I'd also like to hear from the city staff. Sure.
Tanya, we haven't had a chance to look at the calls for service. Those are police calls, and they go back 5 years. So I don't know what the record was over the last 2 years for those same calls. My guess is that they have improved significantly in the last couple of years versus those before, but I don't know. And that would be any time if there was a police call in anywhere in the vicinity, they would likely say it was in the vicinity of Voodoo Lounge. So I wouldn't, just like there were these 3 citations that were erroneous in the staff report, and 2 of them were for people on the public sidewalk that were selling cigars and things like that had nothing to do with us. We would need to do a much deeper dive into those 250 to see how many of them were actually in premises of Voodoo Lounge? How many of them were turned out to be issues that were problems for us? So unfortunately, I don't have a lot more information that was just kind of just thrown into the staff report without backup. I'd also mention once again, and your city attorney can tell you, the record is adjudicated code violations that have to be taken into account and not police calls.
I can speak to that, Mr. Chairman. This is scheduled today. This discussion is scheduled today as a progress report. If in the future the planning board sets and holds a modification or revocation hearing, that hearing would need to be based on, as Alex correctly recognized, any decision that followed that hearing would need to be based on evidence. And what the board would really be looking at that stage is violations, is code violations that relate back to the conditions of the CUP, and code violations that have been adjudicated. But for our purposes today, think of this as a progress report.
I would like to just. I understand all that, but I would like to understand. If a business is doing everything correctly, and there is still an egregious number of police calls surrounding the business, there's a problem. Perhaps it's not within the purview of this board to look into that, but it should be looked into. So I'm not sure how that works exactly, but I think it is important for us to determine if 231 of these calls were up until the last 2 years, and there have only been a handful of calls in the last 2 years. That it tells a very different story than if 200 of the calls have been in the last 2 years. So, we don't have the information to make a determination of this at this time, but I do think it's materially important because I would imagine that, I don't know, someplace like the Forge in its heyday didn't have a bazillion police calls coming to it, or whatever example you want to give. But so I'm not sure what to do with that in this context, but I do think it is relevant, and I would like to see, after this meeting at some point when staff is able to get the information, a breakdown of those calls of when they occurred, and was it for people yelling at each other? Was it people for brawling? Was it for people with guns? I mean, those are three different things. And yelling is one thing, and gunfight is another, and brawls is yet another again. And so I think it needs to be considered as part of what goes on and it enables us to go forward.
Alex Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, I want to ask the City Attorney's Office for their guidance, because when we're told that there have been 251 calls for service since 2016, but only 59 violations, we can only consider violations, or are we also able to consider the fact that there have been calls for service that perhaps code or whichever law enforcement entity within the city was not able to get to the call on time, but there was a recorded call for service registered with the city? Is that information that we can consider under our purview?
I haven't reviewed the calls for service, so I can't speak to whether they pertain to, again, the conditions of the CUP. I think that calls for service could be for any number of reasons. They may relate to the conditions of the CUP. It may be a call to code compliance that then resulted in a code report, code violation that's then adjudicated. So they may be relevant, but I can't speak to a report on calls for service that I haven't reviewed.
Okay. Because when the public calls, the public comments on something like this, it's important to listen to the public the same way that it's important to listen to the representative of the establishment and consider everything. And so when they talk about revocation of outside uses at the establishment, Mr. Attorney, guide us. I mean, what is the process in this? Because what we're hearing from staff, and I want to be very clear and make sure that I understand what staff is telling us. But in essence, that the pattern of calls for service, warnings, and violation at the establishment is troubling. And then we're hearing from neighbors that have hired representatives to come and speak with us, expressing concern. Then we hear from Mr. Novick, who is calling for revocation. How do we do this in a way that's balanced, that's fair, and that's proper to the establishment and also to the residents of the area?
That's a loaded question, right? I think that that your enforcement authority under the code is clear. So I think that at the appropriate time, if the board finds that that there's been sufficient noncompliance with the conditions of its order, that the board would like to set a modification or a revocation hearing, then you can do so, and at that time we will hold, like we do for any other quasi-judicial matter, we would hold a public hearing where staff will do a presentation on the code violations. The applicant will have the opportunity to make a presentation. Will open to the public, and following the public hearing, the board can, again, based on the evidence and based on the violations that relate back to the planning board order, the board can decide either to modify the order by maybe striking or amending existing conditions, or revoke the order, which would effectively revoke the board's conditional use approval. But you're here now on a progress report. You have staff's code history on this property. Staff's made some corrections on the record about a number of violations that were maybe at the address but did not relate directly to the permittee. And this item is properly before you. I mean, I can advise you if specific questions come up, but since this ultimately will lead to if the planning board finds a pattern of noncompliance, this could potentially lead to a quasi-judicial hearing. I would just remind the board that your decisions, like any other quasi-judicial decisions you make, need to be based on the record before you and need to be based on competent substantial evidence.
And Mr. Attorney, based on that evidence before us, we're being told that they were required to have an off-duty officer at the establishment, and that at some point, I guess they contacted the police department, and that at some point police off-duty resources were not available because clearly they were tied up. But I'm just curious from the representative of the establishment, when was the last time that an effort was made to meet the requirement for off-duty police officer presence?
Mr. Fernandez, would you like me to reply?
Yes, sure.
Frankly, this is on us, Mr. Fernandez. We reached out. I believe it was last fall. The establishment had received a shutdown. I think it was in July or June of last year. As a condition of reopening, we had to sign an attestation that we will comply with a series of requirements. One of those was having an off-duty police officer present. And we have some text exchanges, I believe, going between our client and the police in October, when we had reached out to the police about having an off-duty police officer, but it was with the expectation on the part of our client that they would be able to stay open until 5 in the morning because the curfew would be revoked. Once it was clear that the curfew was not revoked, our client was under the impression that because they were closing at midnight, there was no need to have an officer, and they then notified the police that they were dropping their request. I can have our client, Nancy Collara, speak to it. I don't know if they were closed between June and October, and so the request was not made until October. She can speak to that, I'm sure. And I don't know the availability of the police department to have anybody go over there. I know there have been issues in the past on Ocean Drive in general with having difficulty with off-duty officers being available. Having said all that, Mr. Fernandez, we should have had at least tried to have an off-duty officer there, regardless of closing at midnight, and that was on us.
And Mr. Attorney, I just want to ask as a follow-up, Mr. Tashnis is mentioning that this is a result of an attestation resulting from a shutdown from last fall. Is it appropriate for me to ask Mr. Tashnis what was the nature of that shutdown from last fall?
You can ask him that, sure.
Yes, Mr. Tashnis, what was it that led? What was the circumstance that led to this requirement for off-duty police officers?
Mr. Fernandez, I can ask Nancy Collara to speak, please, and she can delve into those in more detail.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to do that through the chairman, if he allows me to recognize Ms. Collara.
Absolutely.
Ms. Collara, you're recognized.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. There was a brawl that was outside on the street, and again, they marked our address and said it was at Voodoo Lounge, but it wasn't. At our location, it was across the street.
I think Nancy was Mr. Fernandez. Let me just elaborate. I think I know I know now which is the one that Nancy's referring to. I believe that was I believe there was an altercation. There was some disorderly patrons who were trying to get into the establishment. Our security team did not want them to come in because they were inebriated. When they were not allowed in, they apparently started creating a brawl outside, and I believe that led to one of the individuals shooting off a gun. Fortunately, nobody was injured, and as a result of that, the business received a violation. Even though this was a terrible, terrible thing to happen, respectfully, I don't see how Voodoo Lounge was responsible for that, given that they were doing what they should have, which was to not permit an inebriated person into the establishment. And that's what led to apparently a brawl outside and a gun being fired. And I believe that was the circumstance that led to the closure.
Okay, so Mr. Tashnis, thank you for the clarification, because what Ms. Collara mentioned was a little bit different, but thank you, Mr. Tashnis, for that clarification. I have a lot of concerns, and I'm very sorry to the establishment, but you know, I represent the residents on this board, and not only residents but also our community at large, and our community is also made up of businesses and tourists. And when I have residents calling, and then I have businesses calling, and kind of the message is overlapping. You know, I think of my colleague Tanya Bod's VEX diagram and the overlap there. When police is required to be there, when off-duty services are required to be there after a situation like that, Mr. Tashnis, where there was a shutdown related to an incident of the magnitude, public safety magnitude that you just have described it to me, it gives me heartburn to think that since fall of last year no outreach or greater efforts have not been made to meet the requirements of that off-duty police presence. That gives me great heartburn, and that's considering that you guys still haven't even opened up the indoor entertainment. And so I that is where I stand right now. I'm going to listen to see if any other of my colleagues have any other comments before I decide what I'm going to do on this, because I want to listen to everyone's sides regarding this important issue.
Tanya, is your hand still up from last time or ready to go now?
Up again, sorry.
All right, Alex, you're going to put yours down though, right? Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not sure why there's feedback, but
Could you speak up, please? I'm sorry.
yeah, sure. I'm not sure why there's feedback. It seems to have gotten better now. So is it a requirement that the off-duty police officer is an off-duty police officer from Miami Beach Police Department or from any reasonable adjacent community? Oh, that was a showstopper. Does anybody know where the pool of officers comes from?
My understanding, and Mr. Attorney, I mean, I don't want to speak for you guys, and I don't want to speak for the police department. I will never do that. But my understanding as a layperson is that, of course, the preference is always for it to be an off-duty police officer from the city. And when that's not available, at times that they've been certified, I think, and perhaps the attorney, please clarify this and verify this and correct me if I'm wrong, they can at times go out to another jurisdiction if that has been approved by the police department.
I don't know what the specific attestation said, but there's nothing that bars a business from having off duty from another jurisdiction. Nothing I'm aware of. I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of any bar to a business hiring an off-duty officer from another jurisdiction.
And so this request was made last fall, and there still hasn't been any further outreach to remedy the situation. Am I understanding that correctly?
Tanya, I believe, as I said, I think there was a misunderstanding on the part of our client about whether it would be needed if there was a midnight curfew still in place. They were going to have one if it was going to 5 a.m, and I believe they thought that it was not needed if they were not open beyond midnight.
Okay, so Alex, not that they're us and them, but Alex Fernandez.
Can we have it now? Do they think that we don't have it? I'm sorry.
Nancy, go ahead.
I'm sorry, interrupt. A few months ago, we were alerted by the police department, someone from the police department, that they suggested that we do start off duty. And since then, we do have off duty, and we have them 3 days a week.
Okay. So that's a good correction. I'm happy to hear that.
Yes.
So Nick, maybe you can address this and forgive my ignorance, but the way the CUP works now, it is purely granted or revoked or checked in upon based on code issues, right? Not certain less finite quality of life issues. So if you've got noise violations, or if you have garbage strewn in front of your premises, or if you have whatever the various code issues are, that's when you can review and recalibrate on a CUP. But it does not currently include things, quality of life issues, like if there have been a number of police calls to your address. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, I would frame it maybe a little differently, is that your enforcement jurisdiction would be limited to any violations of the conditions of your orders. So in many of your orders, you require that that permittees comply with the noise ordinance, or comply that the garbage be kept in a certain manner, and limit hours of loading, those kinds of things. So if there are violations of those types of conditions, then and those violations have been adjudicated, then those can be a basis to modify or revoke a CUP.
Going forward, if we were to grant a CUP to a new establishment, could we include things like not more than 5 police calls in a year, whatever the right number would be? Is that something that we could include, or is that just not permissible in the purview of this quasi-judicial board?
I would not recommend that. I don't think you could include it. I think calls for service can happen for any number of reasons. One of us could have some sort of health episode at a restaurant that is through no fault of the establishment. There'd be no basis to penalize a permittee for conduct that they have no control over. So, and I think the range of things that could generate police calls for service is too broad and would be too attenuated from really what your authority is, which is to approve conditional uses.
Tanya, so if you yield, would you yield just for a second, Tanya, through the chair?
Sure.
And through the chair, Nick, let me just ask you, because when in our conditional use permits, when we say that the public health and safety will not be adversely affected, I get the spirit of what Tanya is saying, not per se necessarily calls for service because someone's having a health episode, but calls for service that impact quality of life matters, that impact public safety, or that involve code violations. And a lot of times those calls for service may not necessarily reach a violation because of our own lack of resources as a city to get there on time, because we're dealing with a lot of issues within the district. So how do we get to a point perhaps where the intent of what Tanya is asking, perhaps we could somehow do, because I get her intent. It's not necessarily the calls for service, but it's when it's public safety involved, when there are issues affecting quality of life and impacting our code.
Yeah, and I don't know what we can do about this situation with the Voodoo Lounge, and if you address the issues that have been brought up, we can have a follow-up progress report in a couple of months, and I'm not sure if anybody from the police department is on this call today, but we can make sure that somebody is for the next time, and just check in and make sure everyone's doing everything they need to be, and that the surrounding areas in front of this club are calm and not causing, fracas in the streets. So I don't want to derail this conversation any longer than I already have, and I appreciate everyone's forbearance. I think what we are all, as a city, all of us wrestling with is how do we let people conduct businesses that appeal to residents and tourists without denigrating our quality of life. And we have repeatedly heard that there are problems on these blocks with operators who are not able to, for whatever reason, manage the crowds who try to come in, or what happens with them once they leave. And I think we just, as we move forward, need to keep a real eye on this and sort of broaden our scope of what is how do we gauge what is a successful business and what is not. And if a successful business model is predicated on chaos in the streets, I would propose that is not such a successful business model. We all live and work here. It has to work for everybody. Nobody's trying to shut down the fun or shut down the dancing and the carousing. Everybody loves getting their yayas out. That's not the problem. The problem is when that spills out onto the street and then devolves in rapid order to, brawls and far worse. So I apologize for derailing the conversation. I appreciate those who understand where I'm trying to go with this. And I would suggest that we come back in a few months and see how everything's going and include a comment from somebody from the police department to say, you know, what they are seeing from their end.
Yeah, I'm going to just jump in here. I think that your point is well taken, Tanya. I think it has a lot to do with where certain establishments are located, et cetera, and that has to do with something beyond our purview per se, until it becomes a change of ordinance for a particular area or something like that. So given that this is an NIE that's before us today, you know, my comments are just to Mr. Tashmas and Ms. Kalara. I think, you know, ultimately what you're hearing is, you know, a certain level of operational standard that folks would like to see in Miami Beach. I'm not necessarily for closing down entrepreneurial endeavors and folks, you know, out to make money and do it in a good way that's compliant with the city. But what I hear, at least from my board members to my ear, my interpretation is just looking to have better operations. So I know the nature of business sometimes is temporary employment or a revolving door of employment where folks aren't there long enough to necessarily get into a groove to understand how to be the best representation of a business. But I think that that's in line with the entrepreneurial spirit. That's a task or an assignment that the business needs to take seriously and take up and respond appropriately, such that they are on the trajectory that you talked about, Mr. Tashmas, earlier, where you are going from 60 code violations over 5 years to down to 2 over 2 years. I think that as a major improvement, I take my hat off to you. And I just think that what you're hearing is there are still some other opportunities, Ms. Kalara, on your operating side to do better, so that you're not coming before us and that you are considered, you know, an operation inside the city of Miami Beach that is welcomed and favored in many cases to do business here. So I have no more comments on the item, but I see, Alex, are you still raising your hand, Alex?
Yeah, I just want to say nothing hurts our historic districts more than when the businesses that operate in those districts take away from the quality of life of the people who resided there. And what Mr. Tashmas mentioned about the brawl that happened outside, about the gunshots fired, about the delay on getting the off-duty police there. You know, those are things that really weigh very heavily on me. If I had the support today on this table, I would be advocating for a public hearing to determine whether or not further action is necessary, because we owe it to every single effort that this city is engaging in right now to fix this area, to make sure that whatever limited jurisdiction we have under our purview, that we leave no stone unturned on that. We have an AD/CD panel convened. Our city's investing money with Ziskovich on doing a master plan. Other boards are looking at this as well. And I just want to make sure that we as a planning board, if it is the will of this board to do a further vetting of this, to consider whether or not further action is necessary in an objective manner, in a public manner, in a transparent manner, where code can present, where the residents can participate, and where the establishment could be heard. I'd be interested in knowing if my colleagues would have the appetite for that.
I'm sorry, Alex, what was your particular request? If we have an appetite for
to schedule a public hearing, to take a greater action than just having progress report, if the city attorney deems it to be appropriate, to schedule a hearing to bring this before us to see if any modification to their conditional use permit is necessary. I think we owe it to the people that live there and to the people who are investing great efforts to improve the area there, including the taxpayers of this city, including the mayor of this city, who this past meeting of the city commission alone put forward several pieces of legislation to improve the area. I want to know, is it the will of the board to schedule a modification or revocation hearing to consider whether or not any of those actions would be appropriate?
So Alex, I'll give you my take on it. I recall at a meeting that we had 2 months ago, Ty and I having a discussion about, I think I used the word standardizing, or maybe she used the word standardizing CUPs, and maybe that Mark interpreted it a little bit differently than maybe how I was trying to say it, or maybe even how Tanya was trying to intend it. Maybe it's not so much a standardization, but maybe it's looking at this holistically with our CUPs, and just looking at how we think we can better enforce the CUPs, and how the language can be more standardized for certain clauses that are in there. So I'll give you an example that happened in the board once I came aboard. It seemed to be like there were some cases where code enforcement officers were not allowed into large property venues where the source of the noise was happening, maybe behind the gates of the entrance to the facility. And so it became an issue where we said that we would include a clause that said that you couldn't prohibit the code enforcement officer from coming in, or that would be considered a violation of the CUP. So what I would be in favor of is just, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I would be in favor of some kind of task to us as a board to come up with some additional language and suggestions. I just don't feel comfortable moving on this particular applicant. And, given that I don't have a specific, other than the noise complaint, relative, I'm looking at their CUP, trying to find something that ties into some of the other issues that were brought up. And I don't necessarily see them inclusive in here. So if we can always bring them back, we can always then set a modification of the CUP. Me personally today, I don't think I have enough to be supportive of that action today. But what I am supportive of is us coming up with some other language, and then maybe bringing them back, and then potentially adding that as a modification to the CUP. But not just them. I mean that it'd be something that we look at comprehensively.
Mr. Chairman, I tend to agree with a lot of what you're stating. I think we need to look at the conditional use permits, how we make them a better tool for the enforcement of quality of life for the city of Miami Beach and our residents and taxpayers. And within the spirit of what you were stating, perhaps at the right time, Mr. Chairman, under your prerogative as chair, perhaps we could have a workshop specifically on this issue of CUPs with the guidance of our city attorney and staff to see maybe even what planning staff may feel may be other criteria that should be included there or not, and perhaps we could get input from code and other areas of the city. But I understand the position you're coming from. In terms of not supporting further action at this time, I stand very strongly that I feel that, my position that we should consider whether or not further action would be necessary through a public hearing.
Tanya, is your hand raised there again? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's raised again. Sorry, everybody. I understand where Alex is going with this, and I share a lot of his concerns, but Kareem, I also understand taking a little bit of a more thorough approach about how we can make change going forward. But I think something that will kind of address both sets of concerns as an intermediary step could be to have the Voodoo Lounge come back in 90 days or whatever the correct appropriate amount of time is, give us an update, and also have, as we did with code compliance, have somebody from NBPD here to talk about what is or is not happening surrounding the Voodoo Lounge, so that this big question of, 251 calls for service, understanding that some of them could be, God forbid, a heart attack or, a fork lodged someplace where it shouldn't be or whatever. But we have a clear understanding of what the issues are, and make sure that the community, the surrounding community, people who want to speak on the issue are there so that they can hear the resolution of the questions and offer comment as well. And then we can proceed accordingly. That will also, encourage us to have a time frame in which to come up with a revised CUP set of criteria that takes on this sort of larger quality of life, public health and safety set of concerns that aren't currently addressed in it, with the input of the police department and city staff, from planning and from the city attorney, as well as commissioners if they want to be involved. But I think, as we find ourselves in many of the conversations we're having about our city right now, we are at an inflection point. And if we want to see a different kind of business be successful here, attracting different kinds of behavior, we need to tell people what is acceptable. And if we leave things out, and we meaning the city, not necessarily the planning board or whatever, but if we don't address things that are currently causing agita in the city, then how do we expect business owners to know or adhere to what we consider appropriate behavior by businesses and their patrons? So I think that's a project that we should embrace, take on, and endeavor to have complete by the time these folks and anybody else has to come back in 3 months.
So I don't know if we'll get everything done that quickly and have it be adopted and all of that. But Rogelio, can we set a time? Are you the right person to get the board and maybe do one of those little doodle polls and see when everybody might be available on a series of dates, and we do that at workshop?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can definitely reach out and schedule that.
Okay. I mean, unless you guys are wanting to take an item, move something on this, I'm fine with us getting that done first and then coming back. But it's up to your pleasure.
Our recommendation is for this to be moved 2 months. The next agenda, I expect, will only have 4 items on it. So we may have a little bit of time at the next meeting to be able to discuss these issues.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to move staff's recommendation to discuss the progress report for June 22nd. And then in addition to that, as Rogelio was mentioning, perhaps at the next meeting, as part of that agenda, discuss the broader scope of how do we make our conditional use permits stronger from the quality of life, public health, public safety aspects, so that they truly are tools for our city. So I'll make that motion if you allow me.
So staff, are we saying 60 days or can we give them 90, Alex? Would you accept that?
Mr. Chair, I really would feel more comfortable with 60 days. This is very important. The indoor uses are not active now, but it seems to me, based on what I heard from the applicant, that they're going to be probably opening up indoor entertainment soon. That's what it seemed to me. So I would rather see 60 days. I think we owe it to our community and to those who we represent.
Okay, so do we have a second? Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I second that. I support that too. That should be sooner than later. I agree with that. And by the way, Alex, it's just not the historic district. The quality of life issues it's all over the city. It's Mid Beach. It's South. It's North Beach. It's everywhere.
You're right, Mark.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the second.
All right, so it's been moved by Alex Fernandez, second by Mark Milan.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Did you want to accept the comment or before we take the roll call?
No, he can do it after.
Okay. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weider is absent, and the motion passes 6-0.
All right, Mr. Tashman, do you want to add commentary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one final comment, and yes, of course, we'll be back in 60 days. Keep in mind that once we do get our BTR for indoor entertainment, we have to come back within 90 days of doing that. But yes, of course, we'll come back in 60 days. The only thing I would ask, well in advance of that, there's a lot of lack of information relating to this progress report in the staff report. And for example, the 251 calls for service, I would be very surprised if a full half of them were not unrelated to us and just happened to be things in the vicinity. So in order for you for you and us to have a progress report that's most productive, I would appreciate having the chance to meet with staff and get a breakdown specifically of all the citations that specifically relate to this property, as well as and you know, the ones that are valid and were not just invalid complaints. We have to be acting on a proper record, and I don't think it's fair for our client to just kind of be accused of misbehavior without any evidence to support it. And at this point, there isn't a lot of evidence besides just the couple of noise issues and misunderstanding with the off-duty police. So I would ask that between now and then we get a lot more clarity on the record, and we're happy to sit down with staff and go over it. The other thing I would mention, Mr. Chair, just in the interest of both fairness and efficiency, the last 2 years should be the relevant time frame. We were here in 2019. They took our record into account. They issued our CUP, and it's always an issue of, since the CUP was issued, how many violations have you had? I don't think it's fair to go back 5 years. It also doesn't credit us for any improvements we've had over time. So I think we should be going from the date of the CUP forward and then drill down into the specifics of our record.
Well, Mr. Tashman, I agree with you, and that's why I lauded you, not you particularly as the attorney, but you always do a great job, but lauded the operator, and it appears that there's a trajectory that is reflecting an improvement, and I think we acknowledge that today. We will, I guess you can work with staff separately and apart to get the information that you're seeking, and hopefully I think we have the ability on this board to really, I'm not going to say overhaul the CUP process, because I don't think that that's necessarily the intent, but to be additive in a positive way, such that the CUP works for the benefit of everybody and can be improved along the lines of making sure that residents of Miami Beach are satisfied with operations for proprietors and vendors in the city. So we will do that work. I appreciate you coming here today on behalf of your client. And Ms. Kalara, I think you've heard what we said. There were lots of nuggets presented today, and hopefully you can take that back and improve your management plan and your operation plan there. Not to say that it's off the rails or anything like that. I'm just there's always opportunity to improve, and it seems like you have that opportunity before you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Alex.
Just a quick question and a request. Would it be possible that perhaps for the progress report, and even perhaps for the discussion regarding conditional use permits, not only to have representation from Code, but perhaps Captain Feldman, who is the new captain for the MXC, the ADCD, if he could at least, if we could reach out for his participation at least for the progress report. I don't know if the attorney, our city attorney, feels that would be appropriate.
Yeah, or their designee, Alex.
Or designee, of course.
And whoever major might want to do it.
We will reach out to the police department.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys very much. That brings closure to that item. And then we had an item that was time certain that would start between 11:30 and 12. And I did get a note that appeared to suggest that we had gone over our time, but the message that should have been communicated is that we were going to start between 11:30 and 12 because it's very difficult sometimes to get a time certain in the middle of discussion. So with that, we're going to go to item number 3, which is a discussion on the Palmview neighborhood. And I think we have about a 20-minute presentation on this.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie Tackett, who should be on to make the presentation.
Thank you, Rogelio. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board. I'm Debbie Tackett, Historic Preservation and Architecture Officer with the Planning Department. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and I know you have a long day, so I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. I have a presentation, PJ, if you could bring that up, be presenting the Palmview Neighborhood Study. This was a report that was prepared by a consultant hired by the city to take a look at Palmview. Today, I am presenting on behalf of the consultant who is not able to be present with us. You'll notice on the first slide, this is a previous presentation that was given to the Historic Preservation Board. Again, we were not able to get an updated version of this presentation for the Planning Board, so I apologize, but you will be seeing the same presentation the Historic Preservation saw back in November of last year. Next slide. The report itself is divided into 5 different areas. The consultant did look at a holistic view of Palmview in terms of the challenges and opportunities that currently exist in the neighborhood. And I'm going to summarize each of those 5 portions of the report for you today. Next slide. The first slide is infrastructure. Before we start with the infrastructure, I just want to kind of outline some of the background history. This was again, a consultant hired by the city, and that consultant also performed some public outreach. There were 4 stakeholder meetings. Those occurred between February 2019 and February 2020, so it was approximately a 12-month process to prepare this report. In March of 2020, the City Commission did refer the findings in this report to the city's Land Use and Sustainability Committee, as well as the Historic Preservation Board. It was discussed by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee in October of 2020, and then again in February of 2021. And again, the Historic Preservation Board also reviewed this report and discussed the findings at their November 2020 meeting. I will briefly outline their recommendations at the end of the presentation. Next slide. So with regard to infrastructure, the consultant did take a look at the area. There's a summary of findings on the screen below. I think the most notable finding is with regard to the existing roadway elevations. There are areas of the neighborhood that are actually lower than the 2 feet. This is in around Michigan Avenue, Jefferson Avenue, specific to the areas located closer to the Collins Canal. Next slide. So the consultant developed recommendations, strategies that were divided into different implementation timeframes. The 1 to 3 year time frame, the 3 to 6 year, the mid range, and then longer than 6 years recommendations. This slide outlines their recommendations for the near future, for things that the city can do relatively quickly to improve nuisance flooding in the neighborhood. These include modifying the inlets, modifying the curbs and around the roadways and landscape areas, providing additional surface storage by creating swales. So green and blue infrastructure were also part of the recommendations. Establish a system of maintenance where the drainage systems can be regularly cleaned. They also are recommending that mobile, portable drainage pumps be installed during heavier storm events. Next slide. With regard to, these are longer term. I think there may have been a slide that we missed for the midterm. For the midterm, they had recommended that a neighborhood park or a green area be considered as a water management tool. The consultant actually in the report has identified a couple different locations that this could potentially be done in the mid-range time period. There are some vacant pieces of land that currently exist in the Palmview. With regard to the longer term, the consultant provided the recommendations that included significant infrastructure improvements, including upsizing the stormwater pipes, installing the canal pump system, which is, I believe, part of the city's resiliency plan currently. Establish design requirements for a resiliency district that consider sea level projections, potentially encourage property owners to elevate existing structures. And they are also recommending that the roadway elevations in the neighborhood be raised to mitigate the effects of sea level rise. Next. With regard to the second portion they looked at, we have resiliency districts and climate adaptation. So the consultant looked at this idea of creating what would be considered, next slide, a resiliency zone or a resiliency district, which is, they had identified it as a relatively new concept based on traditional principles of establishing zoning overlays that would incorporate climate adaptation regulations, processes, and criteria. The two examples noted in the report include New Orleans and Norfolk. So they believed that this would be an idea that could potentially fit the Palmview Neighborhood Association or the neighborhood itself. Next slide. The recommendations as part of this new resiliency district include design standards for historic structures. There's a list of them on the screen. Many of these are things that are also contained within the Buoyant City report for adaptation of historic properties. Next slide. The recommended key strategies, again, these are short-term strategies, include implementing an overlay district that addresses not only zoning and infrastructure, but also design criteria and building standards, establishing special assessments or use fees for funding mechanism for improvements for this overlay or special district, identifying regulatory documents to adopt the district and or overlay, including the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations, adopt coastal resilience and neighborhood resilience overlay districts, which could be done either citywide or at the neighborhood level. Utilize the neighborhood resilience approach as a pilot for the Palmview community to capture resilience requirements for new development, retrofits, or historic elements. Next slide. The next section of the report was regard to the land development regulations and their summary of findings. Next slide includes in the report, the consultant really did go into a good amount of detail with regard to the changes that have occurred in this neighborhood with regard to land uses. It is currently predominantly a single family use neighborhood. The neighborhood actually has 3 zoning districts at the center, which is the majority of the land area of the neighborhood, you have single-family residential zoning, and along the perimeter, you have multifamily zoning, the RM1 along 17th Street and the RM2 along Meridian. Historically, this particular neighborhood did have multifamily use permitted within what is now the single-family area. And so that was, I think, an important analysis to see how it has changed over time. The neighborhood is also really within the city center more than any of our other single-family neighborhoods. It is in very close proximity to some major commercial districts within the city. Next slide. The recommended strategies include, in terms of land development regulation modifications, include the potential for the introduction of an accessory dwelling unit. This would permit additional units to either be constructed or, as we see in a lot of historic districts, a lot of the existing single-family homes already have a small accessory building, usually toward the rear of the property. This type of concept, which has been approved for another limited area for single family, would allow them to then rent out a portion of their property for income. Next slide. Probably a more midterm strategy would be to look at the zoning itself in terms of that single family area, which again is the majority of the neighborhood. This could include allowing low intensity duplex or townhomes. Again, historically, the single family neighborhood did allow for those types of uses. So the idea would be to regulate the intensity through massing and scale. There was a recommendation to have no set floor area instead of having a floor area ratio to create what would essentially be a form-based code, which would limit the area or the volume of the building that could be built. Next slide. The consultant is also recommending that a resiliency district be created and that architectural style and compatibility be part of that district in terms of design guidelines or design standards that would establish clear requirements for the compatible new development within the neighborhood. Next slide. Now we can move on to the historic preservation component. Next slide. So the consultant did some research. They analyzed the designation report. This particular historic district was created very early in terms of the city's historic preservation efforts. They have the historic district designation report does not currently include a period of significance. The designation report does outline that there are a variety of important styles built from the 1920s through the early 1960s. In the designation report, 64 out of the 74 buildings were considered to be contributing by the Historic Preservation Board. The consultant has found that they believe that the Carl Fisher era of design and construction is the most significant time period. Now, again, this is the consultant's recommendations after they analyzed the report. And that would typically be, anything prior to the mid-1930s in terms of the Carl Fisher era. They believe that those are the buildings within Poem View that have the highest level of architectural detailing and artistic value. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So some of their recommended strategies include redefining or revising the historic designation of this neighborhood. The recommendation is to reassess which buildings are potentially contributing. Again, the majority of buildings were originally considered contributing, and what they're recommending is that the significance be limited to a much smaller time frame. Well, I would just like to point out that buildings can be reclassified, and this occurs on a relatively regular basis. The Historic Preservation Board does have the authority to reclassify any property within a historic district. But it is under the sole jurisdiction of the Historic Preservation Board whether to do so or not. So I just wanted to bring up that important note. Okay, next slide. Okay, the next slide deals with, I think we're missing some slides. Let me just go back through the historic preservation recommendations. Is this I think this is the next one. Could we go back one page? Okay, good. Can you go to page 28, please? Okay. So going through an additional recommendation with regard to historic preservation is that if de-designation is approved, and that is a recommendation I believe on the next slide, that the city should adopt regulations similar to what currently exists for pre-1942 constructed homes located outside of historic districts. Those are things like incentives, zoning regulations. For example, if you have an architecturally significant pre-1942 home that's located outside of a historic district, you are permitted, if you retain that home, to have more staff approvals. You're also permitted to increase your lot coverage and unit size as a way of incentivizing the retention of these homes. So that was a recommendation that if the historic designation were to be removed, that the city could look at a program similar to what we do outside of historic districts. Next slide. So this is strategy 4C, and this was a recommendation to look at the removal of the Palmview Historic District. So that is a consideration that the consultant did include. Now, again, on this slide, you will note that the removal of the historic district from this particular neighborhood would require a voter referendum. Currently, all of the historic districts are adopted by ordinance, and they are contained within Article 10 of the City Code. The city charter says that any weakening of that particular section does require the approval of the voters. So in order to remove that section, this would require a citywide referendum to approve. Next slide. Okay, now the fifth and final component of the report is with regard to property sales and valuation. Next slide. The consultant looked at after hearing concerns from the neighborhood with regard to the slow sales turnover. I believe there are some significant concerns that properties were not selling as quickly as maybe they were in certain other single-family neighborhoods in the city. So the consultant did take a look at that. Next slide. So the consultant found that while the sales seem to be, from their research, relatively stable, that the city should still reach out to the Miami-Dade County property appraiser and potentially discuss the creation of a new market analysis for the area. They are also recommending that the city conduct a market analysis of property valuation and sales after short and midterm strategies have been implemented, and those would include the infrastructure upgrades, the resiliency standard implementation, etc. To see if the changes that were implemented actually assist with a stronger property sales and stronger property values. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So these are just a summary of some recommendations. Next slide. I think we're at the end. So that was a brief summary of the report. I believe you all received the full version of the report. I do want to let you know that in November of last year that the Historic Preservation Board did issue some initial recommendations after being presented with the report. The first recommendation of the Historic Preservation Board was to not support any proposal to remove the historic designation. They were also made a recommendation to not support any wholesale reclassification of properties from contributing to non-contributing just based upon the date of construction. The board is supportive of exploring changes to the land development regulations that would incentivize the retention and restoration of historic properties in the neighborhood. And the board was also supportive of the proposed infrastructure upgrades. I will note that the board did not believe they had ample time during that meeting to review, and get into any detail and any of the specific findings. For example, for the land development regulations, they believe it's a good idea, but they did want more time in order to make some more specific recommendations to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee. So this is also scheduled to be heard back at the Historic Preservation Board at their May 11th meeting. In February of 2021, in February of this year, the Land Use Committee again reviewed this report and made, I believe they made 3 recommendations. It is still pending at the Land Use Committee, so any recommendation that you would provide today, the city would transmit your comments. The Land Use Committee did recommend that the City Commission discuss and move ahead with potential infrastructure improvements in Palmview, including prioritizing the Palmview neighborhood as part of the citywide project for infrastructure upgrades. They also requested that city staff coordinate further discussions with the Palmview Neighborhoods Association and the Miami Design Preservation League. I'm happy to report that we have been able to do that, and we've had 2 relatively productive meetings since February. And the Land Use Committee also recommended that city staff shall provide any additional recommendations of the Historic Preservation Board at the next Land Use and Sustainability Committee discussion on this matter. That is all I have today, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Debbie. Just outstanding. Thank you for presenting that, and just fantastic information. Alex, do you have your hand up?
Oh, no. Are you going to open the public hearing first, or going first?
No problem. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to do first.
No, I'll wait till after the public.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take from the public. We're going to open this particular discussion up to the public and take phone number ending 1733.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, I think I am waiting for the Tattoon Waterway historic designation. Are we going to have it soon?
It will be coming up. It'll be after our lunch hour, though.
Okay, I want to say something.
Is it about the item that's before us now?
Well, I've been waiting. Wait a second. No, what I want. Yes.
Is your ma'am? I'm sorry to interrupt, but is your comment related to the Palmview neighborhood discussion, or is it for the Tatum item?
No. It's something else. Because what I wanted to say is that I agree that the wishes of the residents has been to be respected, because many times they tell us something and they change it totally. So I hope they respect that in everything that you decide. For example, the West Lodge should not be included in the CRA. And also the parking lot with a big pool.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. What's your name?
My name is Carmen Fiore.
Ms. Fiore, I am going to interrupt you. Allow me to politely interrupt you. I do not want to cut off your thoughts, but we are taking up an item with regards to the Palmview neighborhood, and I want to limit the comments to that. I think the item that you're speaking on came a little bit earlier, so if you don't mind, let me kind of focus on what's in front of us, and that doesn't mean I'm trying to silence what you're saying. I just want to be respectful. That item already came, and we do need to take up the item that's before us.
I understand. I'm sorry, but I was raising my hand, but nobody called me before. I was raising my hand like an hour ago. Okay, so I will raise my hand again with Tatum Waterway. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's go to Ms. Liebman. How are you, Nancy?
I'm fine. I actually had my hand up. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nancy.
Okay. I actually had my hand up about the last issue, but I'm certainly happy to, and I will come back when you discuss that 928 Ocean Drive again. I think it's a serious matter, and I will wait till you bring it back. As far as this, I'm just very happy that you are listening to what is happening within the historic preservation period of our country today, or our city. I've been so upset about the fact that there was an attempt to go and get rid of the historic district designation, especially for Palmview. Palmview's historic district is one of the most complete and beautiful places in Miami Beach, I would say almost Dade County. So I'm very happy that you're listening to it, and I hope that we can find a middle ground to help the people who live there, who feel that they're not able to do anything with their property, which is ridiculous. Their properties are being sold for high prices. I think that they would just like to eradicate them and make towers like a lot of people in Miami Beach are trying to do, and that would be shameful. I think that if we continue the discussion, if you will all continue the discussion, and surely this discussion will come back to the HP board so that we can finalize what we have to do. So,
Nancy, if you're on your phone,
are you still there?
There you go. We got you.
Okay. Now I'm finished, but I hope to hear this again, and I hope you will follow us at the Preservation Board to also get a sense of what should be happening with Palmview. It is, we have to respect it, and we have to do what's best for it. And we certainly don't need to get rid of it. So thank you so much for your effort at this. And I look forward to continuing conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Mr. Silverman.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I'll give you the visual if you, oh no, I don't have a choice. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. This is to the members of the planning board. My name is Richard Silverman. I'm the president of Palmview Neighborhood Association. We banded together because our neighborhood is in desperate need of revitalization if it is to remain habitable. This statement was supported by the board of directors of Palmview, and I make note that there is no single family homeowner who dissents with our opinion. Efforts to rebuild while retaining the charm have been stymied by zoning and historic designation, sea level rise, structures that are financially unsustainable, out of character, or integrated into a crumbling seawall need to be replaced. Seeking wisdom, the city commissioner funded a study by KCI looking at past, present, and future Palmview. Their recommendations including hardscaping, infrastructure replacement, zoning changes, and removal of historic designation, which is included in the study before you. Our friends in the Historic Preservation Board disagreed with de-designation or even putting it up to a referendum. Other neighborhoods considering historic designation might be well advised that that is essentially a death sentence to their neighborhood if they progress. We have reached out to the city, MDLP, and submitted several proposals to move forward with Ms. Tackett as moderator. And sadly, there's really been no progress. So here we are, we remain with structures that the owners cannot afford to cobble together any further or insure, structures that are not befitting one of the best locations in the city, and continuous flooding with each and every storm. The city's own analysis will see 4 feet of sea level rise in the coming years. Elevating cinder block and masonry is not feasible. We, as the citizens, the actual owners of the property, the people who live there, have begged the city and land use committee for some relief. We deserve the same dominion over our homes and our property that other Miami Beach homeowners have. We need to plan and act for the future, but how can we do this if we're stifled? So we're asking the planning board to help us move forward. We need a plan, and unfortunately, every rock and crevice cannot be saved in 1940s and not change with the change around us. So thank you very much for your time. I wish I had a better picture, but that's for the Palmview Neighborhood Association. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. Okay, Nick, I don't see anybody else on here. Just help me because I don't want to cut anybody out, but I don't see any additional hands raised. So when I close this, I don't want to.
I don't see anyone either, Mr. Chairman. Okay,
all right. So with that, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item and then bring it back to the board. Debbie, again, it's just outstanding presentation. I think that there's a lot to consider here. This insurability thing just hit me like, really hard. I mean, I think I saw on one of our properties last year that we had like a 30% or 28% increase in our insurance costs. And that was for a multifamily building. But if that kind of thing is happening to individual homeowners, I can only imagine the pain of that increase on an annual basis. And who knows if there's relief for that or if that was a one-time hit. Prior to that year, I had not experienced any kind of material increases in insurance like that. So that one sticks out to me quite quite vividly because it's an experience that I had going into 2020. But let me stop there. And Alex, I know you have your hand raised and want to acknowledge you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too want to echo the appreciation to the planning staff, to Debbie for your presentation, and to KCI for putting together a very well put together study for consideration. I do have to say that I firmly believe in what is stated in our comprehensive plan, and as part of our vision statement, that we are a unique urban and historic environment. And as we were discussing earlier in our meeting when we were taking up the property over at 29th and Indian Creek, preservation and resiliency efforts must coexist. And a matter of fact, they can help each other. Historic preservation of properties does not have to be at the expense of resiliency. When we talk about also the designation of properties, because the most significant are only those from the pre-1930s era. Well, let's not forget that the development of Palm View culminated with a post-war architecture that was constructed through the 1960s, and even after that, you have the Cuban Jewish congregation on Lenox Avenue that was constructed by Oscar Sklar. That I think many would argue that even that property is its own significance, not just because of its unique architecture, but because of its significance to the community. And so anything that has to do with de-designation is a no-starter for me. Of course, my deference is always going to be to the Historic Preservation Board on matters having to do with designation, but I take great pause when we talk about removing designation. Something that requires the support of the electorate of the city of Miami Beach, and the will of the voters is something that I support very much. And I feel that our community would just have great concerns with that. Preservation is woven into our fabric. What I do support is LDR policies that incentivize protection of properties. If it's in the form of upzoning to ARM1 or ARM2, those are things that I think that as a board, we could consider in an advisory capacity, and I'm not sure how far into our purview is that in our conversation, but most certainly at least the city in its policy making could look at, and I believe that even would require voter approval. When we talk about the needs of keeping these properties afloat for the future, I think we got to look at our capital budget and what we can start doing to make sure that infrastructure projects are funded for that neighborhood in a more expedited way. If they were further down in the list, perhaps because of the needs identified, there will perhaps recommendations could be made to advance and speed up those infrastructure capital projects in the budget. But I understand the frustration that Mr. Silverman expressed, because he is a property owner, and certainly we have to be empathetic with the challenges that a property owner faces. Just from my perspective, de-designation is not the solution, but I do believe there are steps we can take to incentivize protection and to consider ways of zoning and making the solution more of a reality than a challenge for the taxpayers of the area. Those are my thoughts for now on this. Thank you.
Tanya?
Once again, I agree with pretty much everything that Alex has just said. You know, one of the things that makes Miami Beach so special is the very juxtaposition of old architecture with spectacular new architecture. And to throw the baby out with the bathwater in search of a solution is not a solution. There seem to be many good recommendations in the plan put forward, or the study put forward. De-designation of an entire historic district is not one of them. It is entirely possible to raise buildings, stucco buildings, and masonry buildings. In fact, in Romania, of all places, at the turn of the 20th century, there was a 15 or 20-story apartment building that was put on rollers and moved down a few blocks. So we have far better technology now than they did then, and you know, it's absolutely doable. So I agree that de-designation is a non-starter, and I also agree that prioritizing Palmview for infrastructure and resiliency upgrades and mitigation and problem-solving attention and funding is paramount, and that the land use regulations should absolutely be looked at to provide some flexibility, to help incentivize thoughtful redevelopment. And I very much like the idea of looking at infill as townhomes and you know, more reasonably priced housing, as opposed to raising with a Z, not raising with an IS, raising an entire neighborhood to make way for more luxury high rises that will be people's second, third, fourth, fifth homes, rather than providing new construction that will allow more families to live in Miami Beach for a somewhat reasonable price. So I think there's a lot to look at in the presentation that Debbie made, which was terrific. And I think we need to choose wisely. As a homeowner of a 1924 home for 13 years and a 1956 home for since then, I share the headaches of anybody who owns an older property, because there are definitely issues that need to be dealt with that aren't necessarily the case when you've got new construction, but at the same time, destroying everything that contributes to our city is not the solution. Looking at it on a case-by-case basis and finding thoughtful measures is. So those are my thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Tanya. You're going to take that hand down for me so I don't get confused. Thank you. Nick, are you saying something?
Kareem, I was just going to say it looks like there's a member of the public. I don't know if you closed public comment, but there's another hand up.
Yeah, we did close, but given that we haven't, I'm gonna do what I don't like to do, but I'm gonna reopen to Paula King.
She's muted.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
Lowered her hand.
Okay. There she is. Go ahead, Ms. King. Ms. King, if you want to speak, you have to unmute yourself. All right. We're going to go ahead and reclose and get back to the discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, and I just want to thank Board Member Bott for bringing it up. Affordability, part of resiliency is ensuring affordability. And matter of fact, if you look at the Rockefeller resiliency initiatives, is a big part of it. And thank you, Tanya, for bringing that up, because oftentimes we think about resiliency and the costs of resiliency, but we forget that when we advocate for resiliency, by talking about measures like those that you spoke about, infill, we have the opportunity to speak about ways that we keep our community resilient for those on moderate and fixed incomes. And, you know, one of the things that hopefully we can talk about in the future is about naturally occurring affordable housing and what type of programs are available, whether PACE or self-loans that help people who have naturally occurring affordable housing deal with the challenges of resiliency. So thank you for bringing that up as part of this conversation.
When was this designated historic?
It was designated in 1999.
Right. And so were a lot of these residents there then, or they moved in with this historic?
I think it's a mix. I know residents who still live there, who lived there in 1999. There are also some new residents.
Yeah, listen, to me, it's impactful. And I disagree with some of my colleagues here that, I'm listening to the homeowners and the will of the homeowners here who say that this isn't where the status quo isn't working. And I can assure you, if we maintain the status quo, that nothing is going to happen, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And then you could talk about affordability, Alex, except it's not going to be affordable because no one's going to be able to get insurance on these properties. So who's it affordable to? I just got my bills too. I live in an old house also. I live in a 1939 house. I just got my bills for flood and for windstorm, and these are real issues. And so you could be aspirational here and say people can do things, but they can't. Okay, so the neighborhood is going to deteriorate. That's what's going to happen here. So these people, I believe the historic, my understanding, I don't know a lot about it, but it was foisted on them. Okay, the historic designation here. And so, I live in an old house. I like it. Okay, but what we're doing here is forcing these people to deal with the status quo. It's very difficult to do anything about these. I grew up in this neighborhood in Miami Beach, and I went to Beach High, which is across the street, so I know this neighborhood well. Okay, it was low, and it's not going to get any better here. And by keeping a historic designation here without allowing people to do something else to deal with resiliency, it's great talk, okay? But in reality, it's not going to work. There are certain projects that work. And Tanya talked about Stuart Miller's place, right? Of course, Stuart Miller's a billionaire, and he can move a house. He can afford to do that, okay, and build an incredible place. But you know what? I couldn't move my house. Okay, I couldn't raise my house now, and so I'm stuck with the situation because it's too expensive to do, and it doesn't make sense. So I think what we're doing here is we're dooming this neighborhood to status quo, and it's just not going to get better. And listen, I want the city to be great too, but you want it to be an affordable place. It'll turn into a horrible neighborhood that's going to be crime ridden, and you're going to say, what happened here? We have an opportunity for people to improve it right now by changing designations. And I think this is just, it's aspirations gone wild, and it's going to lead to consequences that are going to ultimately hurt the city.
So Mark, I have a question for you. Are you in the absence of the D designations, you don't see a path forward? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what I hear from the presentation here is something different. Is to get rid of the designation and to deal with it in a different thought process, which is something I think is much more progressive and much more realistic in today's world.
Right, but there were like several things there, right? So there was, the potential, de-designation or removing the designation was one aspect of it. There was also, conversation about infrastructure. There was conversation about potentially, coexisting from our board of both the historical designation with other incentives. There was, in the presentation, there were incentives offered or suggested that could be helpful. So I guess I looked at all of those. If you didn't have the designation or the designation removed, then you can get some of those other things. It could still work, but am I to understand that you don't feel that that's enough?
We're talking, everyone's talking aspirational here. We're not nitty-gritty details here. Okay, so if certainly the devil's in the details here. If getting rid of the designation and changing it through different zoning laws or regulations, we could do it that way too. I think that, the only people that really are invested in this, other than people, I guess, in the community who just believe in historic preservation or other types of things, or, anti-development or activists, but the people who have real financial interests here are the citizens, the people who own these houses. And I don't believe that these houses are owned by a bunch of speculator developers. I think they're people who like to live in their neighborhood, and they're stuck. They're stuck with problems with this neighborhood, and we have to listen to them.
Got it. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to add here, because I just want to get some clarification from Debbie. When we're talking about the proposals that are before us today, we're not just talking about the designation. We're talking about infrastructure, resiliency districts, LDRs, the land development regulations that we opine on. Those are, some of the other options that are part of this presentation that is before us today. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I strongly feel that, it's not just the property owners who bear the cost of this. Because when things get bad, we're a community. It's every taxpayer. It's our community. It's the future of our community that really is a risk. And that's why it's not just a conversation that should be focused on the designation as being the option. No, we should be looking at, from my humble opinion, as a resident, as a community, what is it that we can do? Can we expedite the funding of infrastructure projects in the capital budget? Because that's what we do as a community. That takes away from my community, even though I'm not a property owner there, and invests in this area that's in need of it. And so I want to know, as a city, can we do that? Can the city, as part of this budget process, I know we're into April already, so I must imagine that the budget for fiscal year 2022 is already under development. Has the city taken into account expediting any of the infrastructure projects necessary for resiliency in this neighborhood?
Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Chair, if I could just respond.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I believe the City Commission did, the Land Use Committee did recommend in one of their previous discussions that the city move forward with some infrastructure recommendations. I know the Planning Director, Tom Mooney, is on the line, but I believe there was an item on the last commission meeting with regard to looking into this neighborhood specifically in terms of infrastructure upgrades. So
and thank you, Debbie.
In some fashion.
Thank you, and that's important, and that weighs heavily on me, because it adds to the conversation of not just focusing on only on the designation. So let's look at infrastructure. Let's look at funding. Let's look at our LDRs. Can we do the infill? Can we do rezoning to other designations such as ARM1 and ARM2? Working on those options before we turn the conversation onto the designation. I get Mark's point, because ultimately these are difficult decisions, and I know that they're difficult to be had in a community that values preservation. I think Nancy Liebman, who I have great respect for, may have said it at the Historic Preservation Board when this was discussed there, but had it not been for preservation, Miami Beach would be really nowhere near what it is today. And so to the extent that we prioritize these other points before the designation, I think we should be taking that route. Thank you.
Ms. Bott?
Yeah, there's this there's this trope about the fact that it is impossible and outrageously expensive to raise a house. And sure, if your house is a mansion on Star Island, that would be true. It would be extremely expensive to raise it and move it to a different part of the property. But there are companies all over the country, all over the world, but that's not pertaining to us. But there are companies all over the country who raise houses, whether they're wood frame houses or slab concrete foundation houses. It is doable, and in most cases, it is reasonably affordable. One of the things that we could add to this list of projects, or proposals rather, is to have a program like Y-Green for other kinds of resiliency infrastructure upgrades, so that if somebody would like to raise their home, there is a way to do so at a fairly low cost interest rate, and the city can put together a list of recommended vendors if that's something that the city would like to get into. But this, and Mark, if I'm sure you feel like I'm hammering on you, I'm not, I don't mean to be, but I've been hearing it from the commission from years, from folks who are no longer on the commission, that it's an impossibility and it just can't be done. And that's absolute rubbish. And I want it to be read into the record loud and clear that with a very quick search, you can find a number of reputable vendors who will do this. And depending on your individual home's situation, it might be a great solution for you, and it might not be a relevant solution to you. But we just cannot move forward as a city saying it's not possible, because it is. It is wildly possible for many, many types of homes. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that to go straight to the ultimate solution of de-designation seems to me to be skipping all the other very valuable and useful tools in the toolbox that can help alleviate some of these issues faced by some of these homeowners. People who bought in this neighborhood knowing that it was historically designated knew what they were getting into. And so to just wholesale remove the designation without going through the steps of expediting city funds for resiliency issues, putting together best practices on how to address things, re-examining what is and is not a contributing structure or historic structure. All of those are really valuable steps. I would suggest that de-designating should be the very last thing to consider, because that kind of removes, it does remove all the safeguards that are there. And it was not designated as a historic district on a whim. There is merit to its designation, and so that should be the very last thing that should even be considered before going through all the other things that have a lot of merit.
Mark, Alex, and then Asa.
Yeah. So okay, Tanya, I'm going to challenge you then, because you say that, and why don't you get a couple estimates and find out how much it's going to cost you to raise your house? Okay, because you think it's cheap. I mean, I know people in the construction business. I talk to people in the construction business about this. I like my house. I'd like to raise my house. I can't afford to raise my house. Okay, so you can say that, and then you can be done cheaply. Why don't you go prove your theory here? Go and take all your friends and see what they could do here, right? Maybe it can be done, but I'm willing to bet a lot of money. I'll bet you lunch, Tanya, that when you find out, it's going to be absolutely ridiculously expensive, and you're not going to be able to do that. And also, you talk about the people in the neighborhood. They bought knowing the historic designation. Perhaps they did, right? But what you knew in 2004 is quite a bit different than the reality of 2021. In 2004, we didn't talk about resiliency. We didn't talk about sea level rise. We didn't talk about a lot of things like that. And so now people are understanding these issues, and they're now being impacted by these issues. So, these people aren't people who just, bought and, without a care in the world about this. They probably understood that, but the world changed. And so we have to change with that too. And so these people, I'm not saying they're victims of what's sea level rise and climate change, but they're certainly impacted by it. And the fact they bought a historic district that was designated back then, it doesn't mean that it always has to be that way.
With all due respect, Mark, there is no one suggesting that we don't do all sorts of things to help address the concerns of some of these homeowners. Nobody's suggesting that they are to be tied to a chair in their home and watch the sea level rise around them. And I for one, can tell you that my home, which is a townhouse adjacent to another on a wall, is going to be tricky to raise because we're connected. There are 8 townhouses in a row. So in my instance, I'm not entirely sure it would be feasible. My prior house, a wood frame construction in Mid Beach, is definitely raisable. It can be anywhere. It'll take you 2 seconds to Google it. Depending on the circumstances of your home, it can range from a couple of tens of thousands of dollars, so $10,000, $20,000 on up, depending on your circumstances. I know somebody who did it with a bunch of friends and some, I don't know what the tool was called, but some kind of a lifting mechanism where they were able to do it themselves. I'm not suggesting it is the solution for everybody. I am suggesting it is a solution. It is one of a number of tools in the toolkit. And for it to be said throughout the city that it is not viable is just not accurate. That's all I'm saying. I am also definitely not saying that we should not be doing anything. We as a city should be doing an awful lot. And I think there is an awful lot to work with within the recommendations put forward by the consultant. So let's start working on them and not focus on the only thing that is causing this much dissent. There are so many things to agree upon within the recommendations. Let's focus the attentions of the city, the staff, the homeowners on those things so we can start making changes immediately.
Alex, and then Asa.
Yes, and I'd love to hear from our water expert on the planning board. This is right in your expertise, Asa. I'm getting feedback. I'm going to get, okay, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. So I want to agree with a lot of what my colleagues are expressing here, but I want to ask the city attorney, in terms of dealing with resiliency and sea level rise issues, what does the current Florida statutes say about the PACE program? Is the PACE program something that would be feasible for these infrastructure improvements that our taxpayers and residents may have to be dealing with?
The PACE program is available for certain improvements, usually focused on energy efficiency. So I know that that PACE can be used to fund, say, solar panels or new windows and doors, storm windows and doors. As far as actually raising a home, I don't believe that kind of project is and these are specifically identified in the statute. So I can take a look, after today's meeting, I can take a look and get back to you. But
if you could take a look, because in the past and in other states, they've looked at barrier systems and other uses of the PACE program. I know in Florida, the legislature has recently amended the statutes to also allow like the raising of other type of infrastructure, maybe not the raising of houses, but other important infrastructure, like, for example, the raising of electrical boxes, which is also an important component when we talk about sea level rise. So it'll be interesting to see where the limitations on the PACE program are, because perhaps part of our legislative package for Tallahassee next year could perhaps include something regarding that, and that would be under the discretion of the city commission. If there is some zoning done, for example, within this historic district, could the city explore tax increment financing, where perhaps the increase in revenues could then be reinvested into improvements that may be necessary in the area? Is that something that the city has considered?
Alex, I'm really only aware of tax increment financing in the context of a redevelopment agency, and I could be wrong on that, but that's the only one that comes to mind. But the property owners could propose to the city a special assessment district to fund certain kinds of improvements. I mean, special assessment districts have to be have to fund are limited to public, to public projects. But there could be, infrastructure projects for the neighborhood that could be funded through special assessments, like new, new stormwater, new roadway improvements, landscaping. I mean, those kinds of seawalls, those kinds of things can be funded through special assessments.
Thank you so much.
Asa?
Mark touched on a lot of the things I was going to say, but I think raising homes is not always the most feasible. A lot of the houses that need to be raised are on the water. You're now filling in backyards, redoing landscaping, pools, raising seawalls. By the time you have that expense, it may be more feasible to rebuild, and it doesn't have to be high rises. It can still be single family homes, maybe homes that have washout floors that are even not just forward thinking 20 to 30 years, but forward thinking 100 years. I know if me and my friends raised my house, I would also be scared of, can that structure withstand a hurricane? So I think to do these things properly, they are very cost prohibitive, and people want their houses to be worth more than the money they've put into them. Also, how Alex hit on, you're going to have citywide seawalls needing to be raised, streets to be raised. And I think historic designations are starting to get in the way of having the ability to do what is the most smart for 100-year planning and making our city more resilient. I know that if, as a homeowner, I was told I couldn't rebuild my house, I'd be very frustrated. I would say my garage flooded 30 days last year, and it'll probably flood 50 days this year. And the city water hookup is what's blowing back into my house. So there's very real issues we all face. And I think anything that restricts the ability to adapt our properties to be more resilient can sometimes be very frustrating.
Thank you, Asa. Rogelio, I think you're about to give me a time check. Is that what your hand is raised, sir?
That's correct. Just a friendly reminder, we only have the room for 4 more hours, and we have some heavy items on the agenda. This is not an action item today, so might be a good idea to maybe continue the discussion to next month because this is not an action item.
I agree with that. So seeing this, I mean, just in summary, I think that there were lots of opportunities that we had for infrastructure considerations, LDR changes. Certainly, I do hear loud and clear the issue about those residents that live in the neighborhood, concerned about property values and sales, and then increasing costs with regards to insurance and other things that would come into play to maintain the home. I think that there's a clear bifurcation between the expectations of what the homeowner moved into the neighborhood at the time when they moved, to Mark's point, and then the world changing around them. That said, just because the world is changing around, in my sole opinion, which is not fully educated on all of the considerations that we were presented with today, that doesn't mean we blow it up, right? And so whether it's raising a house, moving a house, turning a house, or just getting the infrastructure correct, there seems to be some options on the table. De-designation may just be the last option that we need to approach, and I think maybe perhaps we focus on some of the other things. The idea of a special assessment district in my ear sounded like a really good one. I don't know what all of the details of that are. I know that puts further burden on the homeowners, so I am sensitive to that. But that said, let's wrap here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If you just allow me, I noticed that Daniel Saraldo from NDPL is on the list of attendees with his hand up, and this is a very important conversation for the preservation community, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you if we could, if you don't mind, your discretion to recognize Mr. Saraldo.
Let's go ahead and recognize Mr. Saraldo, and then we're going to let his comment be the last from the public, and then we'll reclose. And then we're gonna take there's no action to take on the item. So we're gonna then just wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair and the board. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. Sorry, I was not aware this was going to be taken up. We've been working with some of the residents within Palmview on this issue and the greater issue of resilience. Since 2017, we've been having workshops for property owners about different incentives for resiliency. But I just wanted to say, just in listening to some of the discussion, especially towards the end, this is not as black and white as it sounds. It sounded like the two options were, we must raise a house today. And then the other option is we should knock a house down and build a McMansion that's higher up. I think the residents probably would like something a little more in the middle. And I think that plan goes a long way, talking about infrastructure and sort of adaptation over time. And I do think the voters, if this were to go on the ballot, would be unlikely as a city to de-designate. So whatever alternatives can be worked on, I think will be a lot more fruitful. So thanks for giving me the time.
I agree with that. That's last sentiment, Daniel, but you never know. Who am I to think that I know more than any other? So with that, we're going to close this item, and then we're going to take up the Tatum Waterway Expansion LDR and then I must take a break at some point. I'm sure everyone needs at least just a minimum 20 minutes to take care of some things. So let's take up the Tatum Waterway. We have some attorneys and some other folks standing by that we need to get out of the way on this one, and then we'll come back after lunch. Our first item will be before I say that, we had a time certain.
We did set a time certain for the RM3 oceanfront ground floor and rooftop additions in the architectural district and the vacation of the southern half of 21st Street. I think the city would appreciate it if the Tatum Waterway could be heard first, just because of the issue with the attorneys being on the line.
Okay, can somebody just communicate to I think it's Graham and the Bills and team that we're just gonna, even though they had a time certain, we're gonna need to take up the Tatum. I don't have their numbers handy, but if somebody can just communicate with them and just tell them we're gonna have a delay on their item.
I'll let them know.
Okay, let's take up the Tatum Waterway. Planning Board File 21-0423, North Shore Historic District, Tatum Waterway Expansion LDR.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Debbie Tackett, the Historic Preservation and Architectural Officer, to present this item.
Thank you, Rogelio. Good afternoon again. I'm spending a lot of time with you all this afternoon, and I appreciate your attention. As Rogelio mentioned, this is a ordinance for the proposed Tatum Waterway expansion of the North Shore Local Historic District. You have a copy of the Historic District Designation Report, as well as the recommendation contained in your Planning Board memorandum, and a copy of the draft ordinance that would designate the expansion area for the North Shore Historic District. There is an extensive history for this particular application that dates all the way back, really even further than what's outlined in the report, to 2009, when the North Shore Historic District was listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That again was a National Register district nomination, not a local designation. The subsequent to that, the city did have a consultant prepare a master plan for the North Beach area. Within that master plan, there were recommendations to look at possible local historic district designation for the National Register districts that were created in North Beach. In 2018, quite a time later, the North Shore Local Historic District was designated as part, which were portions of the National Register District. At that time, and if we could bring the presentation up, PJ, for this item. At that time, it was determined that only small portions of the North Shore should be considered for local designation. After the North Shore Historic District was designated, if we could move to the next slide. And you'll see the original North Shore Historic District has the outline without the gray shading. That was the original boundary of the district. Later on in 2018, it was proposed that we expand the district to include the properties surrounding the Tatum Waterway. That was actually initiated, and the city did follow through with that designation. The City Commission did adopt a designation in 2018 for the area surrounding the Tatum Waterway. For the reasons that are outlined in both the Planning Board memo as well as the Historic Designation Report, in an abundance of caution, late last year, the city reinitiated the historic designation of this particular area. At that time, staff was able to actually go out and update all of the information. We did perform a resurvey of the area and performed a bit of additional research as well. And today we're presenting to you, again, the historic designation, the legislation that would actually designate this area as the Tatum Waterway expansion of the North Shore District. So it would be a non-contiguous single historic district. The area, as you can see on the map, for the proposed expansion is generally bounded by 77th Street on the south, Hawthorne Avenue and Crespi Boulevard on the west, 87th Street on the north, and Tatum Waterway Drive and Byron Avenue to the east. Next slide. I'm going to very briefly go through what we found to be very significant about the historical background of this particular area of the city. Prior to the turn of the 20th century, much of the land surrounding the Tatum Waterway was purchased by Henry Lum by the federal government for 35 cents an acre. This was for the purpose of establishing a commercial coconut farm. That coconut farm did extend from Key Biscayne all the way north to Jupiter, Florida. While the subdivision and planning of the majority of North Beach did begin following the end of World War I, the area along the Tatum Waterway was not subdivided or developed until after World War II. And those aerial photographs that are on the screen, you can see taken prior to World War II in 1941, and then shortly after the end of the war in 1954, you can see just how much development had occurred during that post-war period. During the 1940s, the city's population exploded. Land values also increased significantly. This changing economy and demand for housing following World War II spurred the planning and subdivision of the land around the Tatum Waterway. The Tatum Waterway was also the last major subdivision to be platted in the city, and that was 1946. Next slide. This was reviewed and recommended in favor of by the Historic Preservation Board at their December 8th, 2020 meeting. These are the criteria that the board has determined have been satisfied. The historic preservation criteria are not your criteria, but I do think they're relevant to note. The board determined that the proposed district expansion was associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the history of the city. They did determine that the proposed district embodied the distinctive distinctive characteristics of a historical period, architectural or design style or method of construction, be listed on the National Register of Places. As I previously noted, this particular area is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and that it consists of a geographically definable area that possesses a significant concentration of sites, buildings, or structures united by historically significant past events or aesthetically by plan and physical development whose components may lack individual distinction. This particular area of the city is a direct reflection of the events that occurred not only in the city, but really in the entire country following the close of World War II. The architecture is a direct reflection of the new technologies and the new lifestyle and the demand for low-scale housing as well as resort-type hotel buildings within this area. Next slide. This is a map of the survey that was performed last year. Staff has found, and the board agreed, that 67 out of 104 buildings should be classified as contributing. The contributing buildings are primarily designed in the post-war modern style of architecture, although Art Deco, Mediterranean Revival, transitional architectural buildings are also represented. Many of the contributing buildings exhibit distinct local adaptations that have become recognized as Miami Modern or MIMO. Outlined in your planning board memo, you will see that staff has also found that the proposed Tatum Waterway expansion of the North Shore Historic District is consistent with the criteria specified in 118.163.3 and 133.50B of the City Code. These are the amendment procedures criteria that the planning board is charged with reviewing for consistency, as well as the city's sea level rise criteria for any amendment that is proposed. Next slide. I believe that might be the end of my presentation. So I tried to make it brief. There is a significant amount of additional detail and information contained within the designation report, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
And
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just had 2 points I wanted to add. One, when the Tatum Waterway expansion was designated in 2018, the Historic Preservation Board, the Planning Board, and the City Commission all voted unanimously in favor of designation. And then 2, we believe this matter to be legislative, and this is part of the issue that underlies the litigation. But in an abundance of caution and to avoid any alleged infirmity, we've noticed this item and are conducting this hearing as a quasi-judicial hearing, even though we believe it to be an exercise of the Planning Board's legislative authority. So once we open the public hearing, I'll be swearing in each witness, and I'll also ask board members before the public hearing whether they have any ex parte communications to disclose. We also have our special counsel, Jeffrey Bass, on the line who can supplement anything that I may have missed or answer any questions that the board may have.
Got it. Thank you, Nick. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's wonderful to see you. Jeffrey Bass, 46 Southwest 1st Street is my address, special counsel to the city. You may be asking yourselves, why are we here again? So I just wanted to address that very, very briefly. We are here because a property owner within the Tatum Waterway filed a challenge to the city's designation process, alleging in substance that they were not given the notice required by the city code. They brought that challenge to the circuit court. While the circuit court was considering it and in the first instance ruled in favor of the property owner, it declared that we needed to provide notice in accordance with the quasi-judicial proceeding. So to protect the buildings and the historic resources within the district, as Nick said, in an abundance of caution, we recommenced the designation process to make sure that we cured any alleged infirmity in the notice. That said, we went to the Historic Preservation Board. The Historic Preservation Board did its duty and it recommended to you to redesignate. Unbelievably, just as luck would have it, we believe for all the right reasons, the circuit court reversed itself just last week and dismissed the challenge brought by the property owner, effectively upholding the designation ordinance adopted by the commission. But there are still challenge periods and review periods and appeal periods. So we're here today so you can give the property owners and everybody a new, full, fair hearing in accordance with the notice that would be the most conservative notice that the city could give, and then to vote on this based on the evidence that is before you, the staff report and recommendation, and the other witness testimony that you hear. Thank you all so very much. I'll be here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. So that's what I want. Both Nick and you, Jeff, I appreciate you clarifying that, we're just addressing the alleged defect or whatever, or how we say that. Now, this language that's stricken, and this is the same as what we had before. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Wait, so this, I'm sorry, I was just going to ask. I raised my hand. This is exactly the same, basically, statute that we had already previously approved as this board. Is that accurate?
Yes, the ordinance language is the same.
Okay, right. So this is really just to clear any kind of potential technical problems that we may have gone through back then when we approved it.
Yes.
Well, and I would just add to that, it is a hearing, it's a noticed hearing, so everybody needs to keep an open mind and base their decision today. You're free to make whatever decision you believe is supported. You are in no way obligated to reach the same result you reached last time. I want to make that clear.
Right, and we do have different board members here too than we did previously, so that theoretically could happen.
Can I ask a quick question, Mr.
Go ahead, Nick.
Maybe this is to Debbie. Is there somewhere in our board packet where I'm missing? Are there like photographs of all the context that we're trying to designate here? I see a few examples, but I'm not seeing photographs of the 64 properties that we found to be contributing. Am I missing it somewhere?
I don't know if you, in the designation report at the end, pages 27 through, I don't believe every single building was photographed, but pages 27 through 44 do contain many photographs. And it is staff's opinion that the photographs that are contained are very representative of the vast majority of all buildings in the proposed area.
And just for the record, the effect on the neighborhood, I mean, designating this, within the expanded historic district, what is the effect on a property owner, on a developer? What happens?
So when an area is designated as an historic district, it becomes under the jurisdiction of the city's historic preservation ordinance, which outlines the process for redevelopment in terms of land use board approval. Instead of going to the design review board with a project, for example, any property, regardless of classification, within a historic district would go through the historic preservation board review. So that's the primary shift. It's a jurisdictional shift.
And do you think that is a more, I guess, another way of answering that is when you go to HPB as opposed to design review board, there's obviously, you can still demo one of these structures. It would just need to, I forget the term, the new design would need to, can you help me? A certificate of appropriateness.
The new project would require a certificate of appropriateness. Correct. Yes, and you are correct. Yes, you can request total demolition of any property within this new historic district. It would be subject to the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board, whether or not to approve it, but it is something you can request. It is actually something that a property owner has requested along the Tatum previously, and the board did approve.
I see. And, you know, to some of the previous conversations we were having about the last item, you know, the difficulty to adapt a historic structure. I mean, I wonder, you know, what about the kind of, you know, all the efforts we put into North Beach, you know, the goals of revitalizing it. You know, is there any forecasts on the effect that this would have on that? Is this going to incentivize development? Obviously, you know, some people would think the opposite, but has there been any thought put into that?
Based on the other areas of the city that have been historically designated, staff does not believe that this would have any adverse impact on redevelopment or maintenance of buildings or any of the above. We haven't seen any evidence within our own city that it would have any sort of negative impact on the properties.
You know, I mean, in that area, there's so much flooding. North Beach has that problem that over the canal that goes over the canal. I mean, that goes over the seawalls. So what I just want to understand, we voted for last time. You know, I believe I was on the board at that time, but I want to understand what the repercussions of my vote are if I voted yes again today, to how someone who lives on the canal there, who is suffering from water flowing over the canal into his or her property, you know, how is that person affected by this designation?
That's an excellent point, and we do have some information in the designation report with regard to the vulnerability of this particular area due to impacts, flooding impacts from sea level rise and even just storm events. I have seen this area have flooding issues. Personally, how we deal with it is the Historic Preservation Board review process also includes these criteria with regard to sea level rise in order to determine if a project would be consistent with the city's resiliency goals. There has been one example of a property owner. It was a property that had 2 contributing buildings. They had submitted an application to the Historic Preservation Board and submitted a significant amount of evidence from their engineering team that outlined to the board just how significant the problems they were having with water intrusion had been. So the board reviews these types of issues similar to how the Design Review Board reviews projects on a case-by-case basis with the evidence that was presented to them. And in that particular instance, that was a property along Crespi Boulevard. You know, the board approved the demolition of the buildings and new replacement construction that was designed in a resilient manner. So that currently is how the boards, really all of the boards in the city work on a case-by-case basis.
I mean, I could see at some point seawalls are going to have to be raised a lot over there, right? And, you know, I'm just not sure how it works in the context of older buildings. Again, you know, I'm not the knock every building down guy here, but, you know, this area in particular is really low, and that canal is really high, and it goes over the seawall, and something's going to got to happen there. I mean, someone's either private, public, going to have to raise the height of the seawalls. I'm not sure how that works in the context of buildings. And, you know, again, perhaps it can work within the context of a historic district. Perhaps it can, but I don't know enough to understand if this really, you know, jams people up and just causes just a stagnation here.
Let's just take a break here, Alex. I know you have your hand raised, but there's some folks in the public who want to speak. So let's open up the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. The first person, Melissa.
And before we go to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications that they would like to disclose?
So I'll disclose it. Mr. Bass, who is a friend of mine, contacted me, told me that he was going to be appearing at this. We didn't really talk too much substance.
Okay. Is there anyone else? And I know that I spoke with very briefly with two board members, with Tanya Bott and with Alex Fernandez about this application.
All right, Melissa, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
1 second.
I think I may have also spoken with Rogelio. I'm not sure. I think we went through the agenda items, and I may have spoken with him about it.
Okay.
That's correct.
Melissa, before you speak, can you state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm Melissa Gabriel. I'm owner and I live on Tatum Waterway Drive, right next to White Tech, so on 79th Street. I strongly I'm strongly in favor of the local historic district designation because I think it helps to preserve the uniqueness of this place. It's a really a calm residential section of Miami Beach, and we want to preserve it as it is. I know clearly, the residents, not the investors, but who actually lives here, really want back to have this designation that actually we have the sign already on Tatum Park since last year. And so I really hope that you can vote in favor on my behalf. White Tech has 186 units. I know they would like to make higher rise, that's why I think they challenged the city. They want to just really build something higher and in volume. And we don't want to, just change the aspect of this place. We all deal with the resiliency and impact on sea level rise. We all are going to take care of that, and when it's needed. It's not so low. We only have flooding when there's a big storm or very, very king tide. So, I live here. I see how we deal with this, and it's not so bad as in South Beach. So I really hope you can help us to preserve and avoid knocking down historic buildings, just to build, bigger buildings and developments that won't fit here in our space. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Melissa. And then there's telephone number 1733, I believe. Yep.
Hi, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Carmen Fiori. I live in 8255 Abbott Avenue, a half block from Tatum Water. Well, what I want to say is that I am in favor of restoring Tatum Waterway local historic designation as part of the North Shore Historic District expansion. I believe that Miami Beach isn't just its beautiful beaches and open blue skies. Something that gives character and representation to our city are the story of our city reflected in its architecture, the Art Deco Mediterranean styles. I think that the people that want to come to invest in Miami Beach must take into consideration the character and needs of our city and our infrastructure. This Tatum Waterway historic designation was something already decided when in 2017 referendum won the FAR increase for Ocean Terrace and Town Center to achieve what was agreed between conservationists, the city, and investors to increase the FAR in exchange of Tatum Waterway designation as local historic. The thing to do will have been to have as the voters two separated questions. If they will approve the FAR increase and if they will approve the historic designation of Tatum Waterway, but it wasn't like that. So when residents voted in favor of the FAR increase, they also voted for the historic designation of Tatum Waterway, and that should be respected. Many of the residents of North Shore consider also that the entire rest of the North Shore area should be designated as historic site, in order to avoid negligent demolition of structures that are representative of the character of our. So that's all. I hope the agreements are kept and that the resident wishes are respected also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fiore. Let's go to Daniel again. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Serraldo again on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Again, I'm a little surprised hearing some of the comments, but what I would hope is that the planning board has the opportunity to review the buoyant cities and other resiliency guidelines that have been developed over the last 5 to 7 years before we start condemning entire neighborhoods. All of Miami Beach obviously is at risk of climate change, but resiliency takes many forms. And one of the most important things in planning is identifying the neighborhoods that are worthy of preservation. Obviously, this is a neighborhood worthy. It has been designated. I understand that this process is just sort of happening again for whatever reason, but we encourage you to uphold the designation and to move this forward. And also, as Debbie said, there's always room for adjustments based on resiliency. It's actually written in the designation report. So hopefully this could continue to be a great model for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Ms. King?
Okay, Ms. King, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to, I live on Tatum Waterway. Yes, there has been some sea level rise, nothing that we can't deal with, less than other neighborhoods in the city. To say that sea level rise would be a reason to undesignate this neighborhood is crazy. This sounds suspiciously like spot zoning in favor of one particular developer. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just bringing that to the forefront. We love our lifestyle here on Tatum Waterway. I have been here for 25 years. There are beautiful homes here along Tatum Waterway, and there are lots of residents that want to maintain their lifestyle. I beg of you, please do not undesignate our neighborhood. Please maintain the low level of North Beach. It's what keeps us as North Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Let's go to Joni Coffey.
Hi, Ms. Coffey. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Nick. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to be extremely brief. Joni Armstrong Coffey on behalf of YTech 100, who is the owner of a property in the Tatum Waterway area. I simply want to incorporate the comments that I made in December at the Historic Preservation Board. In fact, it's YTech's position that the designation itself has failed to satisfy the sea level rise criteria. What you hear is that it'll be taken care of at the next stage, at the certificate of appropriateness stage. What we have asked is that instead the sea level rise criteria issue for this neighborhood be addressed at the designation phase. One example would be the introduction and passage of land development regulation amendments that would allow the transfer of development rights. None of that has been done. And as all of you who are involved in construction, preservation, and development understand, it's at the designation stage that insurance and financing issues arise. And it makes it very difficult. You see that with your Palmview neighborhood report today. So with that, I'll close. Again, incorporating my comments from the Historic Preservation Board and urging you not to designate or to defer designation until the sea level rise criteria are met in a concrete way, such as transferable development rights or some other land development regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Seeing no other members from the public wanting to speak on the item, I'm going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on this item and bring it back to the board. Tanya, go for it.
Actually, Alex had his hand up before I did.
I'm sorry, Alex, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Tanya. That's very kind of you. And just for the record, I would like to ask Debbie or the city attorney's office, what we have before us satisfies the criteria for designation, and including the elements having to do with resiliency and sea level rise.
That is correct. That is what staff has found.
Okay. And does the city attorney's office concur with that?
Yeah, yes. I mean, those are factual, recommendations that planning makes. But yes.
Okay, and I just would like to confirm for the record that the planning department recommends that a suitable level of flexibility be considered when reviewing applications for certificate of appropriateness to ensure that the revitalization of this area complies with our resiliency and sea level rise initiatives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so this is a very unique area, a great collection of post-war modern architecture, and it's not just the architecture, but when we talk about preservation, we talk about community, we talk about public spaces, we talk about public right-of-ways. So I want to thank the many members of the community, the residents who called, who spoke, the Historic Preservation Board, for spearheading this from their end, and to staff for the work that they have done. It is great to see this district expanding, and Mr. Chair, whenever the time is right, I'd be very happy and honored to move this.
We'll hear from Tanya, and then would be no better time than the present.
From what I understand, this is just a redotting of the I's and a recrossing of the T's in advance of proceeding with something that has already been decided, not just by this board and the city commission, but by the voters of the city of Miami Beach, and specifically the voters of North Beach, who, as one of our callers pointed out, approved the increase in FAR for North Beach Town Center predicated on the agreement that had been struck, known as the compromise, that the community would grant the FAR in exchange for the designation of this waterway and of this neighborhood. And so I was not on the board at that time. I am thrilled to be on the board at this time, and I would second Alex's move to go ahead and designate.
We have one point of information by Mr. Bass. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Bott. I just wanted to take issue with the first part of your statement. This is not just an I dotting and T crossing. This is a full hearing. You're free to vote your conscience based on the evidence, but I just want the record to be clear that this is not a formality. It's a full hearing, and you have the full discretion to vote to recommend approval, vote to recommend denial, and make whatever comments you want. But as it relates to the balance of your comments, I certainly understand them. I just want to, in light of the challenges that we've had, I want to make sure that this record is pristine and that I clarify that this is a full hearing on the record. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that opportunity.
But I appreciate that, and I did not mean to impugn that it was anything less than a complete full hearing at all. And the residents of the community want this neighborhood designated, and I reiterate my position that I'd be happy to go ahead and second Alex's motion.
Okay, so it's been moved by Alex Fernandez and seconded by Tanya Bott. Rogelio?
Okay, a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
No.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jelby?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
You're muted, Mark.
I'm going to vote yes, and I voted yes last time. But I do say that I hope that 10 years from now, or 5 years now, 10 years, we don't have a Palm View neighborhood coming to us that's very similar to this, because I think that we can keep this tape, and that's going to be my prediction. but I'm still voting yes for this.
Okay, and the motion passes 5-1. Mr. Weider is absent.
All right, and given our actions today, we need to take up item 8 and 9, which is going to be, I think this is the Mulberry Hotel, but this is the Architectural District item, Planning Board File 21-0424, RM3 Oceanfront Ground Floor and Rooftop Additions in the Architectural District, and a related item, but separate, Planning Board File 21-0426, vacation of a portion of the southern half of 21st Street between Collins and Miami Beach Drive. So we'll hear both of the items. There will be a required separate vote on each item. Rahila?
Okay, so first I will describe the LDR amendment to the RM3 district. That's PB 21-0424. So this ordinance, the first change is a modification to section 142-246 subsection D, and it allows for ground floor additions on oceanfront lots that do not have frontage on Collins Avenue that are in the architectural district and have a contributing building. It allows them to exceed the normal standard of 5 stories and 50 feet for ground floor additions. If the area requirement is met, the ground floor additions can reach a height of the existing structure, plus the height of any rooftop additions approved by the Historic Preservation Board, up to the maximum height of the district of 120 feet. Just for reference, the maximum height of the district is 120 feet for new construction in the architectural district. So this does not represent a height increase for the zoning district. The code requires that any additions not be attached to the front or side street elevations, nor along any other principal elevations or facades, and not to impede the appearance or visibility of any architecturally significant portions of the existing structures. The section language is also removed from the section related to former development proposals that are no longer relevant or being considered, and also just code cleanups. The second change in the ordinance is to section 142-1161. It's the section related to height regulation exceptions, and subsection D, which is specifically related to rooftop additions. Currently, rooftop additions are prohibited on existing structures on oceanfront lots within the architectural district within an RM3 zoning district. The proposed ordinance would allow for oceanfront lots with no frontage on Collins Avenue that are located within the architectural district, Miami Beach Architectural District, and in the RM3 zoning district to have habitable rooftop additions consistent with the standards for rooftop additions in the Collins Waterfront and Morris Lapidus mid-20th century historic districts. And they are subject to the review and approval of the HPB. The additions could not exceed the maximum height of the underlying zoning district, which again is 120 feet. And the regulations allow currently for 1 additional story of rooftop for every 3 stories of existing building. The amendment would allow for the rehabilitation of the Seagull Hotel, which is located on 21st Street, and it allows this to happen without increasing the height limits for the area, and staff is supportive of the amendment. Now, the second part of the discussion, I'll describe the proposal for the vacation of the right-of-way of the southern half of 21st Street between Collins Avenue and Miami Beach, a portion of it between Collins Avenue and Miami Beach. The area being considered is approximately 6,736 square feet, or 0.155 acres. The vacation is subject to the delivery of several public benefits, including a voluntary payment of $7,400,000, a maintenance agreement providing for the installation and perpetual maintenance of additional landscaping within the city's beach access and beach walk area to the east of Miami Beach Drive, and a perpetual easement in favor of the city over the right-of-way to ensure continued public use of the right-of-way for city access, pedestrian and vehicular travel, and utilities. The vacation of the right-of-way would result in an increase in the area of the development site for the Seagull Hotel. Since the underlying RM3 district has a maximum FAR of 2.0 for oceanfront lots located in the architectural district, vacation of the 6,736 square foot right-of-way would result in an additional 13,472 square feet of additional floor area that could be developed with a unified development site with the abutting Seagull Hotel parcel. Now, even though the right-of-way would be vacated, it would continue to be used in the same manner as it is today, resulting in no negative impacts in terms of transportation and pedestrian access. As stated in the planning analysis, the revocation will result in enhancements for beach access in the area and is therefore consistent with the comprehensive plan. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance amendment to the land development regulations to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. And staff also recommends that the planning board approve the proposed vacation of the city right-of-way area, provided that the vacation of the city right-of-way be subject to the conditions upon the applicant's delivery of certain public benefits to the city, including 1, the voluntary payment of the amount of $7,400,000, 2, a maintenance agreement providing for the installation and perpetual maintenance of additional landscaping within the city's beach access and beach walk area east of Miami Beach Drive, and 3, a perpetual easement in favor of the city over the right-of-way to ensure continued public use of the right-of-way for city access, pedestrian and vehicular travel and utilities. And as stated, 2 separate motions and votes are required for these items.
Nick, does item number 9 require disclosure?
No, it does not, Mr. Chairman. Neither of these items are quasi judicial.
Okay, got it. All right, we have a presentation from someone, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Larkin, how are you, sir?
Good, Mr. Chairman. I'm here with Carter McDowell. He's my co-counsel, and I think Carter is going to take the lead on the code amendments, and I will be addressing the street vacation, sir.
Okay, no problem. Welcome, Carter, and I see you also have your capable legal partner there, Carly Grimm.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We did submit a presentation. I would note a little bit of history, which is partially recounted in the staff report regarding the ordinance, but I think it's still worth addressing. This draft ordinance was actually recommended and sponsored by Commissioner Ariola. It was referred to and then heard by the Land Use Committee on January 20th. It was referred to and heard as part of the discussion of the roadway vacation at the Finance Committee on January 22nd. It went back to City Commission and was referred to both the Planning Board and the Historic Preservation Board on February 10th. The Historic Preservation Board held a hearing on the draft ordinance on March 8th and recommended approval. And the chair and others were strongly supportive of it. We have done a significant amount of outreach to the MDPL Advocacy Committee, to the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, and to our neighbor to the south and west, the Satai. With that, if you put up the presentation, we'll go through it as quickly as we reasonably can. So here you see an aerial photograph that shows Collins Park in the middle. The W is at the bottom of the screen. The Seagull Hotel property is outlined in blue in the middle of the sea. And the most critical part of this context is the Satai property is our only neighbor. It is a single property with a single folio number and a single condominium association that runs all the way down Collins Avenue, and turns and goes all the way to the ocean to the south. You see the Satai Tower fairly obviously in the picture. Next slide. This is a map of the historic districts and the architectural overlay. We are both in a local district and within the architectural overlay district. The pink that you see there, that is our property. And honestly, it is the architectural district boundary and the location and construction of the Satai that has all of this matter before you. We are the northernmost oceanfront property within the architectural district, other than the park to our north, which you see is also covered. The W on the other side of the park is not in the architectural district. That's significant because the W has an FAR of 3. We're limited to an FAR of 2 by the architectural district regulations, and the Satai, which surrounds us on both sides and is our only neighbor, is built in an FAR of 4.24. Next slide. Here you see a photograph taken from the beach walk showing the contextual relationship between the Satai Tower and the Seagull Hotel in the center right. Next slide. Wow, that's loading slowly. This is a rendering of the proposed project for the Bulgari Hotel. And I did skip over because I've done this a few times. This project is and this ordinance will allow a project that will completely gut renovate the Seagull Hotel into the Bulgari Hotel, Miami Beach. It will be the first Bulgari hotel in the United States. Bulgari is one of the leading, if not the leading, luxury brand in the world. They are currently located in 6 cities. Milan is where they started. London, Shanghai, Beijing, Dubai, Bali, and they will be opening in Paris and in Berlin and in Moscow and in Tokyo. This is the first Bulgari hotel in the United States, a real feather in the cap for Miami Beach, and very much in keeping with elevating the guest experience that the community is addressing as we speak with regard to South Beach, North Beach, and Mid Beach. Next slide. This is the existing condition. You see the Seagull Hotel, obviously, with the tower behind. The building to the right is also the Setai. Next slide. I think that may have skipped over, but this is so this is the front. We are restoring the entire historic facade of the Seagull. We are putting a rooftop addition on, we're putting an eastern addition on, and we're putting a southern addition on. And this shows you the front view with the context of the Setai in the background and the addition, east and north, top rooftop addition. Next. This is the current view of how the Seagull addresses the street. Next slide. As you can see, the new addition on the east steps back from the existing historic facade, and we are reopening this property to the public walkway that leads to the beach along the extension of 21st Street. That louvered area you see is a new restaurant that will clearly serve the hotel, but will be open to the public. And we are installing a direct public access, so you do not have to go through the hotel to enter the restaurant. We really are working hard to have this property, as it redevelops, respond to the public realm in ways that it really has never done. Next slide. Here you see a view looking back to the northwest. The W is in the background. The Seagull is there on the left. You see the Setai in the back and the Setai Tower on the left. Next slide. One of the real challenges of this property is the Setai Garage. Setai Garage is 107 feet tall, just the garage. Setai Tower is 394 feet tall. Our property, as it currently sits, is approximately 95 feet tall, and with the rooftop addition, we will be 105 feet tall. We will be shorter than the Setai Garage with our rooftop addition. But because of the Setai Garage, this south addition allows us to reorient the south part of our property so that it faces east and not directly south into the 107-foot tall Setai Garage that was built in the early 2000s. Next slide. These are architectural models. Might take a moment. You notice the louver system in the new construction. The louver system is both a, I believe, beautiful design element, but it also has a practical application. It acts as essentially a large Venetian blind so that our rooms that are on the south side, even though we are reorienting them, they will still be facing a 107-foot tall garage. That Venetian blind effect will minimize the impact of the garage, because when you stand inside, if you look up or down, the louver system will block part of the view of the garage. You'll still know it's there for sure, but at least it will mitigate the impact of that garage. Next slide. This tells the story, and I'm going to use this to help talk about the ordinance that's before you. So the top left is the existing condition. Middle shows a red block. We are removing that from our existing building to pull further away from Setai hotel that is located to our west. We are adding on the south, as I described before, we are adding a rooftop addition and we are adding an eastern addition. It's worth taking those separately because they each are affected by the ordinance that's before you. The ordinance, as Rogelio correctly said, currently the architectural district prohibits rooftop additions. The ordinance will place us within the rooftop addition regulations of the Collins Historic District, which is to our north, and allow us to have a technically two-story rooftop addition on the western edge where we are removing a later addition, but it is really a one-story addition. The southern addition is permitted today without change of the ordinance. We are allowed to have an attached addition to our building on the south side. The only change in the ordinance is to allow that southern addition to reach to the height of the historic building plus any rooftop addition that the Historic Preservation Board may approve. And again, all of this has to go to the Historic Preservation Board. They have jurisdiction to approve or not as we go back to them for a certificate of appropriateness. The third change is we are allowed to have a ground level addition on the eastern side. We are allowed to have a ground level addition of 50 feet. The ordinance will allow that eastern addition to go up to the height of the existing historic building, not including the rooftop addition. Those are the three things that the ordinance change. Each of those pieces of the puzzle are very critical to the overall ability to create the Bulgari Hotel in this piece of property. We're reducing the number of hotel rooms. We are vastly increasing the size of the rooms. And in the bottom right, you'll see a little blue rectangle that sticks up in the middle of the new construction. That's the existing mechanical space on the historic structure today. We will be no taller than that space other than for the height exceptions that are allowed under the zoning. Next slide. We're removing approximately 140 hotel rooms. We're going from about 145 down to slightly more than 100. Our building height will be 105 feet. After we put on the rooftop addition, with the roadway vacation that Michael's going to talk about, our FAR, our floor area ratio remains at 2.0. Next slide. This really tells the story of why we're asking both for the vacation and the road and the code changes. The W is at 2.99. We're at 2. The Setai is at 4.24. The Short Club is at 3. The Shelbourne's at 3.32. It's not until you get down to the Raleigh assemblage, which will have an FAR of 2. I note it's important we have worked hard to keep our additions in scale with the historic building. We did not, like the Raleigh did, ask for a 200 or 250 foot tall building. We did not do what the Amman asked for, which is a 250 foot building. We have asked for minor changes in keeping with the design and the scale of our existing building. Next slide, I believe I'm going to turn this over to Michael to talk about. Oh, actually, this is another important slide. This is a view of the collective property, the Seagull running to the ocean just south of the park, the historic portion of the Setai property on the left, and a vacant site to our south. Our property had a direct ocean view from the south of our building until the Setai was built. I believe you're going to hear from people representing the Setai that we are somehow blocking their views. If anybody's views were blocked by new construction, it is the views of the south side of our building, which requires us to now reorient them to the east by the construction of a 393 foot 4.24 FAR tower to our south. I note again one other detail on the Setai. The western building was the Dempsey Barron building. However, during construction of the Setai, a significant portion of that historic building collapsed. And they went before the Historic Preservation Board over the opposition of a lot of people and got permission to demolish the entire building and rebuild a building that looks the same as the original Dempsey Barron. But it is not the original Dempsey Barron. It is all new construction, ground up new construction. With that, let me turn it over to Michael as we go on to the next slides about the roadway vacation.
Thank you very much, Carter. Next slide, please. And go one more.
I think sorry, there were a couple more than I thought.
Yeah, keep on going. So you want to talk about that, Carter?
Yeah, I think it's worth taking 1 second there.
Go ahead.
What you see on the left is the south facade of the Satai garage. What you see on the right is the back of the garage that they turned on the Seagull. Needless to say, they improved the facade to the south and then turned their back on us. And they're now saying, and that is what our hotel will face. They're now saying that we are somehow impacting their view. Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. Let's go to the next slide. And next one. And we can go to the next one. And next one. Okay. Mr. Chairman, board members, Michael Larkin here representing the applicant as well. It's important to point out at the beginning of my presentation that Planning Department has conducted an analysis using the criteria for right-of-way vacation applications to determine that our application is consistent with these criteria. The City Attorney's Office has conducted a thorough review of compliance with Section 1.03 with the City Charter and found no issues with our application under that charter section. So what you're looking at is basically a survey, and the crosshatched area is the southern half of 21st Street. So 21st Street was platted as a 50-foot wide right-of-way running from Collins Avenue eastward to Miami Beach Drive. Miami Beach Drive is a north-south street that is on the eastern edge of the parking lot. Our application seeks to vacate the southern 25 feet of the portion of 21st Street in front of the Seagull site. The total area to be vacated is approximately 6,700 square feet, which will allow us to incorporate that area into the redevelopment plan at a 2.0 FAR, resulting in the potential to add 13,472 square feet to the project. This additional area is essential to make the Bulgari project a success. We need this additional area to make the existing building function in a manner consistent with the needs of the brand. At the tail end of Carter's presentation, he showed you the two elevations of the Satai. I call it a tale of two cities because the finished elevation that they showed in 20th Street looks very nice. That was the Shore Club side of it. But on our side, they have open gaping holes into their garage. And throughout the years, this has plagued the south units of our building because they are subject to the car alarms, the valet screaming at each other, the headlights all coming from those open holes that shine the headlights right into those units on our south side. So we are taking a portion of the floor area that will become available to us and shifting those south units so they are no longer looking due south, but we're going to reorient them so they're looking now eastward toward the ocean to get around this nuisance that the Satai garage has created for so many years now. So as you all know, a roadway vacation is not the sale or transfer of land. The city does not own the road. A dedication functions like an easement. The end result of the vacation would mean that the city's easement over the portion of the road would be released. Next slide. So we are proposing to replace the dedication with a new easement that will allow the road to function in exactly the same manner as it does now. In other words, we are not proposing to make any changes to the right-of-way other than improving the sidewalk and pavement as a part of the project. The public will experience no change in access to and across the portion of the road. At the same time, we'll be able to utilize the vacated area in calculating the property's redevelopment potential. Your package includes a memorandum from the city attorney where he has reviewed all the relevant charter provisions and he's concluded that this requested vacation is consistent with the charter. Next slide. So vacations, both big and small, have taken place at the very beginning of the city. With this first one, focusing just east of Collins, this first right-of-way vacation occurred just 2 years after the city's founding, where through Ordinance 96, the City Commission vacated 23rd Street east of Collins Avenue to support the development of the original Roney Hotel. Next slide. If we move forward to more recent times, in the last 25 years, we've seen several right-of-way vacations that the Commission employed to encourage high-quality redevelopment in targeted areas of the city. First, in 1998, the city vacated a portion of the Lincoln Road east of Collins in order to induce the Ritz-Carlton to come to that area. Next slide. Second, in order to encourage a signature development on the far north end of the city and secure significant other public benefits that have been directed toward North Shore Open Space Park, the City Commission approved the vacation of 87th Terrace, which led to 87 Park redevelopment. That was the Renzo Piano design tower that is now constructed, and I think it looks fantastic right now. Next. Staying in North Beach, the Commission approved a series of right-of-way vacation for the Ocean Terrace redevelopment project, again, with the goal of focusing redevelopment in an area of the city where it is needed. So right-of-way vacations are not new to the city. They're as old as the city itself. Moreover, in recent decades, right-of-way vacations east of Collins have been used by the Commission to focus redevelopment where it can bring multiple public benefits. We believe this application, which will bring the first Bulgari hotel to the U.S., is well within that tradition. Next slide. The essential question in a right-of-way vacation like this one, where the right-of-way is actually remaining open to the public, is whether it will result in a public benefit. We are proposing two major public benefits: payments to the city of $7.4 million, and beach access walk improvements and maintenance. The payment is based upon the city's appraisal of the market value of the road area as if it was a developable property. The appraiser valued the segment at $7.4 million. We think that kind of money could be focused on several possible projects that would directly benefit the Collins Park neighborhood. Of course, the decision as how to apply any payment as a part of a vacation agreement will be up to the Commission. As for timing of the delivery of the public benefit payments, we're proposing a three-part schedule. First, $750,000 delivered when the project HPB approval is final and non-appealable. Second, $3.3 million paid prior to the issuance of the building permit. And finally, third, $3.3 million paid prior to the issuance of a TCO that allows public occupancy. Next slide. So this reinforces, this is the city's appraiser, reinforced that the amount is $7.4 million, which in a time when the city's revenues were plunging based upon the pandemic, this is a welcome relief to the city. Next slide. This is the payment schedule I just talked to you about. So graphically, it might be more easy to understand. It's a three-step process, which starts out on the low end, but then two equal payments as our construction continues. Next slide. So the second public benefit we are proposing is to improve and perpetually maintain the portion of the beach walk landscape area adjacent to our property. This area will be significantly improved with new plantings as well as a new public access point to the restaurant space in the hotel, providing direct access from the beach walk. As part of the maintenance requirements, we are agreeing to employ the same exacting standards to the city beach walk area as Bulgari will use inside the property. While the city does a great job maintaining its landscape areas, we are agreeing to take it off the city's hands and employ the exacting standards consistent with the Bulgari brand. We are also agreeing to subject this area to the project's video surveillance system. This will allow the hotel to work with city police department to enhance public safety in this corner of the beach walk. Next slide. So this is our commitment that's going to appear in the vacation agreement. You know, obviously what I just said does not mean anything unless it's in writing and in the agreement. And we're pledging that this will be a part of our vacation agreement. Next slide. This is what I was just discussing with you all, a little bit more detailed about how we're going to monitor the city's beach walk property. Clearly, we have no arrest power. We have to work with the city's police department, but I think our assistance here will be invaluable in making sure that this area is covered through video. Next slide. So as you all can imagine, the redevelopment of this property is going to bring tremendous economic benefit to to the city in terms of jobs, which is the first portion of this slide. And then you have 48 million in the non-recurring GDP, 33 million in recurring GDP. Next slide. $450,000 addition in annual ad valorem taxes is nothing to sneeze at. And then 1.7 million in annual hotel occupancy, sales, and local business taxes. Next slide. So we had the opportunity to review the presentations that were sent to you by the objector attorneys representing the Setai Hotel. And one particular misinterpretation stood out to me that I wanted to highlight to you all. He looked at criterion number 4, which talks about a determination as to whether or not the development is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, will block views or create environmental intrusions, and evaluation of the design and aesthetic consideration of the project. What criteria number 4 is it applies to the area that is being vacated. It doesn't apply to other areas of the property. It only applies to the area being vacated. So when it asks whether or not a view is being blocked, are we going to build upon the southern half of 21st Street and therefore block views that would otherwise be available into the ocean? And the answer, if you take away the misinterpretation, is no. That criterion only applies to the southern half of 21st Street, and the answer to the question, are we going to construct it? Absolutely not, because on the date of closing, we are going to proffer an easement to the city that will permit the city to maintain the use of 21st Street exclusively for the public, just as it has been maintained for the public for decades. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. I know that Carter and I will be available for any questions. We'd like to reserve time for rebuttal at the conclusion of the public hearing.
All right. Thank you all for the presentation on both items. Let me see who's in the public. Looks like someone from, I think this is Mr. Robbins.
And Mr. Chairman, how much time would you like to allow for each speaker?
We're going to give 3 minutes.
Okay.
Excuse me, my name is Ken Harrison Robbins. I'm asking for 15 minutes. We're directly and adversely being impacted by this project. We've submitted 2 separate presentations, one for the change in the RM3 zoning and one for the vacation of the property. Each one of those to present will take about 5 to 5.5 minutes. We also filed a motion for
Ken, we'll start with 7 minutes and go from there. Go ahead.
And I also filed a motion for continuance. I'd asked for additional time for that. That was filed last Friday, and I asked for specific time to argue my motion for continuance. May I have separate time for the motion for continuance that I asked to be heard at the very beginning of today, and I was not recognized even though you knew my hand was raised. So may I first go forward with my motion for continuance and motion to request that this matter be a quasi-judicial hearing, the very thing that would cause the reversal of the Whitech challenge to the Tatum Waterway. May I speak first to my motion for continuance, and may I have 5 minutes for that?
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation, and I leave to you and the board how much time you'd like to allow to each speaker, but my recommendation would be that that Mr. Robbins address all of his points at one time, and then the applicant will have an opportunity at the conclusion of the public hearing to present any rebuttal, and then after that the board can take up each issue. There is one thing I'd like to respond to just at the outset, which is that as I advised at the beginning of these items, both of these items are legislative. The LDR amendments are text amendments to technical design regulations that apply to oceanfront lots in the RM3 district. The amendments are like any other text amendments that would come before this board in its legislative capacity. And then on the vacation, the planning board's approval of the vacation is required pursuant to the city charter, but courts have recognized, and we cite to this in our memo, that the vacation of a right-of-way is a legislative act within the city's discretion. So anyway, I'll set the timer at wherever you'd like me to, but I would recommend that everything be addressed at one time.
Nick, yes, I 100% agree with you, Mr. Robbins. You have 7 minutes, make your case, and then if you need additional time, we'll address it at that point. But 7 minutes you have. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I represent Dempsey Vanderbilt and the Setai Resort residents of the Condominium Association. They're the owners of the property located at 2001 Collins Avenue. They own and control the Dempsey Vanderbilt, and they own 79, which contains 88 units. They're requesting that this matter be continued and be reset for a quasi-judicial hearing. On April 23rd, in the late afternoon, the attorneys for Siegel Bulgari, the beneficiary of these proceedings, submitted its single presentation for both matters set for hearing, which included material that had not been previously disclosed and which materials were not available until Monday, yesterday, April 26th. That is 1 working day prior to these proceedings. I make the note that up to now, both staff reports, both previously and now, identify the applicant as the Bulgari Siegel. However, yesterday, suddenly the city became the applicant, and that application was forwarded to me. Up to that time, the Siegel and the Bulgari were applicants. What does that mean? If there were private applicants applying, their submittal due date would have been at the very latest for the final submittal, March 11th. Instead, they submitted their entire record, the 60 pages, late Friday. They knew I was the attorney of record. They know I've been representing the Siegel. They know I've been representing the Setai, and I've been representing the Dempsey Vanderbilt, the 7-story building all this time, and they never forwarded that report to me. They never forwarded the 60 pages to me until the city populated it. On Monday morning was I able to get a copy of this report. Therefore, we were essentially ambushed with a report which should have been submitted at least 30 days before the hearing. So we didn't even have a chance to do the sightline study analysis that has been submitted to you, but its authorship has not been disclosed. Whatever expert that prepared that, supposed expert that prepared that, is not disclosed in any submission. The Dempsey Vanderbilt and the individual unit owners of the adversely affected condominium units should be given a reasonable opportunity for its architects to evaluate the study and present evidence to establish the obstruction of the view corridors of Dempsey Vanderbilt in those particular units. The proposed planning board actions in planning board file number 21-0424 and 0426 are designed to effectuate a single project on the Siegel Bulgari site. These planning determinations would impact a particular property and effectually is an application of policies on a particular property and not the imposition of a new legislative policy. The determinations are intended to be site-specific. The project and the proposed planning board action are intentionally designed to adversely impact the Dempsey Vanderbilt generally and the hotel unit lines in 03 and 04 and other hotel unit lines, which are individually folioed condominium units. Because the actions before the board will have an impact on a limited number of persons and property owners, and the decision is contingent on facts derived from distinct alternatives, the Dempsey, rather than setting policy, the Dempsey Vanderbilt and individual unit owners of the adversely affected condominium units are entitled to quasi-judicial hearing with all related due process protections. Under the facts of this matter, the Setai condo, the Dempsey Vanderbilt, and the individual unit owners are adversely affected condominium units entitled to participation as a party in a quasi-judicial proceeding with all the protections under the code. Unlike the Siegel Bulgari, the Dempsey Vanderbilt provided copies of its evidence in support of the existing and established view corridors on March 6, 2021. That is over 6 weeks before this hearing, which was resubmitted in these proceedings. Additionally, other parts of the Siegel Bulgari submission need to be further evaluated for their accuracy and to determine if they truly depict what they purport to show. You can't do that in 30 days. You can do that in 30 days. You can't do that overnight like this is would be required given the submission wasn't populated into the public record until Monday morning. I have 2 submissions I'd like to present. The first submission I'd like to present is the RM3 final presentation. I'd ask for staff to put it up. It's for the RM3 ground floor rooftop additions. Would you please put that up? Thank you. Go to page 2. This is a picture of the Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel back in 1937 when it was first created. The Jack Dempsey was a great fighter, and he had his restaurant there. He's a big draw. And this building, this great Art Deco building, was created as part of that restaurant and hotel. Next page, please. It's another picture of the Dempsey Vanderbilt after it was restored. In 2004, there were substantial collapses, and instead of bulldozing the building, which we felt would be inappropriate, or the prior owners felt would be inappropriate, they replicated and restored it, and it is deemed a contributing building at this very time, contributing building to the historic district. The next page, the next shot, please. This is a picture out of room 503 in the view corridor that we are complaining about, or complaining that will be blocked by the addition. Would you go to 5, please? So this is the view. We got this boat to demonstrate how it'd be in the center of the view. The center of the view is where that boat is. Would you go back to 4, please? So you can see there are substantial view corridors over the Seagull property, and those view corridors have been there in place for years. For years since the building was built. So in 2004, the Setai was built. 2007, an ordinance was created to protect these view corridors. Any attached addition shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors. Now, would you go to the next slide, please? The next one. Okay, as you can see, this is from the historic preservation submission by the applicant there, which is the non-applicant here. The Dempsey Vanderbilt is to the west, and it's 7 stories. The red building, the addition that's being proposed, blocks the views of a substantial number of the units in the Dempsey Vanderbilt. In fact,
Mr. Robbins, your 7 minutes are up. Would you like to request a few additional minutes?
Yes, I would like to have 7 more minutes because I have to finish this presentation, and then I have our presentation on the next project. So may I have 7 more minutes? I believe I can finish most of it by then.
Please do, Mr. Robbins. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying my best. I'm entitled to due process, and you put 2 present.
We're not taking it away from you, but your time clock is running, sir.
I appreciate it. Okay, so what's being proposed is that red building is the addition, the 8-story addition, which right now is their 2-story construction there, and there's a small bump out at the behind it. If you go to the page 7, you will see the top of the new addition, and it's outlined in red. And go to 8, please. The oceanfront lot height requirements in the architectural districts under the current ordinance was codified in 2007. This was before my clients purchased their units in the Setai. This is before the Seagull Hotel's present owners purchased their property. We purchased our property in 2015, relying on this ordinance. The Seagull purchased their property in 2020, knowing where the Setai was, knowing the Setai Tower was blocking their view, and they bought it subject to these conditions. Those conditions were not imposed on them. They voluntarily purchased the property with existing conditions. And what are those existing conditions? Would you change the page, please? The existing conditions when they purchased the property was that any additions shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors. That was in the code back then when they purchased it. It's been in the code since 2007. Next page. is a copy of the actual ordinance that was approved in 2007 protecting these view corridors. Page 11, as you can see, Matty Bauer signed off on this ordinance back in 2007. Now let's go to page 12. What is being proposed? Next page. What's being proposed is they're now making this ordinance specific, or this section of the ordinance being changed to apply to those oceanfront lots with no frontage on Collins Avenue located in the architectural district. So oceanfront lots with no frontage on College Avenue located in the architectural district, I think applies to 2 lots in its entirety in the entire district. And I don't believe anyone has a view corridor like we have. So this is really site specific. It's acknowledged as being site specific. It's for this particular development to occur. Go to the next page. This is the language being struck. Please go to the next page. You will see it's now numbered 2 below. It strikes the language substantially reduce existing or established view corridors, nor impede. The proposed additions shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors. That's what we're trying to protect ourselves from. We support this project overall. What we are concerned about is the fact is our established view corridors are being taken away. If this language is not struck, we will be the first ones to be supportive of this project as long as we have some reasonable conditional use permits being imposed upon it and conditions being imposed during the planning phase under conditional use permits. We will have no issues whatsoever with this project being built as proposed. But as long as this addition is being put into this project, which will block our views, we will continue to object. So we'd ask you to not strike the text about not substantially reducing existing or established view corridors. Now, Mr. Brad Gould, who also represents some individual unit owners at the building, will be talking about spot zoning, contract zoning, the Bert Harris taking an inverse condemnation. That completes my presentation as to our 3 ground floor rooftop additions. Now can we go to my next presentation as to the vacation of a portion of the southern half of 21st Street between Collins Avenue and Miami Beach, 21-0426. Hello?
Yeah, do we have his next presentation, and so that he can?
We can fly through this. It won't take us very long. Okay. The first few pages, let's go to the next page. I've already commented. Next page. Next page. Next page. Okay, let's go to this. The city attorney opined that city charter section 103B4 applies. The planning board under section 118-51 powers and duties, paragraph 11, applies the implementation of property disposition under that city charter section 103B4. Under those powers and duties, next page, please. It provides the review criteria for the planning board to consider disposition of property under City Charter 103B4. Paragraph 11D criteria states, listen to the entire thing. It says determination as to whether or not the proposed use is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, blocks views, or creates other environmental intrusions, and evaluation of design and aesthetic considerations of the project. None of these issues were considered, and none of these were in the board, and none of them were assessed by planning staff. The project was any documentation of the project wasn't even in the file until late Friday after the planning analysis was performed. They never considered the project. And it is required that you can evaluate the design and aesthetic considerations of the project. That is explicit in the criteria. The planning analysis, next page. The planning analysis memo has factually findings that are wrong, and the evidence submitted to the board was incomplete at the time of the analysis was made. There had been no plans considered, no plans were presented, and none were submitted before with planning staff at the time that the staff report had been completed and submitted as part of the record. Only after that date were the plans submitted, or site analyses presented, or anything else. So the memo and the staff never had an opportunity to review these plans. Or if they did not disclose it, and they did not put it in the public record, and we were ambushed. So let's talk about this.
Mr. Chairman, 7 minutes are up.
Okay, I need another 2 minutes, I will be finished.
I'm gonna grant it, Mr. Robbins. Go ahead.
Another 2 or 3 minutes. Factual findings were wrong. A determination as to whether or not the development is keeping with the surrounding neighborhood will block views or create environmental intrusions, and evaluation of the design aesthetic considerations of the project. And it says it will not lead to the blocking of views. Not true. The vacating of this land will allow the transfer of the FAR from the land and be incorporated into the project, and will allow them to build this addition, which will block our views. It will be the result, the blocking of the views will be the result of vacating the right-of-way and transferring that 13,500 square feet. Let's make it clear. The design of the project was not submitted to staff. The design of the project was not evaluated by staff, at least their memo did not mention the project. And the design of the project would show that the added FAR directly arising from the vacating of the right-of-way would enable the development with the ground level addition to block the views for the Dempsey Vanderbilt. Next page. Wrong factual finding. It would lead to the blocking of views. It's incorrect. They say it will not, it will. So let's go to the next page. Everybody's reading that? Design of the project was not submitted to the board. Well, it was submitted, but that was at the last minute. It was not submitted to staff. Design of the project was not evaluated by staff in its report. Design of the project would show that the added FAR directly arising from the vacating of the right-of-way would enable the development with the ground level additions to block the views for the Dempsey Vanderbilt. Okay, last page, next page, please. The planning analysis conclusion is wrong. Next page. It says the Vacation Street public ROW will generate no negative impacts for the surrounding area. That's not true. As a result of the approval of this application, the development would block the views for the Dempsey Vanderbilt. It would have a negative impact to the surrounding area. We would lose our existing view corridor that is currently allowed and protected under the RM3 zone. Thank you very much. That's the conclusion. Now I'd ask that Mr. Gould present on behalf of the individual unit owners.
1 second. One second. I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, no. We were.
Oh, okay. Let's go next to Mr. Bradley Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I might, I thought Kent asked for his time as part of this presentation.
I went ahead and let him do it. Let's go ahead to Mr. Gould, and then I'm going to give it back to you, Carter. I'm sorry,
Mr.
Nick.
Chairman, would you like me to start at the same at 7 minutes?
No, we're going to give Mr. Gould 3 minutes, please.
I'll try to make do with that.
Okay.
And I did present or provide a presentation, so if we could put that up on the screen. Okay, skip to the next page. So my name is Bradley Gould. I'm with the law office of Gray Robinson, and I represent the owner of 88 units in the hotel, and the entity that owns it is the Satai Hotel Acquisition, LLC. my client doesn't own any of the units in the new tower. They purchased the 88 units, or they purchase or control the 88 units in order to operate the hotel. And when they purchased it back in 2015, they had a reasonable investment-backed expectation to be able to operate the hotel with ocean views. Can we go to the next slide? This is just a picture of the original Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel, and Ken showed you some other pictures of that, so we can skip this, go on to the next slide. The client purchased this in part because of its iconic oceanfront address and also its stunning ocean views, which has a significant and important attribute and feature of the hotel, and also impacts their rental rates and revenue. Next slide. So the next slide is the same picture that Kent showed a few minutes ago that was taken from the 5th floor, showing the beautiful ocean views. So we can skip to the next slide. Yeah. So the Section 142-246D, at the time the Vanderbilt Dempsey Hotel was purchased, provided and protected established and existing view corridors. And specifically, it prohibits additions if it substantially reduces existing or established view corridors. Now, this section specifically creates a property right in view corridors for the Vanderbilt Dempsey Hotel. And while under common law, there isn't any absolute right to views or sunlight, if a city adopts an ordinance protecting it, it does become a property right. And the Setai Hotel Acquisition purchased it with the understanding that they had these protected property rights in their ocean view corridor. Can we move to the next slide? I think it might have gone one too many. There was a photo, no? Oh, maybe we missed the photo. All right. Well, Kent had showed a photo of the actual view corridor. Yeah, there it is. So you can see there is an existing view corridor out to the ocean. And it's the width of the south setback, and it goes all the way to the ocean. Okay, next slide. Well, we went that one, so keep going. So the problem with this text amendment is that it eliminates this protection of the established and existing view corridors. And it's interesting because in the staff report, there's no mention that this is even a change, but it's a very important change because it's taking away or confiscating property rights that were granted to the Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel. And it's solely being done for the benefit of the New Bulgaria Hotel development in order for them to be able to enhance and enlarge a development. Because with the existing code, they still would be allowed an addition. It's just not enhance and enlarge, and wouldn't have nearly the same amount of ocean views that they're seeking through this text amendment. And as best I can tell,
3 minutes are up.
Okay, so
Mr. Gould, can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. So let's just go to all the way to like the third to last slide. And so there is an issue here where this text amendment violates substantive due process because it's arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, and improper motives. It's solely for the benefit of one owner at the sole detriment of another, which is my client. There is issues of contract zoning because this whole deal about reconveying an easement back to them just so they can then convey it back to the city for $7 million, and the payments are all based on when certain development approvals are issued, is clear contract zoning. And it's spot zoning because it's only directed at one particular property. The way the text amendment was drafted, it's specifically for the Bulgaria development and only for the Bulgaria development. So we join in Mr. Robinson's motion to continue, and we also object to the proposed text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Let's see who else we have from the public.
Chair, are we going to do rebuttal now or after the full presentation?
Hang on. Yeah, it is.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order.
Go ahead.
Is this a legislative item or a quasi-judicial item before us today?
It's legislative.
And Mr. Attorney, do we have rebuttals on legislative items usually?
There's nothing that that really addresses it one way or the other. But when you have a private an applicant involved, it is customary to permit the applicant to present rebuttal.
What I'd like to do, we don't have that many people waiting to speak. I'd like to finish it. I can close the opportunity for the public to speak, and then we can let the applicant speak, if that's okay with everybody.
It's okay with us, Mr. Chair.
All right, so let's go ahead and Ray Breslin.
Unmute. Hello, how are you guys doing today? It's been a long day for you. I'm representing the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, and this presentation was given to us, and we were very excited that the Bulgari Hotel wants to come to Collins Park, and it's no accident on their part to pick the Seagull location. This is the type of development that will enhance our city and maybe take away from the crime element that we've had down on Ocean Drive. We never have problems here in Ocean Park or in the Collins Park neighborhood, and we won't continue to have any problems as long as fabulous developments like this come along. We think the vacation of the street was the best way to approach this, and the city gets $7.4 million. They could have turned around and tried to change the FAR to 3.0, which is still less than all of their abutting neighbors, but they chose to do this in this way, which I felt was best for the neighborhood and the fact there would be public benefit. But let's go beyond that. Let's look at the Setai. The Setai is the behemoth of the neighborhood. They are the largest property. They shadow more than anything else in the entire city. They have objected to every single building project in the Collins Park neighborhood since they were built. They have never once tried to become a partner with the Collins Park Neighborhood Association and try and do anything for the residents of the neighborhood. They are all about themselves. And
Mr.
it's
Chairman,
very
point of
obvious
order.
today that you see that.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Alex.
I have great esteem for Ray, but I think that it's only appropriate that comments be not on individuals, not on entities, but on the application.
Okay. All right. I apologize.
And
Let's
direct
go
it
one
to the
step,
board.
Let's go one step further. Several years
Thank
ago,
you, Ray.
a project was approved for the James Hotel, putting an addition on the south side of the Seagull. That project was never built, but it was approved to build there, and it would be blocking the same view corridor. Remember, when you buy a property, any property, you only get what you get today. If there's a lot between you and something you want to look at, you never know what could be built in that area. And I'm sorry, if they wanted that view corridor, they could have bought that property and done whatever with it that they wanted to. I feel that all of the rebuttals that have come from the Setai about this property are not just against the Bulgari project, and I really feel that you, as a board, should be looking at the project and what it does to enhance the neighborhood. The fact that you're going to have a restaurant that opens right out onto the drive, to Miami Beach Drive and the beach walk, and the fact that that particular area right now is probably our highest crime-ridden area in the Collins Park neighborhood, and it's because the property is vacant. It's also a big entrance into the beach area, and I think having the added security and whatnot will eliminate some of the problems that we do have. I think it's a great project. So does the whole entire Collins Park Neighborhood Association. We voted unanimously to approve this, and we really hope that you move this project forward. I'm not asking for how you spend $7.4 million. I'm happy the city gets it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ray. And let me just see if anybody else from the public wants to speak before I close it. Nick, can you double check me, because I'm on the iPad and sometimes I can't see as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else with a hand up.
Okay, no problem. With that said, and with the understanding no one else from the public wanting to speak on the item, we'll close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item, and then we'll turn it back over to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address a few of the issues raised by by Kent Harrison Robbins and Mr. Gould. First, you should know that we reached out to the SATI back in November the 20th to meet with them. We presented to the board of directors on December 11th. And on January 8th, at the request of the SATI board, we prepared an analysis that showed the relationship of our project to their property. January 18th. There has been no surprise here. They have had that information since January 18th. I personally sent it to the Condo Association attorney and to Mr. Robbins directly. So to say that they were somehow surprised is really almost bizarre, because he's also appeared at the Land Use Committee and the Finance Committee and at the HPV with regard to this ordinance. So he has known full well what the project is and its relationship to the SATI property. I would note for the record that obviously we need to go before the Historic Preservation Board to get the project approved. Our plans were first submitted to the city as a public record for the Historic Preservation Board in December of 2020. We submitted our final approved set, accepted by the city on March 8th of this year. So there is a full record of all of the plans available to anybody who cares to see them for this project. So there's been no surprise except for us. Mr. Robbins said he submitted something on March 6th. I can tell you nobody on our side has ever seen what he submitted on March 6th. What we did see is what he submitted Friday afternoon, the same time we submitted our presentation that he is objecting to. Let me go to, and if you would please pull up our presentation. I'm going to go through some things very briefly. And I want to address also the concept that somehow this ordinance is intended to benefit, the 2007 ordinance was intended to benefit the SATI. Nothing could be further from the truth. As I know this board knows, and as certainly the city attorney will tell you, the case Fontainebleau Hotel Corp versus Eden Rock, although the case name is 4525 Inc., established with absolute certainty that there is no private right of a view corridor across adjoining private property. That case involved a 14-story building built by the Fontainebleau with the full intention of blocking sunlight and air to the Eden Rock. And the courts in 1959 upheld that, saying there is no legal right to the free flow of light and air from an adjoining building, and it goes on. That case was taken up to the Florida Supreme Court, and that did not overturn that decision. It is binding law today. There is no private right of view across a neighboring property. The concept is borderline absurd. If there was, how did the SATI get built? It blocked our views entirely. It's just absurd. And we, by the way, the SATI is affecting us. We've never challenged the fact that they had the right to build their project in this along the way. So if you can let me know what page we're on, hopefully where we stopped.
Yes.
Next page, please. Nope, that's the beginning. Wow. I'm not sure I'm going to take the time to go through this. We have a detailed analysis at the back of our presentation that looks at the relationship between our Southern Addition and the Dempsey, the SATI hotel rooms located to our west. We impact approximately 6 or 8 rooms in that building. We do not entirely block the view from any of those any of those rooms. And you should know that those hotel rooms located on the western part of the Satai property, which the Satai itself describes as the Art Deco building, are more than 1,000 feet from the water. So they don't, even on their own website, advertise those as oceanfront rooms or oceanfront views. What they do advertise on their own website, there we are. So if you would go back probably 2 pages. So this shows the area that's being demolished in red. Next slide. Which is not moving. There. Well, back one, if you will. So the rooms in pink originally had and will have straight-on views to the ocean still, but they will be modified somewhat by our addition. There's no question. The yellow rooms did not have direct ocean views to start with, and they won't after we're built. But I'm going to ask you to run through the next few slides. You'll see that we show the view corridors available for every one of the room in the Satai, and they're obviously in vertical columns, so you get the idea. Go back 1, 2, if you will.
Mr. McDowell, the initial 5-minute clock I set has run. Would you like to request additional time of the chair?
Yes, I would, please.
Okay. How much time do you?
Carter, if you can wrap it. We do have still a hefty agenda ahead of us.
Okay. And, I'm going to let you run through these slides. You'll see none of the views are blocked entirely, other than the Satai Tower itself blocking the views of many of their rooms. Next. 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 So you see they block their own views more than we have ever blocked their views, and more than we will. Next slide. Many of their rooms will have views to the north and to the south. Even with our construction, we impact their views slightly, but importantly, that language that they have quoted about public view corridors protecting their rights is just simply a misinterpretation and an inappropriate interpretation of the ordinance. If you ask your own staff, ask Debbie Tackett, ask the city attorney, whether the language that they are complaining about was ever intended to protect a private view across private property, how in the world would the city of Miami Beach, the location of this Fontainebleau Eden Rock case, ever suggest that they were protecting those views? They're not protected. We ask that you move forward. We note that this ordinance has been recommended for approval by everybody who has seen it, with the support of the Miami Design Preservation League and the Historic Preservation Board. We ask for your support of the ordinance, and we're here to answer any further questions. So I believe Mr. Larkin would like to address the vacation issue. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, could I have just 2 minutes?
Sure, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, sir. So just want to wrap up what Carter was alluding to with regard to the Satai blocking their own views. Remember, Carter showed you an aerial photograph from the 80s, which showed a parking lot. It was the Satai's choice to build a high-rise tower, which blocked multiple views from that replicated building that now sits on Collins Avenue. With regard to the street vacation, again, Kent is offering a tortured misinterpretation of criterion number 4 when it discusses views. The views that they're talking about are will a view be obstructed if the developer goes ahead and constructs on the right-of-way that will be vacated. It has nothing to do with any other part of the property. And this planning department analysis is not incomplete because they refuse to buy into Kent's misinterpretation of this criterion. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Nick, quick question for you. I mean, I'm going back to Mark said something earlier that stuck in my brain about existing conditions and then things change. I mean, this notion that you're guaranteed a site view, is this a real thing? I mean, maybe I'm asking it to you incorrectly, but I mean, are you guaranteed that no one else will build around you. Just, you know, once you construct your structure, you're guaranteed that nothing else in the future will be modified?
It's a great question, Mr. Chairman. There's already been a lot of discussion on this, so I'll try not to be repetitive. But under the case law, there's no private cause of action for obstructing a view from one private property over another private property. On the issue of views, counsel for Statai has also pointed to the planning analysis, which is part of your agenda materials, and specifically the planning analysis on the proposed right-of-way vacation. Under Chapter 82 of the City Code, any transfer of city property must be analyzed under specific planning criteria as to how the city property is proposed to be used. And here, the city property proposed to be vacated is part of the 21st Street right-of-way, which we know none of the 21st Street right-of-way is proposed to be proposed to be developed here. The property is proposed to be aggregated with the Seagull property, but none of the development will occur in the area that is the 21st Street right of way, and that's why in the planning analysis, the analysis focuses on, you know, particularly on that criteria number 4, that the right of way area will remain undeveloped. That as a result, it will not lead to the blocking of views. Lastly, there's been some discussion on an existing land development regulation, which is proposed to be amended here, and I'm just going to quote that: proposed additions shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors, nor impede the appearance or visibility of architecturally significant portions of an existing structure. This, like any other design regulation in the LDRs, is a design regulation that applies prospectively to new development. It's never been construed to create a private right on the part of a private property owner to a view over adjacent or nearby private property. This is a regulation that if we were not amending it today, would apply as it's written in the code to any development that meets the criteria in that particular section. So I want you to think of it as a land development regulation, as a design regulation like any other, and not like a private view right that is somehow enshrined in the RM3 district regulations.
And Nick, just a follow up to that: does this board have the right to make an amendment to this text?
Absolutely, like any other.
Okay.
In fact, your review is required.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the board?
I do, Mr. Chairman, if I'm recognized.
Absolutely.
I didn't use the hand, and I apologize.
Don't worry, I'm failing my part too. So then we'll go Alex after you. We'll go Tanya, and then Nick.
Thank you, and I want to express great excitement for this project. I think when we talk about the challenges we face in our city, we also face great opportunities, and clearly the present conditions of the property is a challenge to the Collins Park neighborhood, but we are at the cusp of great opportunities in every aspect of the city of Miami Beach, and this is certainly part of it. I've had the opportunity to meet with both sides of this conversation, and both have very well articulated arguments. And so right now I am going to be just me, independent as always, and following my own thoughts and my own conscience, because I listened to both sides on this. And so first and foremost, some of the comments that were placed on the record, Mr. City Attorney, needs some clarity. Was there a change in the applicant? Did the applicant change between the production of the agenda and now?
Mr. Fernandez, I don't think there's been any change here in the applicant. I think that an application was uploaded to Novus that the city administration completed for the vacation, but that application was signed back in March. The proposed LDR amendments were initiated by the city commission, were referred by the city commission, vetted by a commission committee, and referred to the planning board for its review. So there hasn't been, and the private developer that owns the property has remained the same throughout this process. So as far as I'm aware, there's been no change in the applicant.
Okay, all right. So there's been no change in the applicant. All right. So I just want to make sure I understand properly the scope of what's before us. We're looking at amendments to section 142-246 on additional height because currently the limit cannot exceed the existing height of the building. And what is proposed is a height of a ground level addition not to exceed the height of the existing building plus a rooftop addition. And this cannot exceed 120 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that is lower than the existing of most surrounding buildings when we're looking at the context of the area. Is that correct?
It's lower than the other waterfront buildings. That's correct.
Okay, and then section 142-161 would allow for the construction of rooftop additions on properties oceanfront within the architectural district with no frontage on Collins. And this would be tied together, of course, with a ground level addition because they go hand in hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, very, very well. Okay, so just wanted to make sure I understood that scope. I strongly feel that this area has changed in context of the building. This is not the building. This is the building adapting itself to what is the current context of this area, and even yet still not reaching what is really the context of the area because of the much larger density of buildings that are surrounding it. And if the city's planning department could guide me here, the FAR of the Siegel property is 2.0, and of the surrounding properties, I believe, is significantly higher. I believe the Setai and the W have a significantly higher FAR. Is that correct?
That's correct. They have the adjacent. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the second part?
Yeah, that the surrounding properties, the W, the Setai, what's surrounding it has a higher FAR than this property.
Correct. Yes.
And so,
I don't have the exact number, but it's just by looking at it, you can tell that it's higher than 2.
Okay, and so this application doesn't seek to transfer FAR. However, through the vacation of the right-of-way, they're seeking to do a joint development where without increasing FAR, they're getting more square footage that allows them to construct more.
Yes, essentially the lot size is increasing. So you multiply the larger lot size times the FAR of 2, and that gives them a little bit of extra development area that they can use. So it comes out to about 12,000 and change square feet.
So they are getting more intensity out.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting more intensity, but they're not getting more FAR.
Correct.
Well,
I mean, the FAR state remains 2.
Right. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, proceed.
Right. So let me get into the parts of the charter, because the charter, I believe, is very important for residents. the charter is where our rights start as residents, and the charter is our last line of defense as residents. And if there's one thing that I will always fight for, is for the rights of the residents through the charter. And it's something that I passionately believe in, because I served on the Charter Review Task Force, and I realize the importance of this tool for the residents and taxpayers of the city. And so, Mr. City Attorney, I see in your analysis, and if I thumb through the pages quickly to that. Old school, have paper and iPad. Okay, here we go. All right.
Me too, Alex.
That's new school. Old school, you
Right.
don't have the iPad.
That's right. That's true. So, Mr. Attorney, you're saying that section 1.03B1 doesn't apply because this is not a waterfront park. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. And just so that everyone knows what we're looking at here, we're looking at page 6 of the planning board memo on the vacation. 1.03B1 does not apply here because the vacation of the 21st Street right-of-way does not involve any portion of a city-owned park, recreation, or waterfront property.
And it says on the memo, just for the record, that 21st Street terminates at the eastern edge of platted Miami Beach Drive. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So 21st. So that's our understanding. 21st Street ends at the eastern edge of Miami Beach Drive. Okay. And this is not part of the cultural campus, so then 1.03B2 does not apply either.
That's correct. 21st Street is outside the boundaries of the cultural campus.
Okay. And 103.D speaks about public beach right-of-ways, and the city's position is that this street does not reach the erosion control line, so the referendum requirement would not apply because of that.
Right. Even if it were a public beach right-of-way, and this isn't beach property here, beach walk property, but it terminates before the erosion control line.
Okay, because it terminates at the eastern edge of Miami Beach Drive.
Right.
Okay, and so it's the opinion that 21st Street is not a street end, but rather it merges, and that's why 1.03E does not apply.
Right. So what Alex is referring to is section 1.03E, and this is our question number 4 in the memo at page 7, that certain public street ends require referendum approval to be sold or leased. In this case, we're not dealing with a street end here. What we're dealing with is a roadway that extends into and continues on to Miami Beach Drive, which is the north-south road. A street end is what we call colloquially a dead end, which is a street with no exit that's surrounded by private property, on 3 sides and doesn't connect to any other street.
Do we define anywhere in our charter or in the code what a street end is? Is that defined anywhere?
We do actually have a definition. It's if you give me a moment. It comes up in a different context. It's in I believe it's in chapter 18 of the code, and you know, I don't think this
artists.
Yeah, it's in the artist vendor, right? Street vendor and artist vendor ordinance, and the way street end is defined is the intersection between a street or avenue and another street or avenue, where one street or avenue is a dead end.
Okay, and your opinion is that this wouldn't meet that.
There's no dead end here. A dead end would be like either a cul-de-sac or a street that again has no exit and is surrounded on three sides by private property.
Okay. Is there any document in the city that identifies where 21st Street ends?
I don't know that I'm in the best position to answer that. I mean, I think if we have our public works director on the line, maybe he could answer that. But I think that our analysis is that because 21st Street merges and continues onto Miami Beach Drive, I don't know that there is an end like there might be when a street hits a dead end, like say at Lincoln Road, or on the west side at say 11th Street, 10th or 11th Street.
Okay, and I don't know if Mr. Colley is on the line. I see that the city attorney has his hand raised, and Mr. Chair, if you allow me to recognize him.
Yeah, I was going to go ahead, Ralph.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Roy is not on the line. He was on for the 1 p.m. but had other conflicts. And we have spoken to the Public Works Director about this. And to answer your question, the street guys in Public Works would define a street end by virtue of the physical built environment. The 21st Street, the name ends, and it merges and continues onto Miami Beach Drive. The name changes, but the street does not end. So that's although it was in a different context, to the extent that there is a definition in the code, it's consistent with this and with the Public Works Department's consistent interpretation on street ends. This was the same issue, by the way, that came up in the Ocean Terrace transaction, which was approved by this board a couple of years ago, in that 74th Street and 75th Street rather would merge on and continue onto Ocean Terrace Drive, so this is the same precedent that City Attorney Raul Aguila has applied in this particular context and interpretation of this charter provision, which, by the way, it doesn't necessarily require a referendum, because the language in that section provides that if it were a true street end, it could be approved by a unanimous vote of the city commission or a referendum. So, but for those reasons, we were comfortable, and Raul is comfortable here, that that 21st Street is not a street end within the meaning of 1.03 E of the charter.
Okay, so a concern that I have is that I find a little bit of conflicting information, because I understand the legal department's analysis, because the legal department's analysis is based on the information that they've been provided. What I've found, and what I wish I could get input from the Public Works Department on, is this long-standing, pretty much, I guess, understanding, for lack of a better word, is that the street reaches the erosion control line. And that not only does the street reach the erosion control line, but it is identified that those portions of 21st Street that reach the erosion control line through an actual asset ID number that is provided by the city through its asset management. And so in order to have, for me to be able to make a determination on this, I would need to get some clarification from Public Works and some verification from Public Works that indeed 21st Street does not reach all the way to the erosion control line. And that would be important for me. Additionally, I believe very, very much on what was the intent of the charter versus what is legally allowed by the charter. There are issues in the LDR ordinances, some issues that I agree with, some issues that I don't agree with. But what I really have a very strong position on is what was the intention. Now, the language might be written in such a way that may make something legal and that is correct per the legal analysis of the city attorney's office, but was not necessarily what was intended by the drafters of the charter when these provisions were adopted. I believe when they talk about the aggregation of lots, I don't think that this is what they foresaw. I don't think this is what they intended. I don't think they were thinking about the city vacating a portion of its right of way. I sense that was not the case. In fact, that part of the language, I think, was adopted in 1998 of the charter language shortly after that vacation of the Ritz-Carlton right of way. So that weighs heavily on me. What was the real intent of the charter versus what is legal because of the way that it was written, and so it's in no way a question of the analysis provided by the legal department. It's just a matter of intent. So with that, those are the concerns I have for the moment. I would like to listen to some of my colleagues and perhaps have some follow-up at that time. Thank you.
We're going to go to Tanya and then Nick.
Stop letting Alex go first because I guess I share a lot of concerns. If you'll permit me a moment of levity, understanding and respecting how much work has gone into this and what's at stake. I've lived in Miami Beach a long time. I never thought I'd be in a position to weigh in on something that is like a modern version of the spite wall dispute. So I'm slightly amused at that. I hope everybody can see the spirit in which this was intended. It was not meant to be disrespectful at all. I love this project. I have to say that up front. I think it is exactly what we need in the city. It's the right kind of look and feel where we're taking an existing building and we're improving upon it. We're calling out what we love about it and we're making it more, giving more of it to love in ways that bring it up to modern standards and desires. It's the right kind of attitude. I think it's fabulous. My objection is purely the intent versus the specifics of the way that it's happening. It's a bit of a ham-handed analogy, but when you look at the Second Amendment in the national Constitution, the founders were not saying that people should have assault weapons that could mow down hundreds of people within a minute. They said you could have a musket so that you could, prevent the government from running rampant. I feel like it's a little bit of a heavy analogy, but I feel like we're kind of here in our local version in that the charter may not have addressed every possible perambulation of how to circumnavigate the language, but in order to build the project as it's proposed, the project needs to be bigger than it is. And so you can either get more land or you can go for an FAR increase. And so the route has been to sort of do an end run around the intent of the charter by saying, let's vacate a portion of the right of way, we'll deed it back to the city, and we will not increase our height, we will not increase our FAR, but we will still end up with a bigger project, which is the desired outcome. I see the pages and pages of analysis, and I'm not going to be able to debate on the merits of them because they are very precise and and I understand where they're coming from. So my issue is that once again, the city is not honoring the spirit of the charter, where if this were put in front of the voters to say, hey, we've got this amazing project, we need a little more space than we have, can you grant us an FAR? Like they did with the Wolfsonian project just in this last election. The voters said, hell yeah, let's do it. It's a great project, we'll do it. They did for the Wolfsonian. I'm sure they would have for the Ocean Terrace project that was vacated. Now has left a bunch of animus in North Beach about that project and the way it came to be in its final stages after it had already overcome a great deal of animus in North Beach. And I don't see the need for us as a city, as a community, to keep doing these end runs. I mean, it was put into the charter after the Ritz-Carlton vacation. Not that kind of vacation, although I know everybody could use one right now. But you know, it was put in because there was a defined, a perceived need to prevent this from happening again. And yet it has happened for an alleyway here, a street there, to aggregate more lots for the 500 Alton Road development on Ocean Terrace. We're talking about doing it here. We as a community absolutely need to rethink the way we do this, because the vacation of right-of-way to do an end run around the charter provision requiring residents to vote on FAR increases it's just becoming the way that we do business as a city, and that is not what is intended. So I reiterate that I love this project and I want to see it go forward. I do not love and I will not support this vacation of the right-of-way as it stands currently without going back to the voters the way the charter intended.
Nick?
Sure. You know, I was just going to offer some general support for the project, and I think it's a beautiful and somewhat subtle adaptation of what exists, which really completely transforms it, the environment around it. To Tanya's point, you know, it's a good question about, you know, this. We've now done 4 of these street vacations in the past couple of years. I mean, the only real advantage I see is the kind of public benefit that comes out of it, and that makes me comfortable with it. You know, whether it's financial, as in this case, or in terms of dedicated public space and some of the other ones that we've seen. But you know, I think if that is something that it becomes controversial, then you know, I think eventually our elected officials will be you know, less likely to pursue that as an option. But, you know, for now, I'm comfortable with this as an approach. The other thing I just wanted to say in terms of, you know, the view corridor, you know, generally view corridors are for the public. I find it just unreasonable to think that a building that fronts Collins, you know, would be able to privilege their ocean view over the property actually on the ocean. So I don't find that convincing, and I just wanted to state that. You know, I support this project. I think it's beautiful, and it's going to have a very positive impact on the community.
Thank you, Nick. And so I'll just go now. You actually said one of the points that I was going to say, and that's the public benefit piece. So I'm willing to support it for that. And in this conversation of the public benefit piece, it looks like it's about $7.5 million, or I lost my note, but over $7 million. Can someone tell me how that goes to the city? Not how it goes to the city, but what happens with it? Is that into the general fund of the city?
Yes, sir, it would, and the city commission has not yet determined how to allocate those funds once they come in, but it would be general fund dollars. So
we could have a separate recommendation to the commission that these funds or a portion thereof be transferred to the North CRA?
I think as part of the vacation, you know, and I'll defer to Nick, who's your attorney, but as part of the vacation, you could also adopt a related recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I mean, And I was done, but I'll just say this last blurb. I mean, I just want to see if we're doing it for public benefit, I want to see it really do some public benefit, not just go in the general operating fund.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It all goes to the general fund.
I could jump in here for a quick second. I do know that when there was discussion about the Byron Carlisle, somebody on the call, I forget if it was a commissioner or residents or some consultants said that, made mention of the fact that there was money coming from the Seagull project, most likely, and that part of that could be allocated to the Byron Carlisle, to other North Beach CRA kinds of projects. Well, not CRA specific, but North Beach projects. And because it was going into the general fund and because it was intended to be for public benefit, and I do know that other commissioners said that they would not support doing that, and I'm not sure what their reasoning was, but I'd have to go back and check the records. But it does seem to me that this notion of if we're getting money for public benefit, it should be used wherever the biggest, fastest impact could be used and not saved in its entirety for a rainy day. We've seen the financials of the city looking much healthier than anyone anticipated this year, despite the ravages of the pandemic. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
All right, so maybe Tanya, you'll move that item for me or second it somehow when it comes time for it. But let's take up the one that's in front of us. Do we have any more commentary on this, or we want to go ahead and move? Oh, Rogelio, go ahead.
Mark, you got Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say how, I support this project. I think it's an unbelievable project. And, it's exactly the type of project I think that we would want to come to South Beach. One of the issues we're having right now is they're very inexpensive hotel rooms and it's drawing tourism that perhaps isn't the best tourism match for us. So this is exactly the type of high-end project I think that we're trying to bring in here. And developers are going to act in their economic interest here. And there's going to, the product as it is probably doesn't work for them. So they do need this extra bit to make it work for them. Okay. And that's what they're going to do. I think it's a great opportunity for us. Tanya, I'm not surprised you're against it. I mean, I got your memo from Miami Beach United telling you we were against it. So, your name's on that. So it's not a surprise that you're against this, but that's your prerogative there. Listen, I personally think that actually that charter is some of the most cowardly legislation I've ever seen in my life. I think, I want to vote my leaders in to make these kind of decisions and not put it to the voters, because I think that if you look at the education on these projects of the voters, as opposed to the analysis that we do, that staff does, that the commissioners would do, you would get more cogent and better analysis on this. If you asked a typical voter, they'll see some ad and they'll vote based upon that, not really understanding what they're voting for or against. And so I think that, I want my leaders to govern, and we're not talking about that legislation now, but that legislation to me was horrible. And if our leaders make horrible decisions, they get voted out. They make great decisions, they get voted in. So, I'm going with advice of counsel, and this is a project that we are allowed to approve, that it isn't in conflict with the charter, and so I'm all for this, and it's exactly what we need, and we need to encourage these types of developments. And all I see is people, one unit owner, two unit owners jamming up these projects, causing delays, asking for continuances, and causing, a logjam of projects that will never get done, or people get frustrated and stop them. I think we have an opportunity now. This will be amazing. This will be great for our city, and I'm all for it.
So thank you, Mark. Nick, if you don't mind, I think you should have your hand up. You want to say something, then we have Mr. Coley to answer Alex's question.
That's all I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, is that we have Roy Coley on the line, and just so he's aware, the question was as to whether the segment of 21st Street proposed to be vacated extends to the erosion control line.
And Mr. Chair, if you allow me, so my question is in the context of let's get to it. Okay. Does the application involve a sale, exchange, conveyance, lease, or any transfer of any city interest in public beach right-of-way extending eastward from Collins Avenue to the erosion control line? And from what I'm seeing from the city's records, is that 21st Street reaches up to the erosion control line. And wanted your guidance on this as our Public Works Director.
Thank you for the question. It is my understanding that what the applicant submitted to Public Works in their application for this vacation, where they delineated, does not go to the control line. I'm not sure if you have a survey in your package. Forgive me, I don't have a copy of the package that you've been submitted with me today. But the package that I had originally submitted to the City Commission showed a delineation that did not go that far. If you have something that shows different than that, then we would certainly want to review it to make sure that there's not a mistake somewhere.
And Mr. Director, thank you so much for the clarification. And clearly, I understand that the portion of the right of way doesn't go that far, but in terms of any portion of the right-of-way that might reach the erosion control line, does 21st Street reach the erosion control line?
I need to review that to be positive. It was my understanding that the 21st Street terminated prior to the control line. I think there has been an opinion written on that where we had our surveyor review that and our legal team review the surveyor's findings. And if you don't have that, we need to double check it. I don't want to speak off the cuff here without the package in front of me.
Okay, yeah, and that'd be great because the information that I found was portions of 21st Street reaching to that point and being given actual asset ID numbers from the city. So that would be information that I would need just to make sure that the decision that I'm making today is indeed in keeping with what was the intent of the charter before us. So thank you, Mr. Colley. I appreciate your input.
Tanya, are you waiting to be recognized, or that's from the? Okay, go ahead. And then we'll come to you. We'll come to you, Carter, in a second.
I'm sorry, did you want me to wait?
Go ahead, Tanya, please.
I just wanted to say, for the record, I know Nick and I have talked about this at length, as well as other staff members. For point of clarity for everybody and anybody who may be listening, these items today, all the items in the last couple of months since I've joined the board, and any items going forward that may come before the Miami Beach United board that are likely to be heard or are indicated that they're going to be heard at the planning board, I recuse myself. In fact, we organized the MBU meeting agenda so that all of those items are grouped together towards the end so that I leave and the board meeting continues. So the document that was sent by MBU with my name on the MBU shield is a pro forma document template. I did not vote on this item. I did not discuss this item, and I did not opine on this item. I have, however, over the last number of years, been very clear in my concern about the fact that the city has been using this workaround to give increased size or space or whatever is needed by the developer. And I am not in any way opposed to this project. In fact, the first thing I said after my little joke about the spike wall was how much I think this is a fantastic project, and I look forward to it coming to fruition. I have no issue with the size. I have no issue with the the change, the uniformity of the height that's going to go forward. I think it's great on every point. And my issue is not with the increase in square footage, it's with the issue in which the city is bequeathing that square footage. That's the issue. And so for those who may think that it's not a great way to do things, to have voters vote on these sorts of changes, the Charter Review Committee is going to be impaneled next year for our annual 10-year, or our regular 10-year charter review, and that would be a great time to weigh in on it. But as a start, the charter stands now. Even for the best intended projects, the voters are supposed to vote on these sorts of changes, as they did very successfully with the Wilsonian project just this past November. So I just wanted to clarify those items for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Mr. Carter, you had a comment?
One, I guess we'd never heard of any kind of city designation or asset designation for any portion of 21st Street, and I'm a little. I would love to see, understand what that is. But I believe that Nick and Rogelio have an excerpt from the 1915 plat that shows clearly that the roadway, which wasn't called 21st Street, and Miami Drive wasn't labeled the same, turns and goes north-south and does not go to the beach. I believe they have that in their possession. I don't know if they can share it. I know I can't because of the way the system has worked. But the 1915 plat does not take the street end to the erosion control line. It is worth noting that the erosion control line, for those who have been in the field, is located more than 100, probably closer to 200 feet west or east, of Miami, of the north-south Miami Beach Drive. It is a long way east of Miami Drive in terms of where the erosion control line is located.
So,
and our survey does show that also.
Go ahead, Michael.
I agree with what Carter just said. And, this is, I'm not sure what Alex looked at for his data records for the Public Works Department, but, this is no different than what happened in Ocean Terrace, where you had those two east-west streets merging into Ocean Terrace, and therefore they fell outside the definition of what Alex is referring to. If you look at, by contrast, let's say 18th Street, that street end goes all the way to the erosion control line. So it extends eastward from Collins, and it fits within that definition. Ours fall outside that definition because our street, 21st Street, does not go all the way to the erosion control line. It actually starts curving northward and connects to Miami Beach Drive. Therefore, that charter section is not implicated. And I don't know if Nick wants to can Nick share the 1915 plat, which may have different names, but it's, it shows that condition.
Yeah. I don't know that I can do that. Rogelio, I think, can you do that?
Well, PJ, don't they have it Michael, don't you have it in your presentation on that page that you showed?
Don't have the 1915 plat, but we do have a survey excerpt which shows what I just described. So
the plat, the plat is what the plat shows that where 21st Street connects to Miami Beach Drive. But I think the open question is, where is 21st Street in relation to the ECL? And I think Michael, I think you have that in your. I think I saw it in your presentation.
Right. So PJ,
that survey.
Can you pull up our presentation again, and we'll just rapidly go through to that particular slide?
Yeah, it was in the second one, right, Michael? The one you did?
Yeah, but it's all just one presentation, but it's I think we can get communications department back.
Yeah, he's pulling it up.
Thank you, PJ. So keep on going. 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 I'm sorry. Go back. Go back. Go back.
It's slide 23.
Yeah. think that I was asking PJ to go too quick. All right, one forward, another forward, another. Okay, you just missed it. It's right there where I see that on the edge. So just go one there. Okay, so this, of course, mimics the plat because it was built in accordance with the plat. And it shows, you see Collins Avenue is over there in the west. So 21st Street starts extending eastward, but then it doesn't make it. My old eyes cannot see, but the erosion control line is as far as what Carter said to the east. Whereas 21st, go ahead, Carter.
The erosion control line is our eastern property line that is outlined in blue. And you can see the distance. Nick is highlighting it. That's the erosion control line. Right. It is substantially seaward of Miami Beach Drive.
In fact, there's a parcel in between 21st Street and the erosion control line that has a separate folio number, which is an intervening parcel, which makes it impossible for 21st Street to actually join the erosion control line. Because on this survey excerpt, it clearly shows 21st Street starts curving to the north to connect to Miami Beach Drive. So therefore, it's not a street end, and it doesn't extend eastward to the erosion control line.
Got it. All right. All right, PJ, you can close it out.
Mr. Chair, and just to circle back, I have to say, my position on this is not on whether the decision made in 1998 to delegate this decision making on FAR through charter to the voters was right or not. What my decision making in this is not an opinion on whether it should have stayed with the legislative body or not. My decision making in this is based on what was the will of the voters at the time, and not diluting what was that will of the voters. I think we've known about this, legal, for a lack of a better term, loophole that exists in our charter for a while now. And I don't blame the applicant. And I don't blame the city attorney's office because they're just doing their job. I mean, they have to provide legal analysis and they need to say whether it's legal or not. And they're doing their job. They're saying it's legal because it's a loophole that exists that is legal. Ultimately, who do I blame? I blame us as residents for not closing the loophole if we feel strongly about this. And if we want to fix this, it's in the will of the voters, of the residents, to fix the correction of this loophole. Because at the end of the day, we're the ones that control the charter. And so with that, I'm getting a feedback. I'm sorry, when I get that feedback, I can't put my thoughts together well. But I just wanted to clarify that on the record. Again, I think that this is incredible opportunity for Miami Beach. This is an incredible project. And I don't think that an incredible project should be at the expense of the rights of the voters, of the residents, because there is a way, there is a mechanism through which to do this. And I think sometimes if we're upfront, or not just upfront, but if we follow the process as it's written in our charter, independent of these extra maneuvers that may exist, if we go to the voters and we tell them that this great project, that this exciting project, that this great opportunity is coming to Miami Beach, they would vote for it, you know? And so that's just my thought on it. I know some might disagree, and that's okay. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time and for allowing me to ask these questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Nick, and then Mark, and then hopefully we'll find a motion or to deny or approve.
Except when the other group starts spending money to oppose it, right? That's what happens. And so then it doesn't get explained, and it gets wishy-washy, and then that's what ends up happening. I think it's great. I'm going to move it forward right now. Do we have to do separate motions to?
Yes, we need one motion for the ordinance and one for the right-of-way.
We do, Mark, but if you would just pause and let Nick speak, and then if you would be
I'm sorry.
so kind.
I'm sorry, Nick.
No problem. I'm sorry.
No,
Wrong Nick. Go ahead.
My board member.
Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, Nick. I was just going to also chime in. Again, I would view this as a loophole if there were no public benefit, but there's a public benefit associated with this. So I don't view it as a loophole. I view it as a separate procedure. If they didn't want to donate or give $7.5 million to the city and offer the other public benefits, then they could, pursue this other option. But I view this as a separate path forward, and I don't view it as inappropriate, frankly. So I just wanted to go on the record and say that.
Mr. City Attorney, Kalurgis.
Sorry, the only thing I wanted to add was that the motion on the LDR amendments is a motion to transmit with either a favorable or unfavorable recommendation, and then the motion on the vacation is to approve, since your authority under the city charter is to approve.
Kareem, you're muted, Kareem.
I apologize. You were in the process of making a motion. I interrupted you. We need to take these separately. What is your pleasure on PB 210424, which is the LDR for the rooftop additions in the architectural district?
Yeah, before I transmit it, again, this is allowable. So this isn't something that has to go to the vote of the people. So you may not like the fact that this loophole, for lack of a better word, exists, but it does. And that's the way it works with a lot of things in the law, and a lot of things in business, a lot of things in tax code, and it does. So nothing is exactly black and white. With that, I'm going to move to transmit this with a favorable recommendation to the City Commission.
I would second.
Okay,
Mr. Attorney, on the
one second, Alex. It's been moved by Mark and seconded by Nick.
And this is a motion on the RM3 amendments.
That's correct, to transmit to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. I'll call the question, Alex.
Sorry. Did you have a question? Oh yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were calling the question. And just quickly, just in the terms of public benefits and all that. Just to follow up on that, is there anything that addresses payment to the city for exchange of any right-of-way or the vacation of any right-of-way?
I could address that. So the way we treat vacations, because ultimately what we're doing here is quitclaiming the parcel to the applicant, we treat it as a sale of property. And so under the city code, it requires obtaining an appraisal, and the applicant obtained their own appraisal. The city obtained a separate independent appraisal that valued the property at $7.4 million. I think the applicant's appraisal was $5 million, and the applicant has agreed to pay the city the full 7.4 appraised value for the right-of-way. In addition to then the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance, landscaping, and security obligations that they're agreeing to as well.
And I just wanted to confirm that for the record, they're putting cameras, and these cameras are going to be connected also with the police department. This is an area of our city that we've seen in the past thefts and that type of stuff, and we still don't have cameras in that area. And this will be a public benefit for this area. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But I would note that that's not related to the RM3 ordinance. It's related to the alley vacation.
Right. Understood. Thank you.
This is for the LDR amendment. So
Raelio, you're on mute.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. This is I'm doing a roll call for the LDR amendment. So Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro? Mr. Fernandez?
This is for the LDR amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weider is absent. The motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the vacation of the alleyway, and I'll also note that, as Ms. Bott suggested, that there's going to be a review the charter, and so perhaps this loophole could be discussed at that moment. But we're dealing with what currently exists under current law. And so therefore, I think that I'm going to go with what exists under current law. You may not agree necessarily philosophically, but this is what we're allowed to do. With that, I'm going to move to approve this, the vacation of the street.
I'll again second it by saying this is a good project. I really see its merits, and at the very least, I always look for public benefit or public harm. There's at least $7.5 million of public benefit here, in addition to it being a responsibly designed thing. So I second it.
All right, so it's been moved to approve Planning Board PB 21-046. It's been seconded by Nick, moved by Mark Milan, seconded by Nick Yelpe.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott.
Because I have the luxury of saying that I love the project, but I don't love the vacation process, I'm going to say no because I know it's going to go forward and long.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
But sorry to be a
stickler,
but on a roll call, it really should just be yay or nay.
In that case, I have a question for the attorneys. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're in the middle of a roll call. Can I wait until after, or?
Yeah, let's wait till after.
I would have voted at that point, but.
Oh, okay. What's your question?
I just want to make sure that when we're voting on alienation of right-of-ways, that part of the purview of the planning board, as we're voting on this, is to consider in part what the code says, view corridors and matters relating to that. Is that correct?
The planning analysis that's required for any transfer of city property, part of that analysis includes how the use of the property proposed to be transferred, that is the use of the city property, how that use might impact views.
Okay. All right. And that's part of what we have to consider in voting up and down an alienation.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we were at Mr. Brantley. So next, Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
No.
Mr. Jalpi.
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
Yes.
And Mr. Weeder is absent. The motion passes 4-2.
Great.
All right. And then I'm going to make a motion that
Thank you, Carter. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for your
time. One second. Let's. I don't want to dispatch the whole thing that quickly. I want to take the opportunity to. I move to recommend to the City Commission that the funds generated as the public benefit from this project be moved in entirety or significant portion to the North Beach CRA.
Mr. Chair, if I could have just a point of order to be able to ask the City Attorney's Office whether or not I have a conflict of interest with that.
What? I think it's just a recommendation, though.
Yeah, but out of an abundance of, if we don't ask them, we get in trouble for not asking.
Hang back and it'll get through.
Yeah. What Mr. Fernandez is asking about is based on the same opinion that the County Ethics Commission advised him to abstain from participating in the Planning Board's review of the North Beach CRA redevelopment plan this morning is based on that same opinion. Should he recuse himself from this motion? And the difference here is that the redevelopment plan will go before the Board of County Commissioners for approval. This is an advisory recommendation on the use of additional, the allocation of additional city funds for North Beach CRA projects. So this is above and beyond any financing that the CRA itself generates. This will not go before the Board of County Commissioners.
So it's your opinion that I don't have a conflict of interest?
It's my you don't have a conflict, but you don't have a conflict under that opinion either. But this is distinguishable from that opinion, which recommended that you recuse yourself from matters that will go before the Board of County Commissioners for a vote. So you may participate in this item.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to move it if you don't have a motion yet.
By all means, sir.
I'll go ahead and move it.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did.
You did move it.
Yeah,
so it's what's the motion, Kareem, that we're recommending to the city commission that the funds that are going to be generated from the sale of the vacation of the street go towards the North Beach CRA. That's the motion on the table.
Yeah, and I'm recommending that. I didn't say the majority of funds. I just said a significant portion or all. So I mean, we can say majority if you want, 51%, but I'm just saying significant portion or all.
And I think we should get a high five from the CRA folks. I'll second that.
I thought I already seconded.
It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Bob. Okay. So Rogelio.
Okay. Roll call. Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi.
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
So those that voted against it still get to direct the funds. Is that accurate, or is that
exactly?
I don't think by law I can choose not to vote on it.
I think it should be only the 4 people that voted for it should get to direct it. But yeah, of course, I'm voting yes.
All right, Mr. Weeder's absent. The motion passes.
Unanimous. Okay, Carter, Michael.
Here comes here for them.
Thank you for your time. Have a great evening. And with that, we're going to take a recess for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and the fact that you carried through this. Thank you.
And also thanks to Mr. Robbins, and Mr. Gould as well for participating, and all the folks from the public. So thank you. We're going to take a 20-minute break. All right. Welcome back to the City of Miami Beach Planning Board, April 27th. We're going to take up our next item, which would be Planning Board File 21-0428. This is the Sunset Harbor CD2 and I-1 development overlay.
Okay, so this item was presented to the Planning Board last month and continued to this meeting. The ordinance before you has no changes from the last month, so I'm not going to go through it in detail unless you have any questions that you want me to answer. Staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. I'm pretty sure that as part of the public hearing, you're going to be presented some modifications that we can discuss should they come up. But unless you want me to go into detail on the ordinance, that's my presentation for now.
I think that's fine. Alex, is your hand raised? You and Mark?
Just at the appropriate time, wanted to ask you, Mr. Chairman, it's your prerogative as well, if at the right time, if Mike Rubin, who is one of the co-authors of the Neighborhood Vision Plan, if he could be given maybe some extra time that we usually grant in the public hearing to help explain Sunset Harbor's vision as part of this very exciting, forward-thinking ordinance that we have before us.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And before we get there, let's go ahead and go to I think we have a presentation by Mickey. Is that correct?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I just briefly, as Rogelio said, we did talk about this at length last month. So I'd like to just briefly go over what we've done since then and provide you with additional language that I'd like you all to consider. And with that, Mr. Chair, if we could pull up the presentation that I submitted to staff. And again, for the record, Mickey Marrero from the law firm of Burkow, Rodell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas, here on behalf of the Sobi 18 LLC, which is the Finbar Group, and they are, now the owners of 1790 Alton Road. So just for a brief overview, in case some folks just wanted a refresher, our clients are the developers of several hotels in Miami Beach and throughout South Florida in particular, and ones that you all recognize quite easily. The newly opened Palomar Hotel at 1750 Alton Road, just on the other side of Dade Boulevard from this property. as well as the Residence Inn on 17th Street, which is connected to that hotel, the Courtyard Marriott on Washington Avenue, and the soon-to-be constructed Thompson Hotel on Washington Avenue and 17th. They had seen the opportunity to purchase this property, and actually, if we can move to the next slide. I went over this last month, but I think it's worth discussing again. The opportunity came about for Mr. Ronald Finbarb and his family to purchase the property. And on November 19th, they entered into a contract with the pre-existing property owner. Shortly thereafter, myself and Ronnie and his architect met with Tom Mooney on December 4th to confirm that a hotel would be permitted and to go over what the restrictions would be operationally and what the zoning requirements would be for such a use. After that meeting, he felt comfortable that this project would work. So he began to negotiate an operating agreement with Kimpton Hotels to have a companion hotel to go with the existing Palomar. That was done over the course of the holidays, essentially. And by January, he had that agreement complete. On the 14th of December, he got a loan approved for the acquisition of the land. And on February 1st, he went hard, non-refundable, fully executed contract, and his deposit was accepted. And project was moving forward. He already had an architect in place. Everything was moving great. And then we were watching the February 10th City Commission meeting. And during the discussion of an item that at no point had any mention of a hotel component or prohibition, the discussion about possibly prohibiting hotels in Sunset Harbor came about. And that's, of course, how we got involved in this legislative process. So the point is, I think the facts are not really in dispute. Our client did everything that a property owner should do in good faith, did a great deal of due diligence, did all this well before anyone had mentioned to us or in any sort of public realm that there was any consideration of a hotel prohibition in Sunset Harbor. With that, I'd like to go to the next slide. Since the last meeting, as I said, we've been pretty well underway on the plans, and we showed you all some concept drawings and some renderings last month. I can show those again. They're in the presentation, but we've since continued working on the plans, and we've actually submitted a design review board application. So what we would like you all to consider is an applicability clause, which is something that we have introduced for many ordinances where there's a unique property interest that gets sort of stuck in time here. And what we're asking is if there's, that for a property that was the subject of a DRB application that was submitted to and accepted by the city prior to today's date, and also had a valid purchase and sale agreement prior to February 10th, which is the first time the hotel prohibition came about, exempting such properties from the hotel prohibition of this ordinance. Property would still have to abide by all other components of the ordinance, but the hotel prohibition would not be applied to such a property. That's one way that you all can recommend a carve out of this property for this issue. The other, and the next slide, this is what we introduced to you all last month. It's another way to carve out the property. It's basically, since it is in fact the farthest property away from where the residences are, it's on the corner of Alton Road and Dade Boulevard. We drafted sort of a geographic carve out that because it is the farthest away and, based on that, would least impact any potential hotel impact to the residences, and you could carve it out that way. I'm not sure which one you're most comfortable with if you're inclined to consider these, but we provided you options as to which one you think would work best. With that, I'm happy to go through the renderings that we have of the project, if the board would like to see them. Or I can just, and again, what I would say, just, before I do that, it's a 36-room hotel, 36 units. It's a relatively small hotel. It's going to have a ground floor restaurant that is going to be comparable to the Marini that we've opened across the street. We're not proposing to have any entertainment, any neighborhood impact establishment, or any type of use that traditionally has been considered a nuisance to neighbors. None of those things are proposed here. It's just hotel units and a high quality restaurant. That's it. We think it's going to be a wonderful use for the neighborhood and look forward to taking this through the process of the design review board. If we can go just to the next slide so you all can get an idea of what it looks like again. this is the Palomar that's already open, and then one more. One more. Sorry. This is what the proposed hotel would look like in comparison to the neighborhood. We certainly feel it's compatible and really an outstanding design. And then one more. Again, here's just a closer view. I don't think we need to go through all the slides again, as you've all seen it before, and I think you're pretty familiar. If you all have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. But with that, I'd ask you to please consider fairness here and take into account my client's good faith efforts and allow him to continue with this hotel development as he started well before the hotel prohibition. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, sir.
So Mickey, what if you don't get this right now?
Well, right, you all recommend to the city commission, so we would hope that you recommend one of the carve-outs. If you don't, we're still going to have to speak to the commission about it. But we would ask that you all take into consideration all that's been done. If we don't get it, Ronnie and his family are hotel developers. They didn't buy this property as a speculative property or an investment. They bought this property to build a hotel. They did the marketing. They did the business profile. They did a lot of due diligence before they put any money down. So they're going to do everything they can to make that a reality, hopefully.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Do you want to go to the public and let the Sunset Harbor Neighbors Association speak?
It's just as a follow-up, actually, to Mark's question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, go ahead.
And I just want to ask the city attorney's office about this, because I asked a similar question as Mark during the last meeting, because I have the same concern when an individual does due diligence. What message do we send when after they do due diligence, the rules change? But my question to the city attorney's office is, what do the rules say about this? At what time, when does someone become grandfathered? Because that's the part that I still don't understand, and I'm not familiar with. So if you could guide me on that.
Of course, and that's an important question. Under our code, under what we call informally our zoning in progress ordinance in Chapter 118 of the Land Development Regulations, pending amendments to the LDRs are enforced against all applications upon the favorable recommendation of the planning board. So that's the general rule. The exception to that rule is if an applicant has either a building permit or a DRB or HBB order for a project that that would be impacted by the pending regulation, in which case the new regulation would not apply to that development. In this case, and staff can confirm, I do not believe the developer has a DRB order or a building permit for a hotel. Rogelio, can you confirm that?
There is no building permit for a hotel at this time.
Okay, so thank you. So if you were to transmit this ordinance with a favorable recommendation, the overlay would apply to Mr. Marrero's client like it would any other property owner in the district.
So if we wanted to carve that out, we would need to adapt this applicability clause that Mickey went over.
Right. Mickey's proposing two different options.
Right.
The one that I would recommend to you would be the applicability clause. And I would just delete the last sentence on the and depending on where the discussion goes, and obviously we still have a public hearing to hold, but but I would just delete the last part referring to the purchase and sale agreement and just use the date on which the prior to date for DRB applications filed prior to whatever the date was in the app. That would be my recommendation if the board is inclined to do a carve out.
And Mr. Chair, if just as a final follow-up, and I promise to that, are they the property owner yet?
Mickey, do they own the property, or are they just in contract? Is the question.
Yes, no, when we met with you all last month, they had gone hard and they had a limited time to close. They have since closed, so they are the property owner.
They are today the property owner.
Yeah, I mean the options were either close and own the property or lose a significant deposit. So yeah, they did close.
Got it. Okay. What I'd like to do is let me see if he's here. Hold on. Mike Rubin.
I think he's the first member of the public who has his hand up.
Okay. Wait one second. Let me just give Tanya. I've given board members an opportunity to speak. I see Tanya has her hand up, and then Nick, and then we'll go to Mr. Rubin.
I can wait until public.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you. Given that the Finbarbs own the property now, and it's this very unfortunate circumstance of timing, hypothetically speaking, the design looks lovely from what I recall, and I know that's not our role to opine on that, but hypothetically speaking, could this be converted from a hotel to an apartment building for, to make, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments for small families or young tech people moving here, or something, that kind of fills in the gaps of the housing stock that exists. So it's not super luxury, it's not micro units, but it would be something that could appeal to the workforce that we're trying to attract. It's in a very desirable location. It's got a ton of stuff going for it. So it's a different business model. I understand that all that is not typically what this family of owners does, but is there a possibility? I would imagine that has been considered, running through the what if scenarios.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to respond?
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, again, and I apologize, but again, my client is a hotel developer. That is what they do. That is what they've been successful at. They've never developed residential buildings, and they already have an agreement in place with Kimpton. They bought this specifically for the hotel market, and that is what they want to do. That is really the only reason they bought it, specifically because of its proximity to their Palomar and the opportunity that presented. So that's what their intention is. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Mickey. Let's go to Mr. Rubin. Nick, you're going to hold till after, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go to Mr. Rubin.
Okay, can you hear me?
We got you. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the time. I believe we have a couple of slides, or actually one slide.
And Mr. Rubin, would you? I think a lot of us know who you are, but if you would just, introduce yourself and why you're appearing and on behalf of whom.
Of course. So I'm one of 10 directors on the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, which consists of 10 members drawn from the 5 Sunset Harbor HOAs. I'm also the co-author of the Neighborhood Vision Plan with Marcella Sardi, and I reside in Sunset Harbor and have my business here as well. So I can't tell if you're able to get this slide up. I'm at this point working off of a phone, so I'm not sure if you can. Okay, great. Okay, so the purpose of what we want to introduce here was that we don't think that the necessarily the planning board had the opportunity to really have the context and the origin of the neighborhood vision plan. So we just want to take a couple of minutes on that. We could go to the next slide. We kept this to one slide because we think it's a terrible death to be talked to death, especially at the end of the day here. But we did want to convey that the Sunset Harbor NVP, the Neighborhood Vision Plan, was developed as a proactive response to a uniform height ordinance that was introduced last spring in 2020. And it called for a uniform 75-foot height increase throughout the CD2 district. Sunset Harbor is, of course, a neighborhood of 6 blocks, bounded on 2 sides by water. It's an intimate neighborhood, and we felt that it just did not deal with the nuance or the scale or the sense of place of the neighborhood. But rather than continue to react to that, we understood that what the city was attempting to do by catalyzing economic diversification with office mixed use was both a desirable thing and something that did have a place in Sunset Harbor. So what the neighborhood vision plan attempted to do was 2 things. First, to define subzones for the office mixed use height increase. And we defined 3 of those subzones based both on the neighborhood itself and its context, as well as the way decisions are made about office locations of family offices and creative offices and so on. The other thing we did was to define a set of comprehensive development criteria so that this was not about a height ordinance alone, but would support development that was accretive to the neighborhood as a place of scale, a walkable neighborhood, a mixed-use neighborhood. Sunset Harbor, as many of you know, has become kind of a center point, a community center point for neighboring communities, including the Venetian Islands, West Avenue, Sunset Islands 3 and 4, and the Bay Road, Alton Road corridor. So it's a place where people go to the market. It's a place where people dine, where they shop, where they seek out neighborhood services. The goal of the NVP was to reinforce that by further enhancing the walkability of the neighborhood and to support the city's goal for economic diversification. What we realized as we did this was that those 2 goals are quite compatible because family office and creative office looks for locations that essentially have those assets that are walkable with access to restaurants, etc. And those types of offices are accretive to the neighborhood in that they create daytime animation. With that, though, we recognize that the neighborhood vision plan, to become an instrument of any sort, needed to find a home within a redesigned ordinance within the city. So we work with commission, with Mayor Gelber, with the community, with land use, and in collaboration with city planning over a 9-month period to craft the NVP comprehensive development criteria into criteria with the help of city planning that would work within the bounds of an ordinance and maintain the kind of flexibility that development required at the same time. So we have setback, sidewalk animation criteria, sidewalk widening, rooftop uses, etc. I believe at this point, the planning board is familiar with those criteria. The goals of which were to support an enhanced street environment, reinforce the neighborhood character, but at the same time, facilitate office mixed-use development by clear guidelines and with clear zones. Within those zones, there were some setbacks relative to adjacent residences, existing residential properties. We also incorporated a prior ordinance proposal sponsored by Commissioner Ariola involving various use prohibitions in Sunset Harbor, tattoo parlors, etc. And we worked to support the pilot block initiative, which was one of those zones, which had a separate trajectory, but looked to the planning board to refer this back to commission because for the pilot block to be bound by the criteria within the overlay ordinance, the first reading of the overlay ordinance needs to occur at the same time as the second reading of the pilot block. That was, that's a point of significance that we just wanted to convey to you all. The last thing I'll end with is, and I think others will speak to this, our objection to the hotel was that it's proposed, as you probably realize, in the very zone that was identified as ideal for office mixed use and for the height increase, and concerns over the fact that the neighborhood at this point is somewhat inundated by over 550 existing and planned hotel rooms, which have had effects particularly during spring break on the neighborhood. But the overarching goal has been a comprehensive one. It's been a cooperative one. great collaboration from the city, a lot of work from a lot of volunteers within the neighborhood to put this forward. And we hope for your endorsement.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Oh, I was asked to do one thing because from attorney for the Deco developer. We have worked as part of that pilot block with the Deco development team, such that the ordinance has been further refined so that there's complete compliance between that project and the criteria we're seeking. So I just add that point. I just saw a note that came in. I just wanted to make sure if she's not joining that we would make that clear.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And I saw Tracy on here. I believe that's who you're referring to. So
yes, okay, fine. Yeah,
okay, well, she's got her hand up, and we'll get to Tracy. Let's go to the first name I see is Bradley Comer. So let me just announce that this is an opportunity for the public to raise your hand and be recognized. Go ahead, Mr. Comer. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. So Bradley Comer for Deco Capital. We're the developer that Mr. Rubin referenced. We own the property from 1733 to 1769 Purdy Avenue. We also own a number of parcels on Bay Road that are contiguous with those parcels on Purdy. We've been working with the city, with the neighborhood to build a luxury mixed-use office and residential and retail project on that site. We're very excited to see that go forward, and we're hopeful that this will get put forward in the pilot block legislation. Will go forward next month in May. So I did have 1 or 2 points that I wanted to express. I wanted to thank Mr. Rubin for all the work that he has done and the Neighborhood Association has done with this vision plan. I think, we've worked very closely to try to make our project completely compliant. We have proposed for our project as well an applicability clause in case there are any changes that would make that we're not necessarily thinking about or in the ordinance now, but that would make our project uncompliant in some way. But the other point that I wanted to make is we don't necessarily have a comment on the hotel issue, but on special events where I understand there's a prohibition on special events, one of the things that Mr. Rubin said that I thought was particularly interesting is that this is a focal point for a number of surrounding neighborhoods. And I think special events like the Cinco de Mayo event that is held on Bay Road, or other sort of farmers markets, holiday celebrations, those are the types of things that I think are actually, quite productive and helpful for the positive growth of the neighborhood and the quality of life for residents. And we'd like the planning board to at least consider that there really should not be any additional restrictions on special events, which also have to go through a pretty arduous process to be approved by the city. I don't know, this is something that we haven't coordinated with the Neighborhood Association on, because it's not necessarily relevant to our project now, but our project will have a beautiful breezeway connecting 2 streets where we could do things like farmers markets or holiday markets at special times of the year. And we just hope that we're ultimately able to do that to, as the neighborhood continues to develop, to be able to provide those sort of enhanced quality of life type events for folks. So that is all. Thank you for the consideration. I know Tracy's going to speak in probably some more detail on some of these issues, but appreciate your consideration of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Let's go to the next person is, looks like my name there and spelled a little differently, and last name Sabit.
Hi, Kareem. Thank you very much. My name is Kareem Sabet. I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Sunset Harbor. I'm not a member of the association, but I am a 20-year resident of Miami Beach, 16 years living in Sunset Harbor, and raising 2 children in the neighborhood as part of the neighborhood. If you walk around Sunset Harbor, there's a good chance you'll see me with my kids, eating, dining, and basically living here very happily. So my understanding of 1790 Alton Road is that it's going to be a 36 hotel project, mostly of suites with kitchenettes. And I feel like this is an extremely added value to the families of Sunset Harbor to offer our guests, our parents, our grandparents as an option to stay when visiting. We've created an amazing pocket community in Miami Beach with Sunset Harbor, and offering our friends and family a place that's to stay longer term and in comfort and within walking distance would be of paramount value to the people who do live here. It's not just about tourists, but it is about the locals as well. To me, Finbarb, who I have no financial relationship with, I don't know them personally, is a proven operator who is looking to both aesthetically improve the area and provide a needed service, which to me is higher end option for overnight guests to visit our area. And we can't just negate all the Airbnbs and only allow the lowest end hotels to exist. I mean, we turn on the news and we'll see that that formula isn't working for Miami Beach. So a higher end hotel option or a mid-level hotel option would be of great value to keep our community intact here. I'm just looking at some of the iconic buildings that the Finbarb Group have built across the street, the Kimpton Palomar. I currently have a view of the Palomar outside of my balcony in Sunset Harbor South. This property stands out among the remaining buildings as being significant, as being well thought out and inspirational. And based on the renderings I'm seeing for 1790 Alton, I expect that development to be just as exceptional in design and just as moving. These are the type of buildings I believe that in 80 to 100 years or maybe 50 years, the review board will decide to historically preserve. They will be gorgeous. And we must plant trees today to provide shade for tomorrow. So as a member of the Sunset Harbor community, I hope that we will consider this project and move it forward in good faith and in line with what was planned. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kareem. Let's go to, looks like Sarah de los Reyes. Hello, Sarah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all planning members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Sarah de los Reyes. I'm the resident of Sunset Harbor South and the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association for president. I do urge you that the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Overlay Ordinance be referred by the Planning Board to the Commission so it may have the first reading on May 12th. This plan really started in June 24th, 2020, when the city decided to issue the uniform height increase of 75 feet, which was broadly opposed by all the residents. As such, the SNH team embarked in the proactive responses, and this is where the MVP was created in October of 2020. This has been a remarkable effort, just like as Mike said, in the collaboration from the city, the SHNA, and a lot of work from a lot of the members, especially Mike and Marcella. For the past 10 months, we're working on this. So we have spent a lot of time making sure this would happen and make sure that the pilot block would actually will come up to fruition. As Mike said in his presentation, this is a comprehensive approach. We wanted to make sure the Sunset Harbor future development is such a mixed use and functional neighborhood and a walkable with great streetscape can accommodate office development, and along with the high increases to further, and anything that would further delay would jeopardize any proposed development that we have worked so hard to keep the uniqueness of the neighborhood. Please refer this ordinance as a favorable recommendation. And I have to say something about the hotel. The hotel issue came about when we were discussing the pilot block area. And it came about because the loft did not want a hotel next to them if the property did not get approved and it was sold to somebody else. And that's the reason why that came up on February 10th. So please refer this ordinance with a favorable recommendation to May 12th, that the development within the pilot block will be governed by the overlay ordinance, that which will be zoning in progress status for them. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to, looks like Tracy Slavens.
Hi, Tracy Slavens, law firm of Holland and Knight, address at 701 Brickell Avenue, but also 1900 Purdy Avenue. Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to thank you and staff, and particularly the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, for all their hard work on this. We have spent the last month speaking with Mike Rubin and Sarah De Los Reyes almost every day. And we have worked together to propose some minor changes to the CD2 rooftop exceptions. I emailed those to staff and to the planning board members over the course of the last week. And I ask you to please incorporate those into your recommendation. These will ensure that the 18 Sunset project that Bradley Comer is planning to build is 100% within compliance of the neighborhood vision plan. We all agreed that we don't want to have that building be non-conforming before it even breaks ground. And we are headed to the design review board next week for final approval of our modifications. The few exceptions that we're asking for is to make sure that the uniform setback for the rooftop elements are measured from the property line. And this would apply to lattice work and trellises, certain other accepted rooftop elements. And it also does something that the ordinance didn't do before, which is to create a maximum height for certain buildings within the rooftop. So mechanical rooms and bathrooms, etc. And then lastly, we've asked to include a new applicability clause into the ordinance that would allow applications with design review board applications pending prior to January 1st, 2021 to be deemed legally established under the code. That Word document was sent around. Staff has a copy, the city attorney has a copy, and hopefully each of you board members have a copy. And I would just ask that you include it in your recommendation to the city commission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Alex.
And I just want to confirm that I heard properly. Ms. Lavin, in her presentation, I believe she mentioned that the neighborhood representatives agreed to the proposed amendments that was circulated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And specifically, it's to sections 142.312B3, E, F, and I, and the creation of new section 142.312C, which would be the applicability clause.
And Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind me just asking for the record, if Mr. Rubin is still on, if you could just confirm that for the record, if you don't mind.
Sure, I think he referenced Ms. Slavens earlier, but go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Yeah, so we met, as Tracy described, several times to go over these three refinements. DECO also lowered the height of several structures. Three of the structures were on the rooftop, to deal with issues that we were concerned with. So it was done to the satisfaction of all parties.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And one other thing, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
If the amended language is adopted, do we still need the applicability clause? Sorry. Do we need both of these things? Is my question.
And you're talking about the applicability clause specifically that Ms. Slavin's talking about for DECO.
Yeah, Ms. Slavin, I'm looking at section E, F, and I of section 142. If we adopt the language to bring your property into conformance, do we still need the applicability clause?
We added it as a fail-safe. It was actually a suggestion by staff, and we agreed. In case the language changes at first reading by the commission, we would still be in compliance with the recommendations under that ordinance. Okay, so I asked for it as sort of belts and suspenders at the suggestion of staff.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Marilyn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Marilyn.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marilyn Freundlich, and I am the Vice President of the Neighborhood Association. We have been working with, of course, Mike, Sarah, and the staff, and also DECO. And I really urge you today to please transfer this with a positive recommendation to the City Commission. We want the pilot DECO project to travel together with the NBP. That is very important, not only for us, but the Commission had originally recommended you do that. Also, we are very much in approval of the DECO changes. They are very good. They have done a great job to do what they needed to do up in that roof, especially. So we think that it's going to be an amazing project. It's been years in the making, and I think it is high time for Sunset Harbor to get that project built, and also to get our MVP in place so that it would be much easier to build and to develop other projects in Sunset Harbor. And lastly, I have to agree with Brad about special events. I think it's important that once in a while, we're able to have a special event, a Cinco de Mayo, or something like that, a market. Especially, I live in the townhomes, and I overlook the all the restaurants, Barceloneta and all of those restaurants. And it was quite heartwarming the other day when they had a big birthday party over there in the middle of the pandemic. People were singing happy birthday, they were happy drinking. So it's, you know, we want to be able to make happy things happen in Sunset Harbor. They're very well regulated, those special permits for special events. So I don't think it's bad for our neighborhood, on the contrary. So I hope that today is the day. Regarding the hotel, I have a little bit different vision than many of the other board members. I agree with Karim, with the other Karim, not the planning board member. And I think that that is not a bad project for Sunset Harbor, personally. I'm not talking about the board, I'm talking about me personally. So thank you for your attention.
No problem. Thank you, Marilyn. Let's go to Ellie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. As an owner in Sunset Harbor in the Palau building, and been there since the pre-construction days, have been following the neighborhood very closely, and as a resident of the neighborhood, I think something like what's being proposed would be a terrific addition. As Mr. Sabet mentioned earlier, just from having, you know, in-laws come in, I have in-laws from out of the country, not being able to like put them up somewhere, you know, in Sunset Harbor was challenging, just to be able to like walk around and be in that neighborhood. I think what's being proposed is sort of the perfect solution of not being too big of a hotel, having a great restaurant. If it's anything to the caliber of what, you know, Marini is like a few blocks away, I think that's something that just goes perfectly with what Sunset Harbor has built. So again, I don't sit on any boards in the neighborhood, but just wanted to give my opinion as a resident there, that I think this is something that would only make Sunset Harbor a more desirable place to live, and just goes with everything that they've been building. The view of it, my unit itself would look south right at what's being built there. I think what they've designed is something that would be a very nice addition, as opposed to a subtraction from the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So let's go to Robert Turchin.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi. I'm a longtime resident of Miami Beach, and also of Sunset Harbor, well before it was ever Sunset Harbor. We've had continuous office properties and space since the early 50s. I'm here to speak primarily on the hotel. I see it as a tremendous plus particularly the extended stay that it offers. That is unique and highly needed. And the quality of the project is outstanding. If it's anything like the Morini and the Palomar, it can only be a plus for the whole neighborhood. I have high expectations and hopes that it will be approved, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, let's go to, thank you for your comments. Let's go to Robert Borat. Or Bork.
Hi, I've been a resident of this area for more years than I tend to count, about 15 years, and I've seen it develop from essentially empty lots and tow yards to what it is today. And I still walk around and I continue to see empty lots and abandoned buildings. I would like to see that go away. It's been like that for several years now, and I see this project as being just a type of thing to bring in exactly who we want to come in and spend money in this area. It appears to be like a very high class location, and I echo the sentiments of my fellow residents that if there's a restaurant in there that is akin to what has been opening, I cannot express how excited I would be to see that. So I just wanted to chime in and say I, for one, as a longtime resident, support the project.
And Robert, the project, which project are you referring to?
The hotel. I apologize.
The hotel. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Jeff Harris, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. I am a resident of Miami Beach since 2001. I've owned in Sunset Harbor since 2003, and I've watched the neighborhood evolve tremendously. I think that Finbar Group at the Marriott, at the Kimpton, has demonstrated a good track record of building quality projects, especially that this would be in connection with the current Kimpton. And I think it's just a natural continuation of the positive evolution of the neighborhood. So for some of the reasons that we've heard before in terms of accommodating family for longer stay and having another excellent restaurant in the neighborhood, we would look forward very much to having this addition nearby. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. And Marilyn, I see you down there with your hand raised again. I'm probably going to have to cut you off when it comes there because we're running short on time and we have to turn over the room. But let's go to Mr. Aronson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. So I've lived in the neighborhood now for give or take 5 years, and I think I'm the newest member of the board of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. Just a couple things. First of all, I clearly would encourage a positive recommendation to the City Commission with regard to this modified overlay ordinance. I also would like to say that we have no problem, especially with the changes that have been made with Mr. Colmer's project. I would like to comment for a moment as to the hotel. The Neighborhood Association board has had at least 2 meetings specifically to discuss the hotel. We've also met with Mr. Marrero to discuss the hotel. But for Maryland, the board unanimously is opposed to the hotel, and it's obviously there's a hotel prohibition in the proposed ordinance. All of the speakers that are now speaking positively of the hotel, I just find it curious that when the Neighborhood Association has invited everyone in the neighborhood and has contacted all of the condo associations to please meet with us and voice their position with regard to the hotel. None of these people have had the interest in speaking with the neighborhood association board about their positions. We met with Mr. Marrero, as I said. We've discussed it at length. Let me just bring up a couple matters. First of all, yeah, it's 36 units. It's a suite hotel. It's up to eight guests per unit. So what is that, about 230 or so potential guests at any one period of time. So notwithstanding the size of it, this hotel, this suite hotel, can hold a lot of guests. And as presently planned, whether it be by Kimpton or Marriott or whatever, there's kitchenettes, and there is laundrettes in each unit. And I would suggest to you that the location of this hotel is not exactly attractive to the Class A tourists who would be coming to Miami Beach. It doesn't have a water view. It's on Alton and Dade Boulevard, heavily trafficked area. There are our concern, and by the way, we now have, to my alarm, it wasn't there 5 years ago, we now have, with the Residence Inn, another hotel planned on, I guess it's 17th and Alton. There's going to be 5 hotels already surrounding our area. I mean, the Residence Inn is probably closer to the residential units than this new planned hotel on Alton Boulevard, if people are looking for an extra room for guests.
Mr. Chair, 3 minutes have elapsed.
Well, I'll wrap it up.
You can wrap, Mr. Aronson.
Okay. So my only point is the association, our position essentially is that in our nice little pocket of a neighborhood, we're not looking to attract more spring break tourists, more of the crowd that seems to already be surrounding our area during certain times of the year. We feel strongly about it because we want to preserve the beauty and the uniqueness of our area, and we're not looking to bring tourists into the area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aronson. Let's go to Bradley Gutkin.
Hi, my name is Bradley Gutkin. I'm a long-term business owner here in Sunset Harbor. Been here for nearly 20 years. I've watched how Sunset Harbor has grown, and I'm all for the project of the hotel. I think it will be a great attribute to the area. I do agree with Karim, Marilyn, and both Roberts on this, as I think it'll be a great addition. It'll bring the families in, and be able to support the neighborhood with the restaurants around there, and I'm all for it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking. Ronnie Finbar.
Hi, could you hear me?
We can hear you. Good afternoon, sir.
All right, thank you. So happy to be here. I'm here in front of you as an investor who has developed award-winning projects in Miami Beach. I took a risk making an investment during the pandemic. We were commended for doing our due diligence and doing everything the right way. Now there's some discussion about taking away our property rights and penalizing us. I've connected with many neighbors, including Brian Elias, who used to chair this board and who is a Sunset Harbor resident. And Brian wanted me to let you know that he is heavily in favor of this project. Please give us the opportunity to move forward with our great project, as we have made a significant investment before this hotel prohibition idea was even considered. I wanted to touch on a couple quick points raised by Mr. Rubin. When he went through the vision plan, which I felt was a very compelling vision plan. He mentioned the 4 attributes of the vision plan. One is scale, and we obviously check that box. We meet the scale, and we are not going for any height or any variances. One is walkability. We also check that box. We are creating a very, very high-level hotel with an amazing restaurant like Marini, which is going only to enhance the walkability in this little pocket that is currently surrounded by Office Depot, a car wash, and a vacant Michael's. If a vacant Michael's and a raw piece of dirt is what is what people vision as being walkable, that's not the case. So we are adding to the walkability. Mixed use. This is obviously a mixed use project with a high level design, and sidewalk animation, which we also check that box, and take a look at the Palomar and Marini. And to basically further that, I wanted to just mention to you that the 550 hotel rooms that were mentioned in the area is not the case. Currently, there's the Marriott, the Palomar, and the Standard, which is not in Sunset Harbor, but I'll include that in the mix. And those hotel rooms only amount to 317 keys. So again, I really appreciate everyone's feedback. We're looking to further contribute to this wonderful area, and just please consider the fairness here, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Let's go to Bruce Backman.
Bruce Backman, resident at 1800 Sunset Harbor. Again, to reiterate, the suite hotels allow up to 8 guests, which is something I would doubt a business traveler, which is whom Mr. Finbar said he wanted to attract, would need to use. However, when we questioned Mr. Finbar whether he would limit the number of guests, limit the occupancy per room, he would not give us an answer. He said he had to speak to the hotel. As far as I know, that is the Kimpton Group. We've never heard back whether he was willing to do that. We already have 3 scooter rentals in the neighborhood, as well as a very large jet ski rental. So we have been tracking, we're getting an infiltration of spring breakers already. Multiple occupancy rooms with laundries and kitchenettes are likely to attract some more of that type of customer. It's a lower end customer that is going to divide the cost of a hotel room. I'm very concerned about the occupancy, and that is certainly one of my great concerns. Also regarding special events, as far as I recall, the ordinance permits special events, they just limits the time number of the time of day that they have to be over by 9 p.m. And I think that is fine for farmers markets and the sort of things that Brad Comer brought up, and also Cinco de Mayo during the day, they do it. They've been very hard to regulate. When you have special events, their noise ordinance does not apply. And the neighbors do not want to have special events here during the evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to, looks like Marcella Sardi.
Hi, good evening. This is Marcela Sardi. I am a current president of Palau, and I am part of the neighborhood association and have worked super hard in the neighborhood plan with Mike Rubin and the whole neighborhood. 2 things. I just want to make sure that no problem with the Capital Deco project. Great. I have a problem with the hotel. The hotel is 8 people in a room is problematic because even if it is a nice hotel to start, you cannot, the operations will be done by economics. And they actually say it. If you have a Michael's and a laundry and an empty space, who's going to stay there? So it's the same people that are staying today in the Palomar Hotel, which is not great. So we are super scared about this hotel because it's the management after the hotel is done that we will inherit. And it will be our problem in our neighborhood that we need to deal with. So I will strongly suggest that we do not pass this hotel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Fernando Rivera.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I wanted to share that I am currently the general manager of the Kimpton Palomar on 1750. My family bought an apartment in 1985 in 9 Island Avenue. And in the 90s, I came to college and lived and resided in that apartment till the early 2000s. So Sunset Harbor, I guess I saw it kind of developed and be what it is now. I fast forward to 2 years ago when I started at the Kimpton Palomar as a general manager. One of the things that I wanted to mention that as the vision of this project is for extended stay and also a luxury side which is needed in this west side of the island. The standard of living of these guests are going to be of an average daily rate of $500 and $600. Currently at the Palomar, this past weekend, we were 100% occupancy. We have 96 rooms, but our average rate was $385. So if and this is for a single room. So when you're looking at a suite that will accommodate families that have a particular price point, you're talking about a longer length of stay. So $500-$600 per day, and they're here for several days. We'll add up to a couple of thousands. And this is the kind of customer that lives in Sunset Harbor, lives in the Venetian Islands, and kind of dines and entertains themselves with the same kind of caliber that lives here. I think is an amazing project. The Finberg Group have developed multiple properties, and they know how to do it well. Osteria Marini is renowned in New York City, and it's fine dining. Obviously, the price point of their meals is high. Therefore, if they're going to build a restaurant that is going to be similar, it's going to enhance the Sunset Harbor area. So taking all of that into consideration, and my family still lives in Venetian Island. So for me, this is still home. And I do, support a positive recommendation for this project.
Thank you so much for your comments. Let's go to, looks like Adonis Garcia.
Hello, board. My name is Adonis Garcia. I've been living in the neighborhood here in the Los Angeles South Beach for 16 years. I also sit on the local board. And, I would just like to have everyone be aware that we have talked about this. Well, let me start by saying that the overlay issue, I'm in complete support of it for the neighborhood vision. But as far as the hotel is concerned, we've had multiple meetings on this. And I find it interesting that all of a sudden we have a coordinated effort of how everybody wants to see their in-laws when there's the Palomar Hotel is less than a block away, and you have the Marriott less than a block away also. So I don't know if I really bite into that idea of son love for in-laws, but I will say this, that we were very adamant from the very beginning and almost unanimously that we did not want hotels in our neighborhood. And I believe once we start the exceptions become the rule. And that's just a problem that we're trying to avoid in the very beginning. We are adamantly opposed to the hotel project. Thank you very much.
All right. And Marilyn, since you held out, I'm going to let you just have another bite of the apple.
Thank you so much. I just want to make one quick comment. The opinion of special events and the hotel are my personal opinions. They're not the opinion of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, because I already got a text saying, we don't want that. We don't want special events. Well, I have no problems with special events.
Fair enough, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no other hands raised, from the public. I'm going to close the opportunity for the public to speak. We're going to bring it back to the board, and we'll have comments by Mr. Marrero.
Good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to respond and thank you, Mr. Brantley. It was said many, many times that there's going to be 8 people per room, and then you multiply 36, and it makes it sounds like there's going to be fully occupied with 8 people per room. Theoretically, that is maximum capacity if you put 2 people on the couch, and I guess that's possible, but that's not what we're looking to do here. And this is really intended for families. I will tell you, as just from a personal perspective, I have 3 kids. I actually was excited to plan a vacation with my family this summer, and I had trouble finding a typical room that my 3 kids can have a place to stay. I had to look in villas and these type of products. As a father of 3 kids, this is the type of product I would look for. I think that's really more the market that we're looking for. And Mr. Rivera talked about that price point. I think it's unrealistic to think that there's 8 people times the number of rooms at all times. That's not what we're looking at. In fact, that's really more the exception than the rule. And as to Mr. Garcia's final point, I don't think that this is opening up the floodgates. Our applicability clause is very, very narrow. You have to have submitted a DRB application before today's date. And even though Mr. Kalurgis wants that removed, we would be fine to have a language say that you also have to have a contract in place. It really only addresses the fairness issue of my client's good faith due diligence. And while there may have been some folks that thought of a hotel prohibition in their mind, it was never said publicly. It was never in any of the documents. And it was never something that staff was aware of because they would have told us when we met with them. So, we had an as of right use the morning of February 10th when he had made that investment. And we went to bed that night with a potential removal of that use. So I just wanted to make that clear, and thank you for your time.
No problem. Thank you, Mickey. All right, let's go to the board members for any questions on this. And let me just make a quick housekeeping note. After the Sunset Harbor, we're going to take up item number 13, which is Planning Board File 210431, and then everything else will be continued to the next meeting. But go ahead, let's have conversation about this.
Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, Alex.
Okay. So, first and foremost, I want to congratulate the neighborhood for being forward-thinking. It kind of sets a model. I think, correct me, staff, if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first neighborhood that we have that has come together and organized in such a very well and active way to define what is their vision for their area. Is that correct?
This is the first one that I'm aware of. That's correct.
Yes. Yeah. So to the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, thank you and congratulations, as well as to Commissioner Arriola, who was the sponsor of the item. So I just want to make sure, based on everything I'm hearing, there's the prohibition on outdoor speakers and special events. Is that correct?
That's part of the ordinance. Yes.
Okay. And when this was referred to us by the city, it was referred to us by the city commission. Is this correct?
That's correct.
And the referral to us from the city commission was a unanimous referral. And that unanimous referral included the prohibition on hotel, apartment hotel, and suite hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, that was added in at the referral hearing.
Okay. All right. And so let me just ask, this will stop the precedent of big box development. We wouldn't have any other situation like Michael's going in there with the passage of this ordinance. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I just want to quickly ask about the buffers from the residential areas. To the north, we have Palau and the Sunset Harbor townhomes, and there's a 150 foot setback from the allowable height for office use. In other words, we have a buffer between the office and the residential areas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for the lofts. And for the lofts, we have the 100 foot setback.
Yes, in the southwest portion.
And the height increase up to 65 feet would only be allowed for office uses.
The building would have retail in the middle. They could have a little bit of a residential portion to get the 25% FAR bonus, but the rest would have to be office.
But there's no, and I just want to make sure there's no bonus for hotel, because I remember an iteration of this ordinance that at one point had this.
No, it would not be able to be used for hotel.
And the ground floor would be activation with retail, personal services, restaurants.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you. DRB variance for pedestrians clearance. I'm concerned that the DRB can reduce the walkability and the size of the sidewalk from 10 feet to about 5 feet. I'm trying to understand that. What's the purpose for that?
So that's the clear pedestrian path. So the sidewalks have all sorts of utilities and infrastructure in them, including lighting. They can have other things. And so the idea here is that if there's a need for some infrastructure, as this area has heavy infrastructure demands, that they would be able to reduce that in order to be able to fit that infrastructure. But that's the clear portion of the sidewalk. So the sidewalk in reality will be bigger, but the portion that has to be remain clear would be 5 feet.
Okay. Understood.
And if there's infrastructure, something that's unforeseen as part of this, they would have that ability to waive it. It's unlikely that they would do it for any other reason. They're pretty good about protecting the public realm.
It's not lost in me that the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association voted 9-1 against the hotel, and that's there's a big sentiment in our community right now, a lot of concern over hotel uses. And again, Ronnie Finbar, he's the exception because he's played by every rule in the book, and he has always made us proud. And so I want to ask the city attorney's office, if it were the will of this board to consider hotel. Is it legislatively permissible to establish an occupancy limit in the rooms? Is that something that could be recommended as part of the ordinance? And let me just preface that by saying, today we're talking about Sunset Harbor, and this is quite frankly really should be part of a much broader discussion that perhaps we should be having at a later time, having to do with hotels. But to the city attorney's office, as it relates to occupancy limits, is that something that could be recommended? And if so, could it be legislated by the city commission?
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Jacobson. I am with the city attorney's office. Nick stepped away for this presentation to deal with a bit of an emergency. But I'm here, and just allow me a few moments to research that to make sure, and I'll get right back to you if you don't mind.
I'll tell you otherwise, Alex. The occupancy is set by the building code and the square footage and the occupancy use group. And it's a good question. It's a good question if we exclude high occupancy rooms instead of setting a limit per se.
Right.
I would think it's probably better to do something like that.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to hear what my other colleagues have to say. I tend to feel we are kind of exhausted in Miami Beach with hotel uses. Again, I've been torn in this. It's a big time torn because when you do due diligence, you purchase the property. The rules are being changed in the middle of the game. Nonetheless, this was initiated by the residents. It was sponsored by Commissioner Arriola for the residents. It was referred to us in a unanimous vote by the city commission with a prohibition on hotels. And I think that the neighborhood association has made it clear to us in a 9-1 vote that they want this without the hotel. So unless I get some sort of good legal guidance that we can do this with some sort of occupancy limit, I can't see supporting something that goes against what is the will of the residents who have been pushing this forward. But with that, I'll wait to hear for the city attorney's opinion, and I'll give the opportunity to another colleague.
I think our zoning ordinance does limit occupancy. In section 142.1105, it says suite hotel units may be occupied by no more than 8 persons. Hotels, let me see. Hotels should be... For hotels, I don't see a limit. For suite hotels, there's for hotels, if the unit is less than 335 square feet, the occupancy shall be limited to 4 persons. Between 335 and 45 square feet shall be limited to 6 persons. And larger than 485 shall be limited to 8 persons. No hotel unit may be occupied by more than 8 persons. So there is a limit on hotel occupancy currently in our code.
So it's set by the square footage of the rooms.
Yes.
And if the rooms are of a certain size, you can't limit it beyond the zoning code. I mean, listen, I will just say, Alex, to follow up on that, I'm in favor of the overlay, but I'm also in favor of the applicability clause to allow the hotel. If there needs to be further negotiation about the operation of that, I think there's probably room to do that. But the timing, I do find it unfair that the owner did their due diligence and, staff was not aware of anything. And, just as Ms. Slavin's client is asking for an applicability clause to include their non-conforming project, I think, to me, it seems fair to do both. And allow the operation of it to be negotiated somewhat. If this had been built or submitted a month earlier, or whatever it is, it would be allowed, and I don't think it would nullify the merits of this overlay if it had already existed. And I do think it's a responsible hotel operator. And I think, hopefully we can work something out between the neighborhood association and the owner. But I would be in favor of including both through an applicability clause and just setting a date that works for both. And beyond that, I think I like the overlay a lot. And I like the hotel project, and I like the other development as well. So that would be my request to my fellow board members to see if we can, try to make all of this work.
Absolutely. Tanya? And then Mark.
I think maybe a larger conversation might be that it's time for Miami Beach as a city to look at the code that governs how many people can stay in what kind of hotel room. If part of the issue is not just the proliferation of hotel rooms in the abstract, but also the number of people who get packed into a hotel room, maybe it's worth a revisit of how many bodies are permitted into a room, regardless of how many can fit into the room, to again address some of those sort of unruliness issues.
Anya, does that exist, or do you know?
I have no idea, but it might be worth looking at it because. Or maybe it's not the number, but maybe it's checking to make sure it is actually the right number of people per hotel. I don't know. I know that as we've grappled with unruly behavior over the last couple of years, and it's not just relegated to one weekend or another, but one of the things that is a recurring drumbeat is there are too many people packed into too many rooms. And it's not just that there are too many rooms, but that there are too many people sharing the cost of a room that could conceivably be contributing. So maybe that's something that merits some further investigation.
And Tanya, and that's exactly what Rogelio was talking to, that we have a part of the ordinance of our code that talks about limits per square feet on the amount of people that could be in a room. And I think that's exactly, and I think I'm glad to see Mark nodding, because I think that's exactly what we should be talking about in the future, a larger conversation about our policy of people per room in these hotel buildings. So I'm glad to hear that we're having some.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, I think the comments made by Mr. Romero are not lost. Those of us who have traveled with a family or with, you know, siblings or whatever, there are times when you need more than just 2 queen-size beds for the people you're traveling with, or you know, somebody is an insomniac and you need some place for them to sleep that's different from where everybody else is sleeping, and you know, whatever. So I can understand the desire, but I also understand and hear loud and clear the concern that the neighbors have about yet another hotel in an already hotel dense area, and what happens after it's built and managed. Who's managing the management company? You know, is there something that could be provided within, you know, I don't know, within sort of turning the keys over and saying we're going to, like a progress report. I don't know if a CUP applies to this or it's just, you know, certificate of occupancy, but you know, is there a way to ensure that we have like a 30-day and a 90-day and a you know, 6-month review to make sure, and then maybe a 2-year review to make sure that in fact it is being used the way it was submitted to this board and to the neighborhood, in that it is designed to be a family-friendly hotel geared towards families traveling and not towards hordes of young adults looking for an inexpensive good time, and make sure that the vision of what has been presented is actually what is happening. Because I tend to agree with Nick on this, where it is just a really unfortunate sense of timing or a situation where, you know, the neighborhood proactively came together and spent the better part of a year working with everybody they needed to work with to put together what I think is a fantastic neighborhood vision plan. And but for the circumstance of timing, this project would be moving through the process. And you know, as much as real estate development is a speculative business, in the case when somebody's doing everything the way he or she should be doing it, to have the misfortune of timing seems to be pretty unfair in this particular instance. And I can't quite figure out how, if this has been a project, you know, the neighborhood vision plan has been a project over the course of 9 months, how it just never made it. Like, how did the left hand not know what the right hand was doing to this extent for such a long period of time that we find ourselves here? You know, whatever systemic flaws there may be, which brought us to this conversation, I think need to be investigated and addressed so that, you know, we don't find ourselves in this situation again, or a similar situation. I know this is very unique because it's not every day that a neighborhood bands together and spends the better part of a year putting together a vision plan, and that we have a good business operator putting together his business plan, and never the twain shall meet. But nonetheless, there is some sort of operational systemic issue that needs to sort of be rooted out so that you know, we don't have this sort of issue again. But so there are a lot of comments there, but also some questions about how do we make sure that if this does get moved ahead, that 6 months, a year, 3 years, the hotel is operating in the manner which it is being presented that it will operate, and not have devolved into something unruly and harmful to the neighborhood and to the city as a whole.
Mark? Mark, did you want to say something?
No, I'll just, you know, I'm kind of in the, you know, the Nick camp here. You know, whatever we need to do to make this fair, I think we should try to do here. You know, it again, I don't think it's so material to the community. You know, some people would disagree, some people would agree to that, but I think there's also fairness and equitable result here. And I think we're talking about an equitable result here.
Alex?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and to the extent and along the lines of Tanya's questions, my question would be is, if it is the will of the board to allow an applicability clause for the hotel, and I'm sorry I'm getting the feedback, would it be possible for it to be a conditional use? In other words, that there could be at the time that this is considered a conditional use permit, and that as part of that conditional use permit, that the occupancy in these rooms could be further regulated. And I don't know if we can set that as part of this policy that, you know, at the time that a hotel is considered, that there will be a conditional use permit, and that conditional use permit shall consider occupancy limits. I don't know if someone from staff could answer that question.
It seems like we could not do that through the applicability portion. That would need to be a code amendment allowing the hotel as a conditional use. I'm trying to see if I can get the gross square footage of it, because if it did exceed 50,000 square feet, it would be a conditional use anyways, but I have a feeling it's not that large. I'm looking at the plans that they submitted, and it looks like it's only 20,600 square feet. So it wouldn't, I don't think it would rise to the level of the conditional use.
And even though it wouldn't reach to that threshold, could we recommend that the hotel use be subject to a conditional use where we could further put in these protections for the quality of life of the residents?
I'm going to interrupt you, Alex. I'm not in favor of doing that. I think that's something we need to look at, those rules that Rogelio laid out. I don't think that's the right approach for somebody trying to get a project to try to create more uncertainty in the project. I just don't see that as the right view to move forward with it. But I could be alone in my thoughts. But I think it would be better that we look at these occupancy room sizes and limits on people. I think that's a better approach in my view. But just my feedback to you.
Mm-hmm. What if we ask the owner if he's willing to have lower room occupancy, lower square footages on the rooms?
Sure. I mean, Mickey, you want to speak on behalf of your client, or have Ronnie speak?
Hello, you hear me?
I'm Mickey. Could you maybe ask Ronnie if you would entertain, in good faith, having smaller hotel rooms with lower occupancy?
Well, I don't think the idea is to have smaller rooms, but and again, I'm texting Ronnie right now. It's weird that we're not in the commission chambers for something like this.
Right.
I believe we can agree to something like 6, an occupancy limit of 6. And the reason I say that is the occupancy language in the code, and I just reviewed it. I know Mr. Jacobson's doing the same thing. It says a maximum of 8, but the owner can set a lower number if they wanted. Okay. So I think if we did less than 6, I'm starting to box my family out of this. And I think we want to be able to accommodate families. And I think these are bigger than the standard hotel rooms where you have a maximum of 4 already. So I think 6 is something reasonable that still accommodates most families, but is not the larger number, which is the maximum already permitted by the code. I think that might give a comfort level to those that were on the fence, and still gets those families and those type of travelers that need an extra family member in the room ability to use the room. So I think we're comfortable with that.
I mean, if my fellow board members are okay, I have 4 kids myself and a hamster and a dog, so that would still allow us Jelpies to stay here. So I would be comfortable with that, but curious what everyone else thinks.
Yeah,
Nick, you need to get a separate room for your hamster.
You can't bring your parent with you, Nick. It's just your immediate family, sir.
That's what I like about it.
And that Jelpy family's a little too crazy for that neighborhood, though. So
I out of respect to the neighbors, Mr. Chairman, and we had Mr. Rubin on the line. I mean, they have been spending the better portion of a year working on this diligently with the city, and I would like to get input on this, because I want to make sure they feel comfortable with what's being proposed before we consider it.
And then just make sure I'm understanding this. So we're proposing not a CUP. We're proposing that the developer or the owner would would take it upon themselves to restrict their occupancy from 8 max to 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
and it be written and codified into the code. Is that what we're saying?
Mr. Chair, just
Or
I don't want to complicate. I'm sorry. What I was going to say, I don't want to complicate this more than it needs to be. And I'm comfortable with however you guys want to do it. We're all here in the public realm. I've just confirmed with my client that 6 is acceptable. I can tell you on the record that just to not complicate the city attorney's office life on this ordinance, I can commit to making that a condition at the DRB hearing. That way, it's probably cleaner than trying to legislate a room occupancy and that applicability clause. But if the city attorney's office is comfortable with that, I'm fine either way. My client has committed to a limit of 6. So however is feasible, we'll do that. But again, I can commit on the record to put that as a condition of the DRB order if that's simpler, or if it can go in the applicability clause, that works for us as well.
No. I think we can do it here today. It's very simple. Any hotel will have a maximum occupancy of 6 persons, period. And so we can deal with it today, and we can add the applicability clause. But I think what Alex is saying is, let's just see if Mr. Rubin and the folks that actually live there who are on the board have any issues with that.
I just want to know, because I want to make sure I feel comfortable supporting this, and I need to know that the residents are comfortable with it.
Bye. Maximum of 6 per room.
Mr. Rubin, I don't know if you're on the line.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, typically, obviously, we talk in a quorum and we, discuss these things. So I don't speak for the group, without having those discussions. But the occupancy issue is a big one for us, and lowering the occupancy would be our goal. I think we would need to meet both as a group and then with others, with the FinBarb and with city planning, or with the right folks at or with planning board, because the occupancy issue is an issue, but the instrument to make sure that takes effect is something we'd be concerned with. So yes, it's the right direction, but what the instrument is would be important to us, because it's got to be effectuated. Because I think the issue was well articulated by the planning board. Our concern is that there's been a degradation of tourism in Miami Beach, and we feel that the higher occupancy rooms invite just that type of tourist, and will create further issues in the neighborhood. We already have some, but not nearly as dramatically as some other neighborhoods in Miami Beach. That's the concern. So occupancy is the issue. The direction is the right direction. I appreciate the planning board setting that direction, but certainly SHNA would need to meet as a group, and one of our concerns would be, what is the instrument that would be used in order to ensure that this is something that can actually be governed.
So Mr. Rubin, the instrument, we're going to try to put it in this ordinance here today, or this development overlay. So am I understanding that you would rather us hold this off another month so that you can have a meeting?
No, I think that it's more important to move this to a reading at commission. I think that we need to deal with the occupancy issue. It's going in the right direction. I appreciate the direction. We don't want to delay the referral. It creates other problems that are also significant. So the direction's a good one, and we just need to figure out procedurally what it means, and maybe it's taken up in commission. I'd have to get educated on that. I don't know how that would work.
Well, the challenge is, I think equally for the hotel owner, the delays cause kind of uncertainty. I mean, if we're able to address the instrument for doing this, I think it's in everyone's interest to just move it forward for certainty.
And I see that Nick, Mr. Chairman, is back, and I'm just wondering, let's say if this does move forward, if that's the will of the board moving forward with the hotel component to it, could it be with a recommendation of a maximum of 6, but that's a maximum that, the city commission could then, based on feedback from, I guess I'm sure planning staff would want to provide feedback, the city attorney's office may want to provide legal insight, and the neighbors would probably want to meet and provide their recommendation. It gives that flexibility, no more than 6 per room, but still giving the ability of others to provide input. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Attorney?
The question is whether we can include maximum occupancy
per room. Yeah.
Well, we already have maximum occupancy rules on new development, as Rogelio already advised you on that.
So I guess the question, Nick, is can we write into this a more strict version, and that would be transmitted, and then it can be, I guess, finally legislated at the commission level.
Yeah, you can include that as part of your recommendation that we transmit the ordinance with that additional recommendation.
Let's do that.
All right.
So I just have a procedural question, because the ordinance before us does have the amendment from the city commission on the prohibition on hotels, apartment hotels, and suite hotels. Then we would have the applicability clause for in this case, Mr. Finvarv's property. When we propose the occupancy limit, would that be under the applicability portion of it, or would that be included how?
Or should we allow?
I would recommend that we put it under the applicability for those hotels that do it. But Nick, I'm no attorney, so let me stop.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Now that I'm just thinking about this a little more, and the ordinance has a prohibition on hotels. The applicability clause excludes projects with a design review application prior to a certain date. I think if the applicability clause is excluding certain development, I don't really know that we can attach conditions like that to that. So I mean, if it's something that you'd like staff and my office to explore before the ordinance goes to the city commission, then I think that really needs to be a separate recommendation, because the whole purpose of the applicability clause is that the regulations do not apply to applications submitted prior to a certain date. And so I don't think we can adopt regulations through an exception from regulations.
So what if the developer volunteers, or because Mr. Finvarv has already agreed to go down to 6 rooms. So what if it's just the hotel will not have more than 6, not 6 rooms, not have more than 6 occupants per room, and it comes from him, not from us. And so it's not something that needs to be legislated. It's just, this is a hotel with X number of rooms that will each have not more than 6 occupants per room.
Has the applicant volunteered that proffer?
Yes.
Okay. I think that then the motion can include a recommendation that the city commission accept the applicant's voluntary proffer.
So
would that go inside the applicability clause?
No, that's in a covenant.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure, Mickey, that on the record that you have voluntarily proffered that covenant.
Yes, we volunteered that we would limit the rooms to a maximum of 6 occupants per room. And Nick, I quickly looked at the code while this discussion came up. I know you were away, but the suite hotel section in the code has a limit of 8, but specifically says that an owner can limit it further. So there's even authority in the code for that. So I think you and I can work between now and commission to find whatever mechanism you're comfortable with, but on the record, we do agree to limit it to 6 per room. So
okay, great.
Okay,
thank you.
Good.
And then I understand there was a separate request for applicability, right?
Yes.
Has the board been presented with that draft?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that? And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Attorney. Was that the language provided by Ms. Slavin?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So my question is, when we're considering this, we have the referral from the City Commission, we have the amendment from Ms. Slavin, and then we have the hotel aspect of it with a voluntary condition proffered by Mr. Marrero on behalf of Mr. Finvar. I would like to know, Mr. Chair, when the vote is called on this, I feel very comfortable with the ordinance as it was referred and the amendment proposed by Ms. Slavin. I still have a little bit of hesitation on the hotel because I still don't have a guarantee that the residents really feel comfortable on that. So if we could just bifurcate that into two separate votes, the ordinance with Tracy Slavin amendment, and then separately the part on the hotel, I would appreciate it.
Alex, I'm just wondering if we can do that. I mean, do we have multiple applicability clauses, or do we just have one with a date that includes both projects?
I think we want one with a date that includes both projects.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
but currently, Nick, we have two. Is that not correct?
Okay.
Well, two drafts. Yeah. Let's
wrap this up. So the version that Tracy Slavins has proposed would exclude applications that have submitted for design review board approval on or before January 1, 2021, right? The applicability clause that Mickey Marrero has proposed is that the ordinance shall not apply to design review board applications that include hotels filed and assigned a file number prior to April 27th, 2021. I think that the more inclusive is the Mickey Marrero draft.
Right.
So what I would read into the record is that staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we want to do is the provisions of this ordinance shall not apply to an application submitted for design review approval on or before April 27th, 2021. And then any such development, if approved by the design review board, shall be deemed a legally established non-conforming building or structure as defined in the city code.
And let me just make sure, I don't know if I heard it, but I think I did already. Mickey, you have submitted an application.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, all that I ask is your prerogative, if respectfully, if we could take it as just two separate votes. I feel very comfortable with the work done with the MVP, but I don't know if that clause can be taken separately.
What would the separate vote be?
On the applicability clause.
It's one piece of legislation.
So I think it needs to be all in one. But I'm sorry, Nick.
If there's a board member who wants to move, the applicability clause on its own first, then that makes sense. And then if the board votes that up, then the motion to transmit the ordinance would include that applicability clause. If the board votes that down, then the next motion is not going to include the applicability clause. So we could take it that way.
That makes sense.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be technical. I just don't. So if we do the applicability clause first,
including
and then we take up the ordinance second, it's automatically included. Is that what you said?
If the vote on the applicability clause passes, then yes, it would automatically be included in the overall vote of the ordinance.
Because I believe, Mr. Chairman, that what the attorney is proposing is an amendment, and in essence, we would be accepting the amendment to the ordinance.
Yeah, I got it, guys. But the thing that I don't understand is if somebody's in favor of the applicability and then it fails, and then we come to the next vote, then we're back here going back and forth because they're going to want to have the applicability clause in the ordinance. So if the applicability clause fails on the first read, then they're going to vote no on the ordinance to try to. I'm not sure if
No, I
this
think
is going.
Kareem, I think if we take a vote on the applicability clause for both projects and it passes, then we've got no issue. If it fails, we may need to revise the applicability clause.
You know what? They've turned the lights out on us here at the convention center, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes. So let's. Should we take that first?
Listen, either motion is going to be proper. So if somebody wants to make a motion,
I would move the applicability clause with the date to exclude projects submitted a DRB application on or before April 27th.
You want to read it, Nick? Just for the record. So
yes. So and obviously we'll massage the language, but the provisions of the ordinance shall not apply to a design review board application that has been filed and assigned a file number prior to April 27th, 2021. Any such development, if approved by the design review board, shall be deemed legal non-conforming as defined in the city code.
And can we? I'm sorry. Can we add?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
Just wanted to ask, can we add to this applicability clause, projects who have applied for DRB with an occupancy of not more than 6, or we just let them proffer that?
No, they're making that. They voluntarily proffered that as a covenant.
Okay.
And does your motion include the amendments provided by Tracy Slavins in her email on April 21st?
No, not yet.
Nick is just
the applicability.
moving the
This is just the okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's been moved. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Nick Gelpi, second by Asa DiPietro. Rogelio.
Okay, roll call. Miss Bott.
You're muted, Tanya. Sorry, Tanya, you're muted.
I think she froze. Okay, I'll come back to her. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
No.
Mr. Gelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Ms. Bott, are you on?
Yes, that's really weird. I just fell out somehow, but yes.
Okay. The motion passes 5-1.
Okay, so now let's deal with the larger body of work before us. And I think one of the issues that was still a sticking point was the special events, which is item 7 on section 1. Is there any changes there?
I think that was mentioned by one of the members of the public, but staff doesn't have that as a proposed change in writing.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, the language right now, as was presented to us, is with the prohibition on special events. Is that correct?
It's specifically, if it's the same language in front of me, prohibited special events at alcoholic beverage establishments. So it appears to me that it can be special events outside of alcoholic beverage establishments, but then the special event has to close at 9 p.m. The only concern I have with this, and the reason I'm bringing it up, is if you want to have a 4th of July event in the bay there in Sunset Harbor, and that occurs after 9 p.m. or New Year's, what happens then? If you want to have a fireworks display for New Year's or something, you can't do it at this point. Is that correct?
That would be correct in this area. Yes, the fireworks would have to be outside of the district.
And let me ask the city, if the city wants to put on something in the neighborhood or something like that, does the city and its special powers not have to have a permit? Is that? Oh, thank you. We got light. Let there be light. Does the city not have to do anything? It can just use its own powers to have an event anywhere it wants to, or does it pull a special permit?
That is a good question. Let me see if I can get an answer for that. I believe so. I believe the city is required to do it as well.
I believe that too, but I want to know the answer before we vote on this.
Let me see if I can get you an answer for that.
I understand the intent of the neighbors. I happen to live adjacent to the neighborhood on Belle Isle. I'm hoping that the neighbors would just listen to what I'm saying and perhaps consider that it might be shortchanging their own interests into the future. While Virgilio's looking that up, is there anything else? Let me look at my notes. There was something else.
And let me just ask for the city attorney if he's available. The city, I know that the city has certain special events that are conditional use, and I know the residents at one point had mentioned that to me, that there would be certain types of special events, that they're larger special events. Is there something that's already codified regarding that?
Typically, the city does not issue special events permits in areas that would, for uses that would require a conditional use permit, unless that conditional use has been granted. So if it's a neighborhood impact establishment, typically the city would not issue the special event permit unless they've been granted a neighborhood impact establishment permit. But that's just practice. And then I have received confirmation that a special event permit is required for city events.
Thank you. So just going back to what I was saying, I'm concerned with the time limit of 9 p.m. for certain events that I think can be added to the neighborhood, and I just would not lock that out forever.
Mr. Chairman,
my suggestion is that I'm suggesting that be amended and take out the 9 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, the neighbors have worked very hard on this. They've met with stakeholders. They've met with the city commission. They've met with the planning department extensively over the course of the past year. I think I personally feel that we should adopt the language as is, and then along the way, if issues rise to the occasion, I think perhaps a revision could be considered, and if the attorney could correct me if I'm wrong, if we learn along the way and we learn and we improve and we fix, could a revision be considered in the future if necessary?
I'm amenable to that. I mean, they can hammer it out with the city before it gets adopted at the city commission. I'll go with that out, for my support at least.
Thank you. I just know that they've worked extremely hard on this, and I want to be respectful of that work. But I understand completely where you're coming from, Mr. Chairman.
Is it appropriate to just adopt this with saying that we understand all the amendments, or do we just need to go through where the changes are, Rogelio?
We have Tracy's amendments in writing, so we can refer to her email of April 21st if you're comfortable with them.
I'm fine with them. Just asking, so we can just say that.
You can say that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So do we have support for this? Now, and the applicability clause will roll into it. So Is that correct, Nick?
That's correct.
All right, so do we have support?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved by Nick Delpy. Any second?
And just to confirm, that's with Tracy's amendments?
That's correct.
I'll second it.
Okay, so moved by Joel.
Okay, so so the ordinance that's before us with the applicability clause and Ms. Slavin's amendments has been moved by Nick Delpy, second by Mr. DiPietro.
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Joby?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weeder is absent. The motion passes unanimously.
Hey, we got
all right. I feel like clapping. Should I clap? I mean, geez. Great job to the neighbors there, and I think there'll be some minor amendments here or there, but great job. All right, we're going to take the last item today, and this will be the end of the planning board meeting. Planning board file 210431, amendment number 3 to management agreement, Carl Fisher Clubhouse in the CCC district.
Okay, so this is an agreement between the city and Service America Corporation doing business as Centerplate, and it came about as subsequent to an RFP process. The agreement was first approved in June of 2013 and subsequently amended in July of 2016 and again in September 2018. The amendment has 3 major points. First, it extends the term of the agreement for an additional 4 years, ending in September 30, 2026. Second, it restructures the financial terms of the agreement. And third, it expands the scope of services for the agreement to include catering and concessions services to include the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and Annex building located within the 21st Street Community Center. Currently, they just cover the convention center itself. Staff analyzed the proposal. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and criteria of Section 8238 of the City Code. It is not expected to generate any negative impacts for the surrounding area. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board approve the attached resolution granting approval of amendment number 3 to the catering and concession services management agreement dated June 5th, 2013 between the city and Service America Corporation doing business as Centerplate for catering and concessions at the Miami Beach Convention Center. And we do have representatives from the Tourism and Culture Department as well as from Centerplate if there are any additional questions.
Mr. Chairman, if you have no questions, I'll be happy to move the item for approval.
Is that why they turned the lights back on?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I just don't want them to turn off the AC the next time we're in here.
No, they're going to wait until the last person who votes. Then everything's just going to shut down. All right, go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just, I was offering a motion if there is no questions from our colleagues. Centerplate has been a long-standing vendor.
I actually have a question. Did it go through, it went through competitive bidding process here? I mean, and so.
Yes, they were. They were the lowest responsible bidder.
How many people bid? How many companies bid?
That is a good question. Can we add Heather Shaw as a panelist?
It's one of these things we're tired and we're going to pass through, but this is still a pretty big contract.
Hi, everyone. So it was a competitive process. It went out to 3,000 potential bidders, and we had 3 site visits. We had 3 pre-bid conferences. We extended the deadline for over a month, and Centerplate was the only responsive and responsible proposal received.
Mr. Chairman?
You go for it. You have the floor, sir.
I wasn't going to ask the question, but since my colleague, board member Milland,
open the door.
Open the door, I wasn't going to ask the question, but to staff, was the entirety of what we are approving today competitively bid, or are there portions of what we are approving today that had a waiver of competitive bidding and then had an extension that we would be approving?
So the RFP went for the food and beverage services for the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and the Annex, which are the two buildings that are in that space. So that went out individually as an RFP. When Centerplate came back as the responsive and lowest responsible bidder, after doing an enormous amount of effort to try to find a responsive and responsible bidder, we went with Centerplate. And it's synergistic to add it to the overall agreement that Centerplate has with the convention center, because it provides consistent and continuity of services. Even though the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and the Annex will also serve the residents in our community, it's also going to be an extension of the convention center. So it made sense to put the two, to expand the scope of Centerplate's original agreement to include the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and the Annex.
But I guess to Board Member Belan's point is that in 2018, the City Commission adopted Resolution 2018-30507, at which time they waived the formal competitive bidding requirements for the convention center part of it, that I think now they're becoming, is it one item, Mr. Attorney, is that correct?
No.
I don't think I'm in the best position to answer that. I'm sorry.
So the original agreement with Centerplate was in 2013, and there was Amendment 1 that extended the term of the agreement to September 2020. And then we had Amendment 2 that extended the term to 2022. So in between 2015 and 2020, as you all know, the convention center was under construction. So that's why a lot of, why we were going for the extensions, because we wanted to ensure that the quality of service that we always wanted to provide the clients that will be coming to the convention center, again, the continuity of service, the quality of service. So that's why it kept getting extended, because construction started in 2015. We didn't get TCO on the building until April of 2020. And then we're now in COVID. So we're dealing with COVID. So we really haven't had Centerplate to provide an active, complete convention center. And then as part of the convention center activation is also the convention center campus. And that's what includes Pride Park, Collins Canal Park, and then the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and the Annex. And so in doing all of that and having Centerplate do that, it makes sense to extend their term so they can actually activate the way that they were supposed to all along, other than these hiccups of the construction and then COVID-19.
And I completely support Centerplate. They've been a great partner with the city. They're investing $750,000 in capital dollars into the facility. The only reason why I brought it up, and I support the item, and I will be voting for the item, is that the resolution that we have doesn't say that in September 12, 2018, the City Commission adopted a resolution waiving the formal competitive bidding requirements and approving Amendment Number 2, restructuring the financial terms of the agreement and extending the terms for an additional 2 years, expiring on September 2022. So that's the only reason why I followed up to Board Member Belan's question. Of course, you guys were under construction, so it only made sense to do that, and that's why I feel comfortable now supporting this item as well.
Are you moving it, sir?
I keep my motion on the table.
Okay, I have questions. No, my hand's up. I have questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanya. I don't see it.
That's okay. That's okay. I have two questions. I'm sure they're both stupid, but that's yet to stop me in my life to ask a stupid question. I'm not familiar with Centerplate other than, I know they're a good partner of the city, but so my experience with convention center food is that it's like the Costco food court. It's hot dogs and burgers and fries and shakes and, coffee and stuff like that. What kind of food service will they be providing to the Carl Fisher Clubhouse, which is described as being, serving residents looking for, innovative, interesting fare? and I'm not, this is not denigration of Centerplate at all, but it's just I've gone to a million trade shows at convention centers, and the least interesting thing I've ever seen at a convention center has been the food. So can you just help me understand that? I guess, Heather, that might be a question for you.
Well, Heather, before you answer, we have Danny Medina. So
I was going to introduce him too. Thank you, Chair. But before Danny even speaks, just to answer Tanya directly, Centerplate is a large company that has food activations in a lot of different cities. And I really have to make sure that you come over to the convention center when we have some events, so you can see the quality of food service that they have. If any of you visited the convention center during the Super Bowl, there was a variety of types of food, from hot dogs and hamburgers to quality cuisine and luxury cuisine. And during Art Basel of 2019, even we had Joe Stonecrab coming in and working with Centerplate to do that. So what they're going to be doing in the Carl Fisher Clubhouse, I think I may have added into your packet some of the menus, but it's going to be a wide variety of food choices, and also it can be a catering location, so people can also pull from the expansive menu that Centerplate has to make quality and yummy choices. But I'm going to stop there, and Danny, if you want to add to that. And Danny Medina is the general manager of Centerplate at the convention center.
Heather, I don't know if Danny wants to follow that, but go ahead, Danny.
Danny, you're on mute. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak. And, Heather, thank you very much as well. I also have Doug Connor, our Senior Vice President, on the line as well. But, our commitment to quality and service is bar none. So we operate over 30 top convention centers and top meeting destinations. Miami is one of them. And we're proud of that. And it's for a reason. Our food, our quality of ingredients, our responsible sustaining of ingredients from within the region, and then partnering with businesses within the area it's at the core of what we do every day. Chef Ishmael Assel has been with our company for over 20 years and is such a passionate individual on creating and customizing menus for our clients. So we're very proud of the product we put out. We're excited about the Rum Room and venue activation at the Carl Fisher Clubhouse as well, where we're working around the clock and testing new items, trying to be as competitive as we can with the restaurant market itself. We have some great backing within our company as well. Not only as what we did at the Hard Rock and, with the Super Bowl and what we did with the Super Bowl here, but we've done many iterations of Art Basel successfully year over year. And again, working with great restaurant partners has helped us do that. We're excited overall. Doug, I'm not sure if you needed to comment.
No, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I operate 37 convention centers in North America. We're heavily awarded for the quality of our food and the quality of our service. You have companies like SAP, Microsoft, and Grainger that before they would entertain a convention center, they want to find out that Centerplate's the food service provider. Last time we did SAP, just before COVID, they brought 30,000 people and about $175 million worth of economic impact to Orlando. Danny's won numerous awards on his food. Heather knows the food. Certainly, Freddie Peterson, who operates the building for you all, can talk to the quality of the food and the presentation there. If you haven't been over for an event, Danny, please send everybody the catering menus. Send them the menus that we propose for the Carl Fisher Clubhouse. We like to buy local. We like to spend money in the community in which we live. We do not have to buy from a corporate list, which is something that makes us different than other companies that work in the same business that we are. Danny, I think you've got some rotating menus over in the Carl Fisher Clubhouse for the daily restaurant. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we're going to have it's a carousel of different menu items that we're going to work through, not only with us, but also we're partnering with some local restaurants, restaurateurs, and local celebrity chefs as well that we plan to feature and engage in takeovers and pop-ups throughout the year as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. And I'm getting a little bit.
I just had one follow-up question.
We have to take one more item. So if we can just, please, if we can kind of get to the substantive issues.
Yeah. So I just had one follow-up question. So thank you guys, Danny and Douglas, for explaining. I clearly have gone to the wrong convention centers in my career so far, so I'll have to remedy that, but thank you for explaining that. I just want to make a point. In the document under public benefits, you list all sorts of really great things that you're going to be looking at, especially the local chefs' participation. I would encourage you to also include activation with Miami Beach High School. I know there are cooking programs there, and I think that would be a really good way to, and it's literally across the street. So I think it'd be a great way to add yet another public benefit where you could bring aspiring chefs and hospitality interested students to maybe do internships or, however you guys work it out, but I just wanted to toss that into the mix as well.
So that is part of the plan. We've already done things with the high school, and we've done it since 2013. Obviously, we stopped for COVID, but we continue to do that, and we'll continue to do that. And Mr. Medina and I have already had extensive discussions about that. So as we work our way out of COVID, that is on the board.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and briefly, Mr. Chairman, because this is the Publix Convention Center. This is owned by taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. And I just want to make sure that this restaurant will be open to the public.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to highlight and place on the record that the city will be maintaining the full authority over the food and beverage operation and management decisions, including pricing and quality, which I think is very important that the public know that stays in the city's hands and authority. Thank you so much for that local chefs program. Very excited to see you guys here.
You want to move it, Alex?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second?
I see you have public comment. I'm not sure if we need to open up to the public or not.
I'm not sure if we have to do. Nick, do I have to open this up to the public?
Did you already?
I did not.
Okay, I think you probably should. We can do a minute each. It's late.
Larry,
yep.
Go ahead. Larry?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and Commission.
Good evening, Larry. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Larry Harrop. I'm the chair of the Convention Center Advisory Board, and I just wanted to bring to your attention that we, on April 6th at our last meeting, voted unanimously in favor of the extension of the Centerplate contract.
Great.
All right. Thank you very much.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move the item. This is an increase in overall net revenue to the city and is great for our convention center.
Okay, the item has been moved and seconded. It's been moved by Alex Fernandez, seconded by Mark Milan. Rogelio?
She's on mute.
I think you're on mute.
Yep, sorry. Yes, I approve.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder's absent. The motion passes.
I'm gonna break my own rule and just take it. This is the last one. No restrictions. Planning Board File 210439. This is ordinance amendment for retail fulfillment center. This is that what I call an Amazon type business, but let me not say that. I'll just take that back. You want to introduce it, really?
Okay. So briefly, the retail fulfillment centers are a new use that's not really contemplated in the land development regulations. It is a retail establishment with a storefront that sells goods to walk-in clients. However, it primarily serves as a place where goods are sold online and delivered directly to clients. The goods in the storefronts would be consistent with those typically seen in a convenience store. With the popularity of online retailing, this is seen as a good way to provide activation to commercial spaces, even though the majority of the goods may be delivered directly to customers. Because it is in use, the ordinance proposes to allow the use in a very limited manner. The ordinance sets limits of such establishments to 7,000 square feet and requires that they have a storefront area of no less than 500 square feet with a depth of no less than 10 square feet. The ordinance also limits the areas where the use would be allowed. It is proposed for the CD2 and CD3 districts, excluding CD3 districts fronting Lincoln Road. It is also proposed in the Art Deco MIMO commercial character overlay district with limits and distance separation. Specifically, the use would be prohibited on Ocean Drive. It would be allowed one establishment in the Ocean Terrace and Harding Townsite area in North Beach, and it would allow 5 establishments in the remainder of the overlay with a distance separation of 2,500 square feet. So that would really limit the number of establishments to probably 2, no more than 3. And then with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
This was a short one. I mean, I want to try this. I think that I like diversity and, you know, the different offerings in retail and different businesses that are coming to the city. This one seems to be very interesting to me. And I support it. I'm not sure who the active customer base is, but perhaps it may include me based on what I read.
Do we know anything about who the prospective businesses would be that would take advantage of this? I mean, obviously Amazon would be one of them, but I thought they were already doing this on Lincoln Road. Weren't they building some kind of fulfillment center, fancy storefront kind of situation on Lincoln Road? And so
when I read it, Tanya, it kind of speaks to me, and I could be wrong the way I interpret it, almost like a small, like
a bodega where you can also pick up your stuff.
Corner store that you could have not just be able to get the product, but it can be arranged for you in such a way that it improves convenience for pickup and all of that.
So it exists in some formats, like you can go into some Walgreens or some Whole Foods or whatever and pick up orders that you've placed online. So this would not be an accessory use of an existing business. It would be a business that is specifically designed to do this with the ancillary benefit of having like a little bodega built in, basically.
That's how I read it, with the primary selling of online and delivered directly to your home.
So who would be the beneficiary of that? It would be Amazon, or like who else could possibly?
There's one company that we've heard of, GoPuff, which is the one that approached the city for the request. And they sell convenience goods items, milk, eggs, ice cream, toilet paper, all sorts. If you go to their website, you see the types of things that they sell.
So would this be, can we just, instead of saying, let's do it anywhere in the city where it fits, can we do it as a limited test program someplace?
Well, I think that's that's sort of what we've done. The ordinance is very limited in terms of where it's allowed. In terms of the Mid-Century MIMO commercial character overlay district, it only allows 1 in the North Beach area, and then none on Ocean Drive, and maybe 2 or 3 you're going to get at tops, maybe 3 tops on Collins Avenue. And then it allows it in the CD2 and CD3 districts, excluding Lincoln Road. So that's going to be Alton Road and 41st Street where it would be allowed. It would not be allowed in the town center. It would be allowed on Normandy Isle.
I mean, that still seems like kind of a lot. Like, couldn't we say 1 per instead of a few in those areas, like 1 in each of those areas, and see how it goes? Like, revisit it in a year or 2 years or whatever the right time frame is to see how this works.
That's certainly an amendment that can be proffered.
I would like to amend it so that it's not just this blanket, let's go forward without knowing at all anything. I mean, this is a new animal, so why would we just sort of say, sure, go wild?
And Mr. Chairman, if I just could piggyback on what Tanya is stating, this is very forward-thinking legislation. It could be the trend of the future to help fill some of those empty retails spaces that have been now substituted by online purchasing. So now you order it online and you go and you pick it up, and you've got that convenience. At the same time, there are many unknowns to it, and so I kind of like the idea, the balanced approach that my colleague board member Bott is proposing, because we could test it, we could see how it works, maybe limit it a little bit in certain areas. I'm not sure I would like to see so many extended throughout Collins Avenue. I know we have that Art Deco MIMO overlay, where perhaps I would like to see it reduced a little bit more, have a little bit more of a distance requirement. But I do like the idea of testing this in North Beach, maybe have one in North Beach, one in Mid Beach, a few in South Beach where we have density to that where it would warrant it. So that we give this a try, but we don't oversupply it without knowing how it works and fits into our community.
So Rogelio, do we adjust that in section 15? Or how would we do that?
So you're talking about limiting it by neighborhood, so we'd have to define each neighborhood. I think what might make it easier is if we just retail fulfillment centers with a distance separation requirement. And I think 2,500 feet gets you there. On Collins Avenue, for example, that would really limit you to 2, maybe 3, depending on where they're located, but more likely 2. If you put a 2,500 foot distance requirement, that would basically limit you to 1 in Normandy, maybe 2, 3 tops along Alton Road. You wouldn't be able to have a concentration of them. So perhaps if we put retail fulfillment centers with a 2,500 square foot distance separation requirement, that might address it.
And then Rogelio, do you think that would apply in each of the district, like, because we're adding them as the ordinance adds retail fulfillment centers as a permitted use in CD2 and CD3. So are you suggesting that in those districts we also include a distance separation? Is that what you're thinking?
Right. Just
okay.
Whereas the permitted use, retail fulfillment center, and then we put comma with a 2,500 distance, right, that such establishment shall be located no closer than 2,500 feet from any other such establishment, afterwards described as a permitted use.
I like that. Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask, and I just want to make sure, unlike uses that we already have prohibited in overlays, we wouldn't have the issue of proliferation the way we've seen, because this is not a use that we currently have. So whereas, like, for example, a liquor store or pharmacy that has been a use that we've restricted after they've proliferated, this would be one where we could actually effectuate that 2,500 foot distance requirement, because they currently don't exist in our city. So I think that's important to put in the record. And if someone from staff could just clarify, do these establishments sell alcohol?
There would be nothing in the code restricting them from selling alcohol unless the district that they're in prohibits package sales. And I believe package sales are prohibited in the MXE district, so they would be prohibited if they are located within those areas.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're not introducing more prepackaged sales. I don't think it's the intent of this ordinance. I think this is supposed to be a very forward-thinking ordinance, but I don't think either is the intent, and I might be wrong, for it to be promoting more convenience store uses, more pharmacy uses, more prepackaged sale uses. And so I wouldn't want to see those allowed as part of this ordinance.
So they wouldn't be allowed to sell full liquor, but they probably would be allowed to sell beer and wine per just Florida liquor law. Liquor stores need to be standalone. They can't be combined with other types of sales. But they likely would be able to sell beer and wine.
Okay. May I ask if to jump onto what you're saying, Alex? Can I ask? So if the notion of this business concept is basically it's a fulfillment center dressed up with a bodega. I mean, whatever you order in a package, so be it. Like nobody needs to know who's ordering you know, blow up dolls, whatever. But you would not sell that at a store that, you know, you wouldn't permit a store that sold blow up dolls to just go in anywhere. So anything that gets delivered and it fulfills the, no pun intended, the fulfillment, you know, fulfillment center part of this can be whatever is legal to be ordered online by these vendors. But anything that gets sold at the bodega part, for lack of a better way to describe it, should be consistent with what is already okay. So if it's something that, you know, you have to be 18 or 21 years old to, like, will they be allowed to sell scratch off cards? Will they allowed to be selling smoke shop kind of gear? I mean, I love the idea of this. I think it's definitely worth testing. I would like to also mechanism to evaluate how it's working in a year or whatever the appropriate time is. But I also think that to just give the retail portion of this carte blanche to sell whatever they want is problematic.
Well, let me just clarify on that point. We're amending, this ordinance amends the CD2 and CD3 districts, which are commercial districts. These are districts where general retail uses are permitted. So this isn't really, you know, in those CD2 and CD3 districts, this isn't opening up anything that maybe, you know, their current code might not accommodate. So any retail uses that are permitted in CD2 and CD3 now are going to continue to be permitted. What this does is brings the code sort of in line with some, you know, new and evolving retail concepts. But I don't want anyone to think that by virtue of this ordinance that you're permitting new goods to be sold in CD2 and CD3 that cannot currently be sold. I think that's a really important distinction.
Mr. Attorney, through the chair, what I would like to see, and I don't know if it's the will of this board, is that we're creating here a definition for a use that is currently not existing in the code. And through that definition, could we say, you know, that a retail fulfillment center is not a place where you walk in and you buy, you know, alcohol or not alcohol, prepackaged liquor, you know, where you go in and you don't buy prepackaged liquor. They're not selling items like a convenience store or like a pharmacy. I don't think that was the intent of what was being proposed here. And so I want to know if through the definition, could we tailor that a little bit?
Well, GoPuff is.
Sorry?
Well, GoPuff is like liquor and convenience items, if that's who this is made for.
Never heard of them. That's until today or before the meeting.
This ordinance would accommodate a business like GoPuff that sells you know, a wide range of retail items and does, you know, delivery direct to, you know, to people's homes. So but the question I think that Alex was asking is can we refine the definition? And I just want to be clear, to refine it to do what?
Well, I didn't realize that GoPuff, the company that I guess that's interested in doing this in Miami Beach, engaged in this activity of selling prepackaged alcohol and that type of activity. I don't feel comfortable today, I think, voting on this. But I'm going to leave that to the will of my colleagues. I felt that this was something a little bit different than what I'm, you know, learning that it is. I thought it was more of an Amazon type of a use and just a brand that I just was not familiar with. So I was very open-minded, very excited about this novel concept. But if it's alcohol and snacks, I quite don't have the appetite for that. maybe for the alcohol at this time of night, I might have the appetite for that. No pun intended. But in all seriousness, I don't have. That's not the appetite that I have.
But also, you know, if it's being if it was brought to bear because GoPuff approached us and said, hey, we think this could be a good idea, and it could be a good idea for them, what's to stop somebody like, I don't know, Hustlers that or, you know, I'm sure has a mail order business and they want to set one up too. So they're not going to be selling snacks in their store. They're going to be selling, you know, whatever they sell online. So to me, this seems like a really good idea, but overly broad as it's currently proposed. And, you know, somebody said it earlier today, the devil is in the details. We've seen it time and time again where something with the best intentions to try something new or make something more elastic to allow a project to move forward gets put forth, and the details aren't maybe fully thought out, or, you know, they're just, the details become bedeviled. And I just, because this is such uncharted territory, and because so many brick and mortar stores are now going to, you know, are doing so much mail order, what's to stop somebody from, you know, what's to stop there from being unintended consequences like this? So, you know, I think we need to think through this a little bit more thoroughly before we vote on it. And I also really think we need to include in the measure that we vote upon some kind of mechanism to check in whatever the appropriate time frame is, that it is working as intended, and any unintended consequences can be addressed and remedied.
Okay, let me take. I was just notified that we have somebody from the public. Elizabeth Scarlett, if you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, how are you? I've been in retail over 30 years, and what you guys are doing is setting a precedent for the future. This needs to be tabled and have a very long discussion about it, because a retailer, see, what you all thought is really not what it is. GoPuff is a delivery convenience store, and it's 7,000 square feet. You're going to have 5 of them on the beach. That's not okay. That's a quality of life issue. I just think y'all need to think about it more. Be very disappointed if y'all vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let me see if anybody else. Hang on one second. Okay, seeing no other interest, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak, bring it back to the board. And it sounds like there's not support for the item. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Well, I mean, I think the concept is very interesting, and I want to congratulate Commissioner Richardson, because he really is thinking outside the box here on ways that we can use retail spaces in innovative ways that tailors to a changing reality of more online marketplace uses. I just think with this particular vendor that's interested in this, there are great concerns, especially with the quality of life challenges that we are facing. And quality of life right now is number one on everyone's radar, I think. And so, you know, what I would say is that I'm not sure that there's not support for, but I think I would like to work on it a little bit more than what we can probably at 7 o'clock at night. And if we could continue this to the next meeting, and maybe staff could come together with some recommendations on how perhaps the language could be tailored to address some of these uses that concern us, we could pick up the conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah,
that's my proposal.
Yeah, it's just there's no support for the item at this time. So with that, we don't have to take a vote on the item. It doesn't have to be voted up or down. Let's leave it. Would it be appropriate to leave it to staff to, I guess, go back with Commissioner Richardson and just talk through some of the narrative that we had today on the item, and then see if it wants to come back for the next meeting, or if it's going to be delayed to a later meeting. Do we have to take an action on it? Is that required?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe in order for it to be continued, since it's been opened already, that we would need a motion to continue to the next meeting.
Okay, so, and it has to be to the next meeting.
No, it can be to whatever meeting you decide.
Okay, but all right, let's continue planning board item. I'm going to move that we continue planning board.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mooney raised his hand. I don't know if you want to.
Oh, go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, real quick, because I know it's late. As you're aware, because this is a LDR amendment, the planning board does need to take an action on it in terms of a transmittal. So if you feel that you'd like a little bit more information, I would suggest continuing it to May, because I know the sponsor wants this to move forward. And it could be that whatever information we bring back to you collectively as a body, you just may not be recommending favorably for it, which is within your purview. But at some point, we are going to need you to transmit it. It's not something that just goes away, even if you transmit it with an unfavorable recommendation.
Okay, so where I was going to go, Tom, is just to continue it. So I'm gonna move that we continue planning board file PB 210439 retail fulfillment centers to our May 22nd meeting.
And Mr. Chair, with a friendly amendment,
sure,
that staff work with the sponsor on possible amendments to address some of the concerns that have been expressed today here in this meeting.
Accepted. Do you second?
I will gladly second.
Okay, it's been moved by me, second by Alex Fernandez to continue the item with the amendment that Alex made.
Okay, a roll call, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Nick has had to be excused, so it'll pass without him.
And Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Weeder's absent, so the motion passes.
Okay, we also need to continue two items, or one item. Let's continue PB 210438 Lincoln Road retail uses and size limits. So I move that we continue that item to our May 22nd meeting.
So second.
Been moved and second, moved by me, second by Alex, to continue the item to May 22nd.
Okay, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
I think the meeting's May 25th, isn't it, Raulio?
May 25th.
Yeah, I apologize. May 25th.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi? No, is absent. Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weeder is absent. The motion passes.
Alex, do you want to make a statement about just your memos? You can just, if maybe really quick, everybody can read it themselves.
Yeah.
Today's agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for that. And it's basically just a memo requesting a discussion item at next month's meeting so that we can talk about the MIMO our Art Deco overlay that currently exists that was approved by the City Commission with recommendation of this planning board for the Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue area from 5th to 15th Street. And the recommendation is let's have a conversation about it to see if we can address some of these uses that have proliferated on Washington Avenue that include tattoo parlors, smoke shops, check cashing stores, fast food establishments, so that we contribute to the efforts that our city is making to improve and enhance and create a true Art Deco cultural district. So that's the purpose of the item. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for having scheduled it for May's meeting. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime. And then for the good of the order, thank you to our leadership. Thank you for our planning board members who give up their time, very in a way that really just makes me proud to be a member and a resident of the city of Miami Beach. Thank you to all those who participate in our meetings from the community. We really appreciate it. We can't do this by ourselves. With that, for the good of the order, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night. Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you, staff.